My parents looked straight through me at their luxury gala and said, "Know your place." No seat was reserved for me. My name was not on the list. My brother's perfect wife, Victoria, leaned in close, the cloying scent of her expensive perfume filling the small space between us. She wore a smile that didn't reach her eyes and whispered, "Oh, Eleanor, we only save seats for those who bring value to the table." My brother did not defend me. He simply shrugged, adjusted his cufflinks, and told me to stop embarrassing them. So I stayed silent. I stood exactly where they pushed me. I let them pretend they did not even know me. What they did not know was that I was not there to be seen. I was there because someone else asked me to come, someone they had been trying desperately to impress all night. Seconds later, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Conversations stalled. People turned. A billionaire walked past my parents as if they did not exist. He stopped in front of me, shook my hand, and said, "We've been waiting to meet you, boss." The entire room froze. At that moment, my family realized something terrifying. They hadn't humiliated a nobody. They had humiliated the only person in the room who actually held power. But I am getting ahead of myself. Let me tell you how we got here. The gala was one of those charity events where the wealthy gather to convince themselves they are generous. The air in the ballroom was thick with the heavy, cloying scent of expensive lilies and generational wealth, a fragrance designed to make anyone with a modest bank account feel short of breath. Instead of warm conversation, the room was filled with the sharp, metallic clinking of silver against fine china. A rhythmic sound. It felt more like a countdown than a celebration. Every laugh sounded rehearsed. Each one echoed off the high ceilings with a hollow, glass-like quality. The light didn't just illuminate the room, it felt predatory. It reflected off every polished surface to expose even the smallest flaw in a person's attire or posture. Men stood in clusters discussing stock portfolios as casually as the weather, their eyes constantly scanning for someone more important to talk to. My family had organized this event. Well, technically, they were co-sponsors. My father loved to attach our family name to anything that made him look important. The Morrison Foundation Gala. It sounded noble, but it was mostly a networking opportunity disguised as philanthropy. I arrived alone. I wore a simple black dress with no designer label and no flashy jewelry. I had learned long ago that my family did not want me to stand out. They wanted me to disappear. The woman at the reception desk squinted at her tablet when I gave her my name. Morrison. I don't see Morrison on the guest list. Are you with one of the catering companies? I almost laughed. I'm here as a guest, I said calmly. Before she could question me further, my mother's voice cut through. She's not on the list because she wasn't invited. My mother stood there in her emerald gown looking at me like a stain on an expensive carpet, something to be cleaned up and forgotten. Mom, I said, just one word, testing the waters. Don't make a scene, she hissed. Your father is talking to the mayor. We can't have you wandering around confusing people. The receptionist's eyes widened slightly as she pieced together the family drama unfolding in front of her. My mother grabbed my elbow and pulled me to the side away from the entrance. Why are you here? I specifically did not send you an invitation. I was invited, I said, just not by you. Her eyes narrowed. By whom? I did not answer. Silence was more powerful than words with my mother. She hated not knowing things, and she hated it even more when I refused to give her the satisfaction. Go wait by the service entrance, she said finally. If you insist on being here, at least stay out of sight. We have important guests tonight. Important guests. That phrase had defined my entire childhood. My brother Derek was always paraded in front of important guests. Derek the lawyer, Derek the golden child, Derek who married Victoria, the perfect socialite with the perfect pedigree. I was the other one, the daughter who did not follow the path, the one who refused to go to law school, the one who disappeared for years and came back different. I was quieter and less willing to beg for scraps of affection. I found a spot near the wall, half hidden behind a pillar. From there I could see everything: my father shaking hands with politicians, my mother gliding through the crowd as if she owned every person in the room, Derek and Victoria holding court near the champagne fountain, accepting compliments like they were collecting taxes, Victoria caught my eye at one point. She smiled, but it was the kind of smile a cat gives a mouse. She whispered something to Derek, who glanced my way and shrugged. A few minutes later, the family gathered for a photograph. Victoria turned and waved me over. For a moment, I thought maybe she was being kind. "Could you move to the left?" she said when I approached. "You're in the background of the shot." My mother nodded. "Yes, dear, step aside. This is for the Foundation's annual report." I stepped aside. I always stepped aside. A waiter passed by and gave me a sympathetic look. I took a glass of water from his tray and thanked him. My phone buzzed in my clutch, a text message from a number I knew well. "I'm arriving in 10 minutes. Everything is ready. Are you sure about this?" I typed back one word, "Yes." I had spent 3 years building something in silence, 18-hour days, making decisions that would have made my family's heads spin if they had known, but they never asked. They assumed I was failing to meet their expectations. The MC announced the silent auction. People began drifting toward the tables. My mother was with the mayor's wife. My father was laughing too loudly at a partner's joke. And then I heard it, the shift in conversation. The sudden hush that spreads through a room when someone truly powerful arrives. "Is that him?" someone whispered. "The Morrison family has been trying to get a meeting with him for months." I knew who they were talking about. Marcus Hale, the founder of one of the largest investment funds in the country. He could make or break companies with a single call. My father practically sprinted across the room. My mother was right behind him. Derek straightened his tie and Victoria checked her reflection in a passing mirror. They all wanted his attention. And then he walked right past them. He walked past the mayor, past the CEO of the largest bank in the state, and past everyone who had positioned themselves to intercept him. He walked directly to me. He approached the woman standing half hidden behind a pillar holding a glass of water, wearing a simple black dress with no label. He extended his hand. His voice was clear enough for everyone nearby to hear. "We've been waiting to meet you, boss. The board is ready whenever you are." The entire room froze. My father's champagne glass hung halfway to his lips. My mother's smile turned to stone. Victoria's perfect composure cracked like thin ice. Derek stared at me as if he had never seen me before. In that moment, they all realized the same terrifying truth. They had spent the entire evening treating me like a housemaid. They had told me to know my place, and they had no idea that my place was at the very top of the hierarchy they had been desperately trying to climb. I looked at my family. I saw the confusion, the disbelief, and the dawning horror. I did not smile. I did not gloat. I simply nodded to the man in front of me. "Thank you for coming," I said. "We have a lot to discuss." I walked away with him, leaving my family standing in the wreckage of everything they thought they knew about me. They still thought I was the useless one. That misunderstanding would cost them everything. The silence lasted exactly 4 seconds. I counted. 4 seconds of complete stillness while the room tried to process what had just happened. Then the whispers started low at first, like wind rustling through leaves, then louder and more urgent. Did he just call her boss? Who is she? I thought she was with the catering staff. I did not turn around. I walked beside Marcus Hale, one of the most powerful investors on the East Coast, keeping my eyes forward. Behind me, I could feel my family's stares like heat on my back. "That was quite an entrance," Marcus murmured. "Your family looks like they've seen a ghost." "They've spent years pretending I don't exist," I replied. "Tonight they're learning that ghosts can be very inconvenient." We had barely made it 10 steps before my mother's heels clicked rapidly on the marble floor. "Excuse me." Her voice was bright, too bright, the voice she used when trying to control a situation. "Mr. Hale, I don't believe we've been properly introduced. I'm Patricia Morrison. My husband and I are co-chairs of tonight's foundation." Marcus stopped and turned. His expression was polite but distant, the kind of look you give someone who is wasting your time. "Mrs. Morrison," he said. "Yes, I received your invitations. Several of them, actually." My mother's smile flickered. She had sent him at least a dozen requests for meetings over the past 6 months. He had declined every single one. "We would be honored if you could join our table for dinner," she continued. I'd love to discuss some investment opportunities that might interest you.
I appreciate the offer, Marcus said, but I'm afraid I already have dinner plans. He glanced at me. Eleanor and I have a working session scheduled. Eleanor, not your daughter, not this young woman. He used my name as an equal. My mother's composure finally cracked. Eleanor. She turned to me, and for the first time that night she actually looked at me. Really looked. What is going on here? Before I could answer, my father appeared. Derek and Victoria were right behind him, forming a wall of family concern that had nothing to do with actual concern for me. There seems to be some confusion, my father said. His voice was calm, but I could see the vein pulsing in his forehead. He hated being confused in public. He hated being excluded even more. Mr. Hale, I'm not sure what my daughter has told you, but I can assure you that any business dealings would be better conducted through our family's firm. Eleanor doesn't have experience with what? Marcus interrupted. His tone was still polite, but there was steel underneath. With founding a company, with building one of the fastest-growing tech platforms in the country, with managing a team of 300 employees. He paused, letting the silence hang. Because she seems to have quite a bit of experience with all of those things. The color drained from my mother's face. Derek stepped forward. I'm sorry, there must be some mistake. Eleanor doesn't run a company. She's... He stopped. He actually didn't know what I did. She's what? Marcus asked. A housemaid, a caterer. That's certainly how your family has been treating her tonight. The accusation hung in the air like smoke. Victoria stepped forward, her smile as flawless and rigid as porcelain. She met Marcus's gaze with practiced ease and said, Mr. Hale, surely this is just a charming little misunderstanding. Why don't we all sit down somewhere private and sort this out? I'm sure Eleanor would feel much more secure having her family's prestige behind whatever project she's been working on. She reached out to touch his arm, a calculated display of social grace. Marcus took a half step back, neatly avoiding the contact. I prefer to speak with decision-makers directly, he said, and the decision-maker in this room is Eleanor. He turned to me. The board members are waiting in the private lounge. Shall we? I nodded. Yes, let's go. My father grabbed my elbow. Eleanor, stop. You can't just walk away from us. I looked down at his hand, then up at his face. I've been walking away from you for years, Dad. You just never noticed because you weren't watching. I pulled my arm free and followed Marcus. Behind me, I heard my mother hissing at my father. Did you know about this? She never told us because we never asked, Derek said quietly. It was the first honest thing he had said all night. The private lounge was smaller than the main ballroom, but just as elegant. 3 men and 2 women, the board of Nexus Capital, stood when we entered. Ms. Morrison, one of them said. Margaret Miller, who ran their core operations. Thank you for agreeing to meet tonight. We know this venue is unconventional. Margaret, I said, shaking her hand, I appreciate you all making the trip. We sat down to discuss the acquisition. My company, Meridian Technologies, had developed a software platform that had grown from a startup in my apartment to a major player in the enterprise market. Nexus Capital wanted in. The deal we were negotiating would value my company at $800 million. $800 million. My family had spent years telling me I was a failure. They had no idea I had been building an empire while they were busy excluding me from their dinner parties. The meeting lasted 40 minutes. When it was over, Marcus walked me back toward the main ballroom. Your family is still out there, he warned. They've been watching the door like hawks. I know. You could avoid them. Leave through the service entrance. I smiled slightly. That's what they've always wanted me to do. Disappear. Not tonight. We emerged. My family spotted me immediately. My mother marched over. Eleanor, we need to talk. Now. No, I said. We don't. You can't just dismiss us like you dismissed me. I met her eyes. Like you told me to wait by the service entrance. Like you left me out of the family photo. I kept my voice low. Every word landed like a stone. I've spent my entire life being dismissed by this family. Tonight is different. Victoria pushed forward, her eyes flashing with a mix of fear and condescension. You're being so unnecessarily dramatic, Eleanor. You clearly don't understand how the real world operates. A girl your age playing at being a CEO, it's cute, really. But let Derek look over the contracts before you sign something that makes the Morrison name look foolish. The contracts are already agreed upon, I said, and I don't need Derek's help. I haven't needed any of you for a very long time. A man approached someone from Marcus's team and handed me an envelope. Ms. Morrison, the preliminary term sheet for your review. I took the envelope. My father stared at it as if it might explode. What is that? What terms? That's none of your concern. For the first time in my life, I saw fear in my father's eyes. Not anger. Fear. He was beginning to understand that I was not the person he thought I was. Eleanor, he said carefully, whatever is happening here, we should discuss it as a family. We can help you. We can advise you. You want to help me? I tilted my head. Where was that help when I was starting my company and you told me I was throwing my life away? Where was that advice when I asked for a small loan and you said I didn't deserve family money? Where was any of this concern when you stopped inviting me to Christmas dinner? The words hung between us. My mother's face was red. That's not fair. We were trying to motivate you. You were trying to erase me, I said, and you almost succeeded. I turned to leave. Wait, Derek said. He stepped toward me, and for a moment he looked like the brother I remembered from childhood, before Victoria, before our parents turned him into a showpiece. Eleanor, I didn't know. Why didn't you tell me? I looked at him for a long moment. Because you never asked Derek. Not once in 3 years did you ask me how I was doing. You were too busy being the golden child to notice that your sister was building something real. He opened his mouth to respond, but I was already walking away. The room felt different now. The whispers were no longer about dismissal. They were whispers of curiosity, of respect, of sudden recognition. I was no longer the invisible Morrison daughter. I was someone they wanted to know. At the exit, my phone buzzed. A text from my assistant. 3 journalists have already called asking for interviews. What should I tell them? I typed back. Tell them the Morrison family's housemaid is unavailable for comment. I walked out into the night, leaving the hierarchy behind. The morning after the gala, I woke to 47 missed calls. 31 from my mother, 12 from my father, and 4 from Derek. Victoria predictably had remained silent. I ignored them all. I didn't need to hear their panic to know it was happening. The story had already breached their social circles. The invisible Morrison daughter was the CEO Marcus Hale had been waiting for. The housemaid was actually the power in the room. The first real confrontation came at my office later that morning. I was in a leadership meeting when my assistant knocked, looking nervous. Ms. Morrison, your brother is here. He says it's urgent. Tell him I'm in a meeting, I said. He can wait. I made him wait 45 minutes. It was petty, perhaps, but a fraction of the time I had spent waiting for them to notice me. When I finally entered the conference room, Derek was pacing by the window. He looked exhausted, the dark circles under his eyes, a sharp contrast to his usual polished image. Eleanor, he started, his voice strained. You didn't answer our calls. I've been busy running a company, Derek, something you only realized I possessed 12 hours ago. Look, things are getting out of control, he said, ignoring the jab. People are talking. Victoria's charity board is asking questions. Dad's partners are making jokes about hidden heirs. This is damaging our reputation. I leaned back, unimpressed. Your reputation, Derek, not mine. You're still a Morrison. Am I? According to Mom, I wasn't even invited. According to Victoria, I was there to serve. You didn't care about the Morrison name when I was being treated like garbage. You only care now because the garbage turned out to be gold. Derek flinched. He had no defense. Mom and Dad want to talk, properly. They want to understand how this happened. They want to understand how to use my success to fix their image, I corrected. I owe them nothing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a company to run. I showed him out before he could say another word. But Derek was only the beginning. Later that afternoon, Margaret Miller from Nexus Capital stopped by unannounced.
"Your father has been reaching out to Marcus," she said, settling into the chair across from my desk. "He's trying to insert his firm's legal services into the acquisition deal. He even implied you might be in over your head and could use his experienced guidance." The audacity was impressive. He didn't know a single line of our code, yet he was already trying to arbitrage my achievement. "And Marcus?" I asked. "Marcus told him that if he wanted to support you, he should start by treating you like a daughter instead of a liability." Margaret smiled thinly. "But you should be prepared. The business press has caught the scent of the family drama. Richard Hayes from the Tribune is already asking for a profile." The world was starting to ask questions my family never bothered to ask. They were finally learning that ignoring someone doesn't make them disappear. It just means you aren't paying attention when they become powerful. Sunday arrived whether I wanted it to or not. I had not agreed to dinner. I had not responded to my mother's increasingly desperate texts. But somehow I found myself parked outside my childhood home at 6 p.m, staring at the house where I had grown up feeling like a stranger. The Morrison estate was impressive by any standard, a Georgian colonial on 4 acres of manicured lawn. My father had bought it when Derek was born, declaring it the perfect place to raise a family. What he meant was the perfect place to project an image of success. I had not been inside in 2 years. The door opened before I could knock. My mother stood there in one of her cashmere sweaters, her face arranged in an expression of warmth that did not reach her eyes. "Eleanor, you came." She stepped aside to let me in. "I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about your family entirely." I walked past her into the foyer. Everything looked exactly the same marble floors, the same chandelier, and the same family portraits on the wall that did not include me. "Where's Dad?" I asked. "In the study. He's very eager to speak with you." My mother closed the door behind me. "We all are." I followed her through the house. Derek and Victoria were already in the living room sitting on the antique sofa that my mother loved to brag about. They looked up when I entered. "Eleanor." Derek stood. "Thanks for coming." Victoria remained seated. Her smile was the same one she had given me at the gala, polished, cold, and calculating. "Let's all go to the dining room," my mother suggested. "Your father will join us there." The dining room table could seat 16 people. Tonight there were only 5 places set, all clustered at one end. My mother had probably agonized over the seating arrangement, where to put the daughter she had spent years ignoring how to position herself for maximum control over the conversation. I chose my own seat before she could direct me. I sat across from Victoria, not next to anyone. My father entered a moment later. He looked older than I remembered. The gala had aged him. The embarrassment and the loss of control had taken their toll. "Eleanor," he sat at the head of the table. "I'm glad you're here. Are you—" He ignored the edge in my voice. "Of course. We're family. That's what tonight is about, reconnecting, understanding each other." The first course arrived soup. It was my mother's attempt at creating normalcy, as if we could pretend the last 3 years had not happened over butternut squash bisque. "So," my father began, his tone deliberately casual, "this company of yours, Meridian Technologies, I've been reading about it. Impressive growth numbers. Thank you. I didn't realize you had such a head for business." He smiled, but it was the smile of a man trying to close a deal. "Where did you learn all that?" "Certainly not from anything we taught you." I set down my spoon. I learned by doing. I learned by failing and trying again. I learned from people who believed in me when my own family didn't. And the air grew cold. "That's not fair," my mother interjected. "We always believed in you. We just wanted you to follow a stable path, law, finance, something respectable." "Something like what Derek did," I clarified. "Something that reflected well on the family." "What's wrong with wanting our children to succeed?" my father asked. "Nothing, except you define success by your standards, not mine. And when I didn't fit that definition, you stopped seeing me as a daughter and started seeing me as an embarrassment." Victoria cleared her throat, her wine glass poised with performative grace. "Perhaps we could focus on the present instead of relitigating the past," she said, her voice smooth and devoid of genuine warmth. The point is, you've managed to achieve a certain level of visibility. As Morrisons, your success is naturally our success. It's only logical that we align our brands. I looked at her. Align our brands? As a family. She smiled that perfect, empty smile. We're all Morrisons. Surely there's a way we can support each other. And there it was, the real reason for this dinner. Let me make sure I understand, I said slowly. You want to support me. The same family that excluded me from Christmas dinner for the past 3 years. The same family that told me to know my place at your charity gala. The same family that left me out of every photo, every celebration, and every acknowledgement of the Morrison name. I paused. That family wants to support me now that I'm successful. My mother's face reddened. You're twisting things. Am I? Tell me, Mom. When was the last time you called me before the gala, before you realized I was worth something? She did not answer. That's what I thought. My father leaned forward. Eleanor, I understand you're angry. You have every right to be. We made mistakes. But that doesn't change the fact that we're family. Blood matters. And in the business world, family ties can be advantageous for everyone. I almost admired his directness. He was not even pretending anymore. He wanted access to my success. He wanted to attach the Morrison name to my company. He wanted to benefit from what I had built. Dad, I said, I've spent my entire adult life proving that I don't need family ties to succeed. I built my company with no help from you, no introductions, no funding, no endorsements. Everything I have, I earned. No one's saying you didn't earn it, Derek said. He had been quiet throughout the meal, watching the conversation like a tennis match. But Eleanor, think about what you could do with our support, our connections. Dad knows everyone in the business community. Mom's charity networks could open doors for your company. Victoria's on 6 boards that could stop. I held up my hand. Just stop. Derek's mouth closed. You're not offering to support me, I said. You're offering to use me. You want access to what I've built so you can repair the damage the gala did to your reputation. You want to stand next to me and pretend you were always proud of me, always behind me, always believed in me. I shook my head. But we all know that's not true. Victoria's smile had disappeared. You're being dramatic. No, Victoria. I'm being accurate. There's a difference. My father's face had hardened. I think you're forgetting who you're talking to. I know exactly who I'm talking to. I'm talking to the people who raised me to believe I was worthless, who compared me unfavorably to my brother at every opportunity, who stopped inviting me to family events because I made them uncomfortable. I stood up from the table. I'm talking to strangers who share my last name. Sit down, my father commanded. No. The word hung in the air, simple and final. I had never said no to my father before, not like this, not with such finality. I came here tonight because I thought maybe, just maybe you wanted to actually reconnect, I said. But this isn't a reconciliation. This is a negotiation. And I'm not interested in negotiating with people who only value me when I'm useful to them. I turned and walked toward the door. Eleanor, wait. Derek followed me into the hallway. Please, don't leave like this. I stopped, but did not turn around. Like what, Derek? Like someone who finally stopped waiting for her family to love her. That's not, he exhaled sharply. I know we messed up. I know I messed up. But doesn't family get a second chance? I finally turned to face him. Family gets second chances when they've earned them, when they've apologized, when they've changed. You haven't done any of those things. I met his eyes. You came to my office demanding I fix Mom and Dad's reputation. You came to this dinner hoping to benefit from my success. Not once have any of you asked me how I'm doing, what my life is like, whether I'm happy. I paused. Not once. He had no response. I walked to the front door and opened it. The night air was cool on my face. Eleanor. My father's voice came from behind me. He had followed us to the foyer. If you walk out that door, don't expect us to come crawling back. I looked at him over my shoulder. I never expected that, Dad. That's the whole point. I walked out into the darkness and closed the door behind me. As I drove away from the house, I felt something I had not felt in years. Freedom, not the freedom of success, money, or power, the freedom of finally letting go. The article came out on Tuesday. I did not give an interview. I had not spoken to any journalists. But somehow the Tribune had pieced together enough information to run a story that would change everything. The headline read, "Tech CEO treated like servant at own family's gala inside the Morrison family drama." My assistant brought me the newspaper that morning. Her face was pale. "Ms. Morrison, you need to see this." I read the article in my office with the door closed. The journalist had done his homework. He had interviewed gala attendees who witnessed my family's treatment of me. He had tracked down former colleagues who remembered me from my early startup days. He had even obtained a copy of the guest list showing that my name had been deliberately removed by my mother. But the most damaging part was the quotes from unnamed sources close to the Morrison family. They always treated Eleanor like she didn't exist. Derek was the golden child. Eleanor was the embarrassment they hoped would disappear. Patricia Morrison told her friends that Eleanor was mentally unstable, that she had some kind of breakdown. It was all lies to explain why they never included her. They tried to get meetings with Marcus Hale for months. When he walked past them to shake Eleanor's hand, Patricia actually fainted. They had to revive her with smelling salts. That last part was probably an exaggeration, but the point was clear. My family's carefully constructed image was crumbling. My phone rang. It was my mother. I answered. "What have you done?" Her voice was shrill. "Did you talk to that reporter? Did you tell him those lies?" "I didn't talk to anyone, Mom. You humiliated me in front of 200 people. What did you think would happen?" She was silent for a moment. Then, "You're enjoying this, aren't you? Watching us suffer." "No, I'm not. But I'm not going to apologize for existing, for succeeding, for not being the failure you always expected me to be." I hung up before she could respond. The fallout was immediate and widespread. By noon, my father's office had received dozens of calls from clients and partners. Some were curious, others were concerned. A few were already cutting ties. Derek's law firm issued a statement distancing themselves from the Morrison family situation. Victoria's charity board called an emergency meeting. By the end of the day, she had been quietly asked to step down from 3 committees, and my phone did not stop ringing. Interview requests, partnership proposals, and speaking invitations flooded in. The article had painted me as a Cinderella figure, the underestimated daughter who rose above her family's contempt to build an empire. People loved that story, but I was not interested in capitalizing on my family's downfall. I released a brief statement through my PR team. Meridian Technologies is focused on our work and our customers. I have no comment on personal family matters. I wish my family well. It was diplomatic and gracious, and it made my family look even worse by comparison. That evening, I received an unexpected visitor at my apartment. The doorman called up to announce that a Victoria Morrison was in the lobby, demanding to see me. I told him to send her up. Victoria arrived, looking nothing like her usual polished self. Her hair was disheveled, her makeup was smudged, and she had clearly been crying. She stormed into my apartment, her eyes wild with a mix of fury and desperation. "How could you?" she shrieked, her voice cracking. "How could you do this to us?" "I didn't do anything, Victoria. The world did it because you treated me like garbage in front of witnesses. Don't play innocent. You planned this. You wanted to destroy us." I walked to my kitchen and poured myself a glass of water. "If I wanted to destroy you, I would have done it years ago. I had every opportunity, every reason." I turned to face her. "But I didn't, because unlike you, I don't base my self-worth on tearing other people down." "Your mother is in the hospital," she said, her voice dropping to a harsh whisper. "She collapsed this afternoon. Stress, anxiety. The doctors say she needs rest. This is crushing her." For a moment, I felt something, a twinge of the old guilt. Then I remembered the years of being ignored, the holidays excluded, and the constant message that I was not enough. "I'm sorry to hear that," I said carefully, "but her health is not my responsibility, and neither is the family's reputation." "How can you be so cold?" "I'm not cold, Victoria. I'm tired." I set down my glass. I spent my entire life trying to earn my family's love, and no matter what I did, it was never enough. When you finally saw me, you didn't feel proud. You felt threatened. You felt like I was stealing something that belonged to you. Victoria opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. Her eyes narrowed as she looked around my apartment, searching for a price tag on everything: the art, the view, the sheer evidence of my independence. Her mask finally crackled, revealing the cold, transactional soul beneath. "What do you want?" she asked quietly, her tone shifting from outrage to a sharp, icy negotiation. "Everyone has a price, Eleanor. Just tell me what it will take to make this go away. Is it a seat on a board, a penthouse? Just give me the number so we can put this unpleasantness behind us." "Nothing. I don't want anything from you." "Everyone wants something." "Not me. Not anymore." I walked to the door and opened it. "I think you should leave." Victoria gathered what remained of her dignity and walked to the threshold. She paused, looking at me with a hatred that was finally honest. "This isn't over," she said. "Yes, it is. You just don't know it yet." I closed the door behind her and leaned against it for a moment. The war was over. I had not fired a single shot. I had simply stopped protecting people who had never protected me. I had let the truth speak for itself, and the truth was devastating. 2 weeks after the article, the Morrison family social calendar had quietly collapsed. I heard about it secondhand from people who thought I would want to know. The gala circuit that my parents had dominated for decades had begun to close its doors. Invitations that had once been automatic were now conspicuously absent. Phone calls went unreturned, and lunch meetings were canceled. The power they had spent their lives cultivating was slipping away. And I had not lifted a finger. The first major loss came at a charity auction my mother had co-chaired for 15 years. The organization called to inform her that they were restructuring their board. They thanked her for her years of service and wished her well in her future endeavors. They did not invite her to the next meeting. My father's business network was slower to erode, but the cracks were forming. Partners who had once sought his advice now took meetings with his competitors. Investment opportunities that would have crossed his desk first now went elsewhere. The Morrison name no longer opened doors. It was fascinating watching it happen from the outside. I had not attended any social events since the gala. I had kept my head down, focused on my company, and let the world draw its own conclusions. And the conclusions were damning. In every conversation about the Morrisons, the same story emerged: the family that humiliated their own daughter, the parents who erased her from their lives, the golden child and his perfect wife who stood by while their sister was treated like a servant. The narrative had taken on a life of its own. Derek called me on a Friday afternoon. I was in a board meeting, so I let it go to voicemail. When I listened to it later, his voice sounded hollow. "Eleanor, it's me. I know you don't want to hear from me, but I need to talk to you. Not about Mom and Dad, not about the article, just about us." A long pause. "I remember when we were kids, before everything got complicated. You used to look up to me. I used to protect you." Another pause. "I don't know when I stopped. I don't know when I became the person who stood by while they hurt you. But I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Please call me back." I saved the message, but did not call him back. The following week brought more fallout. Victoria's designer friends had stopped inviting her to their exclusive events. Her Instagram following, once a point of pride, began to decline as brands quietly distanced themselves. She tried to pivot. She posted about mental health awareness, about family struggles, and about the importance of supporting loved ones. The comments were brutal. "Where was this support for your sister-in-law? Easy to talk about family when you're trying to save your image. This feels fake. Try again." I did not post anything. I did not engage with the public narrative. I simply continued to build my company and live my life. But the universe was not done with the Morrison family. The final blow came at the annual Chamber of Commerce dinner, an event my father had attended for 30 years. He arrived in his best suit, expecting to network and rebuild. Instead, he found himself standing alone. I was not there to witness it, but multiple people told me about it afterward, how my father approached his usual circle of business contacts and found their conversations already complete, how he tried to join discussions that politely shut him out, and how he spent the evening nursing a single glass of whiskey while the room moved around him like water flowing around a stone. He left early. It was the first time anyone could remember him leaving a social event before the last speech. When he got home, my mother was waiting with news of her own. Her oldest friend, a woman she had known since college, had called to say that she would not be able to attend my mother's birthday lunch next month, scheduling conflicts. Nothing personal. Everything was personal. The phone rang at my apartment that evening. It was Derek again. This time I answered. "Eleanor." His voice was raw. "I don't know what to do." "About what?" "About any of this. About Mom and Dad. About Victoria. About the fact that our family is falling apart, and I feel as if it's my fault." "It's not your fault, Derek. Not entirely." "Then whose fault is it?" I considered my answer carefully. "It's everyone's fault and no one's fault. It's the result of years of choices. Choices to favor one child over another, choices to value image over authenticity, and choices to punish nonconformity instead of celebrating it. I didn't choose those things. Didn't you? Every time you accepted their praise without questioning why I didn't receive any, every time you participated in family events without asking why I wasn't there, and every time you chose silence over speaking up." I paused. Those were choices, Derek, small ones, but they added up. He was quiet for a long time. "Can we meet?" he asked finally. "Not at the house, not with Mom and Dad. Just us, like it used to be. I don't know if we can go back to how it used to be." "Then can we start something new?" I thought about it, really thought about it. "Maybe," I said, "but not yet. I need more time." "Okay." He accepted it without argument. "I'll wait." After we hung up, I sat in my living room and watched the city lights below. The room had stopped listening to my family. The social power they had cultivated for decades had evaporated like morning dew, but I did not feel victorious. I felt tired and a little sad, because underneath all the betrayal and the hurt and the years of exclusion, there had once been something real, a family. Imperfect, yes. Dysfunctional, certainly. But a family nonetheless. And now that family was in ruins, I had not destroyed them. They had destroyed themselves. But watching it happen brought me no joy, only the quiet recognition that some things once broken can never be repaired. The Nexus Capital deal closed on a Thursday morning. I sat in the mahogany-lined conference room of their headquarters, surrounded by a phalanx of legal counsel and senior executives. There were no grand speeches, only the quiet, efficient scratch of fountain pens on heavy paper. We were finalizing the Series C investment, round a move that officially valued Meridian Technologies at $850 million. More than the valuation, it was the voting rights and board composition that settled the power dynamic. I had maintained a controlling interest. I was the one with the final authority. Marcus Hale pushed the final signature page toward me. His eyes met mine with a look of professional kinship. "The term sheet is finalized, Eleanor," Marcus said, his voice carrying across the room. "The board has given its unanimous approval. As of this moment, the capital injection is cleared for wire transfer." I didn't smile. I didn't need to. I simply glanced at my lead counsel, who gave a brief, sharp nod. "The liquidity preferences and anti-dilution clauses are exactly where we discussed," I said calmly. My voice was steady, the voice of someone who didn't need to explain herself. "I'm comfortable moving forward under these terms." "Congratulations, Ms. Morrison," one of the board members added, a man known for being impossible to impress. "The final authority rests with you. We're looking forward to seeing how you scale the international operations." "Thank you," I replied. Just 2 words. No boast, no explanation. The news hit the financial wires within the hour.
By the time I reached my car, the Wall Street Journal had already published the headline, Meridian Technologies Hits Unicorn Valuation in Nexus-Led Round. My phone was a constant vibration of notifications. Congratulations from mentors, industry peers, and people who had ignored my emails 3 years ago. My family remained silent. I felt the silence like a cold draft, but I pushed it aside. That evening, I hosted a small dinner at my apartment for my core leadership team, the people who had been in the trenches with me when we were surviving on nothing but caffeine and private beta testing. Maya, my COO, raised a glass of vintage champagne. To Eleanor, who kept the controlling interest when everyone told her to sell, who built a unicorn while the world looked the other way. The room toasted. I felt a brief flash of genuine warmth. "We built this," I said. "The equity belongs to the people in this room." Then my phone buzzed with a text from Derek. "Congratulations on the deal. I saw the WSJ alert. I'm proud of you." I stared at the screen for a long moment. He was proud now that the valuation was public record, now that my success was vetted and verified by the most powerful institutions in the country. The next morning, the official claim arrived. A formal letter on heavy cream stationery hand-delivered to my office. "Dear Eleanor, we write to congratulate you on your recent business success. Your achievement reflects well on the Morrison family name. We would like to propose a meeting to discuss how we might support each other going forward. There are opportunities for strategic partnership. We believe working together would present a united front." I read it once, noted the lack of an apology, and recognized the strategy. It wasn't a letter from parents. It was an attempt at a reputation arbitrage. They wanted to borrow my new institutional credibility to fix their own sinking brand. I called Sandra in. "Draft a reply, 3 sentences. What would you like to say, Ms. Morrison? Thank you for the letter. I have no interest in any cross-promotional ventures or partnerships with the Morrison family firms. I wish you well." "Should I include warm regards?" Sandra asked. "No," I said, looking out at the city I now had a stake in. "Just my name, Eleanor." The truth was now official. I wasn't just a daughter who didn't fit in. I was a founder with a fiduciary responsibility to a multi-million-dollar empire. And for the first time, the hole where my family should have been didn't feel like a wound. It just felt like empty space in a room I had outgrown. The Morrison family imploded on a Sunday. I was not there to witness it. I heard about it later from Derek in a phone conversation that lasted 3 hours. It started at brunch. My parents had invited Derek and Victoria to discuss strategy, how to recover from the social exile, how to repair the family image, and how to approach me again from a different angle. But somewhere between the mimosas and the eggs, Benedict Victoria finally cracked. After years of performing, years of being the perfect wife and the flawless socialite, the woman who held the Morrison family together through sheer force of will finally came undone. "This is your fault," she shrieked at my mother, her voice losing its melodic polish for the first time. "You and your obsession with image. You and your favoritism. You treated Eleanor terribly, and now we're all paying for it," my mother shouted back. Words were said that could never be unsaid. In a final desperate act of defiance, Victoria threw her engagement ring across the room. It hit the wall with a sharp metallic clink and announced to the room that she wanted a divorce. Derek sat there stunned, watching his life unravel in real time. My father tried to restore order, but his authority had long since eroded. No one listened to him anymore. His voice, once commanding, sounded hollow and desperate. By the end of brunch, Victoria had stormed out. My mother had locked herself in her bedroom. My father was drinking whiskey at 11 in the morning, and Derek was left sitting alone at a table covered in untouched food and shattered glass. He called me that evening. "Victoria's leaving me," he said. His voice was flat and defeated. "I'm sorry, Derek." "Are you—" I thought about it. "Yes, actually I am. Not because I'll miss Victoria, but because I know what it feels like to lose something you thought would always be there." "I don't know what to do." He sounded like a child. "Everything I built my life around is falling apart, the family, the image, the marriage." He laughed bitterly. "I spent so many years being the golden child, and now I realize I was just playing a role.
A role nobody asked me to play, but nobody stopped me from playing either. You can build something new, I said, something that's actually yours. How I don't even know who I am without all of that. That's the journey, Derek, finding out who you are when you're not performing for anyone. We talked for a long time about our childhood, the ways our parents had shaped us, and the damage we had done to each other without realizing it. For the first time, I felt like I was talking to my brother. Not the golden child, not the favored son, just Derek. He was a man who was lost and scared and trying to figure out his next step. "I'm sorry," he said eventually. "For all of it. For not standing up for you, for not seeing what was happening, for being so focused on my own position that I didn't notice when they were erasing you." "I know." "Do you forgive me?" I considered the question. "I'm working on it. Forgiveness isn't something I can just give. It's something I have to build day by day." "Fair enough." After we hung up, I thought about the masks we all wear, the roles we play to survive our families, and the identities we construct to protect ourselves from rejection. Victoria's mask had finally shattered. Derek's was cracking. My parents' masks were still firmly in place, but they were performing for an empty room. And me, I had spent years building my own mask, the successful businesswoman who did not need anyone, the independent CEO who was above petty family drama, and the strong survivor who had transcended her painful past. But underneath that mask was still a woman who wished her mother had hugged her more, who wished her father had noticed her achievements before they were validated by the world, and who wished her family had been a family. I did not need them anymore. That was true. But needing and wanting were different things, and sometimes late at night, I still wanted. 3 months after the gala, my mother made one final attempt. She showed up at my office unannounced, dressed in her most elegant suit and carrying a gift bag from an expensive jewelry store. Sandra intercepted her in the lobby. "Mrs. Morrison, Ms. Morrison is in meetings all day. If you'd like to schedule an appointment." "I don't need an appointment to see my own daughter." I heard about the confrontation and made a decision. I would see her one last time. She entered my office like a queen surveying conquered territory, looking at the furniture, the view, and the evidence of my success. "This is quite impressive," she said. "You've done well for yourself." "Thank you." She set the gift bag on my desk. "I brought you something, a peace offering." I did not touch it. "Eleanor." She sat down across from me, arranging herself with practiced grace. "We need to talk, really talk, like mother and daughter." "I'm listening." "I know things have been difficult between us. I know you feel that your father and I didn't support you the way we should have." She paused. "But you have to understand, we only wanted what was best for you. We pushed you because we saw your potential. We were hard on you because we knew you could do great things. That's not what happened, and we both know it." Her composure flickered. "Excuse me. You didn't push me because you saw my potential. You ignored me because I didn't fit your vision of what a Morrison daughter should be. You favored Derek because he was easy, he followed the path, and he made you look good." I kept my voice calm. I was difficult. I asked questions. I went my own way. And instead of celebrating that, you treated it as a betrayal. That's not fair. Maybe not. But it's true. My mother's eyes hardened. "I didn't come here to be lectured." "Why did you come?" She reached for the gift bag and pulled out a velvet box. Inside was a diamond necklace, beautiful, expensive, and exactly the kind of thing she would have bought to smooth over a problem without actually addressing it. "I came to give you this," she said, "and to invite you to Christmas dinner. Your father and I have discussed it. We want you there, as part of the family." I looked at the necklace, at the diamonds glittering under the office lights. "Mom," I said slowly, "do you know what I would have given 5 years ago for an invitation to Christmas dinner?" She blinked, confused by the question. "I would have given anything, any amount of money, any achievement, just to feel like I belonged somewhere." I closed the velvet box. "But you never invited me. You only want me now because my success reflects on you, because you can point to me at parties and say, 'That's my daughter, the CEO,' because you need me to repair the damage to your reputation. That's not—" "Yes, it is,
and we both know it. I pushed the jewelry box back across the desk. I don't want your gifts. I don't need your approval. I've spent the last 3 years building a life without either one. My mother's face had gone pale. You're punishing us. No, I'm setting boundaries. There's a difference. I stood up. I'm not going to Christmas dinner. I'm not going to pretend that we have a relationship when we don't. And I'm not going to let you use my success to rehabilitate your image. You're throwing away your family. I'm not throwing anything away. I'm just acknowledging what was already gone. I walked to the door and opened it. Sandra will show you out. My mother gathered her gift bag and stood. Her dignity was intact, but barely. At the doorway, she paused. You'll regret this, she said. When you're older, and you realize you have no one, you'll regret pushing us away. Maybe, I said, but I'd rather be alone by choice than tolerated by obligation. She left without another word. I stood in my office after she was gone, looking out at the city. She was wrong about one thing. I was not alone. I had friends, colleagues, and people who had chosen to be in my life and whom I had chosen in return. Family is not just blood. Family is who shows up. A year passed. The Morrison family social collapse was complete. My parents were no longer invited to the events they had once dominated. My father's business network had largely evaporated. My mother's charity connections had moved on to newer, shinier socialites who had no baggage. They still had money, they still had the house, but they had lost the one thing that mattered most to them: status. I watched it happen from a distance. Derek, to his credit, had used the crisis as an opportunity to rebuild himself. The divorce was finalized. He left his father's firm and took a job at a legal aid organization. The pay was less and the prestige was non-existent, but he seemed happier than I had ever seen him. We met for coffee occasionally. It was awkward at first, then gradually it became more comfortable. I'm seeing a therapist, he told me one afternoon. Working through a lot of stuff, about Mom and Dad, about Victoria, and about us. That's good. She says I need to stop trying to earn approval and start figuring out what I actually want. He smiled ruefully. Turns out I spent 40 years never asking myself that question. It's not too late to start. No, he agreed. It's not. We did not become best friends. Too much history and too much damage remained. But we built something new, something honest. It was a relationship between two adults who had survived the same dysfunctional family and were both trying to do better. Our parents did not change. I received occasional letters from them, formal and distant. They always contained an undertone of expectation that I would eventually return to the fold. I responded to none of them. On the anniversary of the gala, I got a call from Marcus Hale. Eleanor, how are you? Busy, but good. I wanted to let you know something. Your father approached me again. I felt my stomach tighten. What did he want? An introduction to our portfolio company CEOs. He positioned it as wanting to make amends with you by helping your professional network. And you said, I said that Eleanor Morrison was fully capable of building her own network, and that if he wanted to make amends, perhaps he should start by actually talking to his daughter instead of trying to manipulate business connections. Marcus paused. Was that okay? That was perfect. After we hung up, I thought about my father's strategy. He was still trying to control the narrative, still trying to insert himself into my success, and still unable to see me as anything other than an extension of himself. Some people never change. I had made peace with that. The final confrontation came unexpectedly. My father had a heart attack, nothing fatal but serious enough to land him in the hospital for a week. Derek called to tell me. You should come, he said. Not for him, for yourself. I don't know. Eleanor. His voice was gentle. You'll have to face them eventually. Might as well do it while he's too weak to yell. It was a dark joke, but I laughed anyway. I went to the hospital that evening. My mother was in the waiting room, looking older than I had ever seen her. The past year had taken its toll. Her hair was grayer, her posture was less regal, and she looked like a woman who had lost more than she had ever imagined possible. Eleanor, she stood when she saw me. You came. How is he? Stable.
The doctors say he'll recover, but he needs rest and less stress." She looked at me. "Seeing you might help, or it might make things worse. I honestly don't know anymore." It was the most honest thing she had ever said to me. I went into my father's room alone. He was hooked up to monitors, looking smaller somehow in the hospital bed than he had ever seemed in his office or his study. The great William Morrison was reduced to a man in a hospital gown with tubes in his arms. "Eleanor," his voice was weak, "you came. Derek asked me to. I'm glad." I sat in the chair beside his bed. We were silent for a long moment. "I've been thinking," he said finally, "while I've been lying here about a lot of things." He coughed weakly. "About you." "What about me?" "About how wrong I was." He looked at me, and for the first time I saw something genuine in his eyes. Not manipulation or calculation, just sadness. I built my whole life around control, controlling the business, controlling the family, and controlling how the world saw us. He shook his head, and in the process, I lost the one person who never cared about any of that. "Dad, let me finish." He took a shaky breath. "You were always different from Derek. More independent, more stubborn. You didn't need our approval, and that terrified me. I didn't know how to be a father to someone I couldn't control." "So you stopped trying?" "Yes." The word was heavy. "And that's the worst thing I've ever done. Worse than any business failure, worse than any social embarrassment." He reached for my hand. "I'm sorry, Eleanor. I know it's too late. I know saying it doesn't undo 20 years of damage, but I needed you to know." I looked at his hand on mine, wrinkled and spotted with age. It was the hand of a man who was finally facing his mortality. "I appreciate you saying that," I said carefully, "but I don't know if I can forgive you. Not yet." "I understand. Maybe someday, but it's going to take time." He nodded. "That's more than I deserve." We sat together in silence, father and daughter. We were two strangers who shared a name and a history, but not much else. It was not a reconciliation, not forgiveness, and not even the beginning of healing, but it was honest. And after years of lies, honesty felt like something. 2 years after the gala, I stood on the balcony of my new apartment and watched the sun set over the city. So much had changed. My company has continued to grow. We had expanded internationally, hired hundreds of people, and made a real difference in the world. More importantly, I had changed. I was no longer the woman who carried her family's rejection like a weight around her neck. I was no longer the daughter who desperately wanted approval that would never come. I was no longer defined by the people who had failed me. I was just Eleanor, a woman who had built a life on her own terms. My relationship with Derek had deepened. We talked every week now, real conversations about our childhoods, our parents, and what we wanted our own futures to look like. He had started dating again a woman he met through his legal aid work. She was someone who cared about justice and truth and making the world better, someone who would never have fit in at one of my mother's charity galas. "I think you'd like her," he told me. "Bring her to dinner," I said. "I'd love to meet her." Our parents had settled into a quieter existence. My father's health had stabilized, but he was a diminished version of his former self. My mother still maintained a small social circle, but the grand ambitions were gone. They lived in their beautiful house surrounded by memories of influence they no longer possessed. I did not hate them anymore. I did not love them either. I had reached a place of acceptance. They were who they were, they had done what they had done, and I survived it. More than survived, I had thrived. The journey had taught me something important. Revenge is not about punishment. It is about truth. It is about refusing to be silenced. It is about building a life that proves the people who dismissed you wrong. I had not destroyed my family. I had simply stopped protecting them from the consequences of their own choices. I had let the truth speak, and the truth had been devastating. But the truth had also set me free. I thought about the woman I had been at that gala, standing behind a pillar and being told to know her place. She had felt so small, so invisible, and so worthless. And now I stood on a balcony looking out at a city full of possibilities, knowing exactly who I was. I was a founder, a leader, and a survivor. I was a woman who had learned that the most powerful place to stand is not at the top of someone else's hierarchy. It is in the center of your own life. My phone buzzed a text from Derek. "Dinner Friday. Sarah wants to bring pie." I smiled and typed back, "Perfect. Looking forward to it." I had lost the family I was born into, but I had found something better. I had found myself. And that was worth everything. Have you ever been treated as if you were invisible until you stopped needing their approval? Tell me your story in the comments. If this resonated, like and subscribe for more real power reversals. They thought knowing my place would keep me small. Turns out walking away was the most powerful place I could stand. My presence would disappear beneath the shadow of my father's retirement party, but humiliation never stays quiet. My dad blocked the entrance to my brother's villa and laughed, asserting I would never possess the money or status to step inside, while my mom urged me not to embarrass the family. What they didn't know was that the realtor had already arrived, and one calm sentence was about to expose exactly who had been judging me. I wore a simple navy dress that evening. It cost more than anything in my mother's closet, though she would never know that. The air carried expensive catering scents, and soft landscape lighting transformed my brother's new villa into something worthy of an architectural magazine. Guests milled about the manicured lawn in clusters. Their laughter floated toward a darkening sky, dotted with the first evening stars. I had driven myself here in a car that looked ordinary from the outside. This was a deliberate choice made years ago when I realized invisibility was sometimes the greatest power a woman could possess. No one approached me when I stepped through the wrought iron gate. That was not unusual. I stood at the edge of the crowd for several minutes, watching relatives and family friends exchange pleasantries, clink crystal glasses, and gesture toward the villa's impressive facade, as if they themselves had laid each stone. My brother Richard stood near the grand entrance, accepting congratulations for a home purchased with money our father had quietly allocated to him over the years, through complex business structures and opaque private arrangements that were perfectly legal, yet carefully shielded from scrutiny. My mother orbited him like a devoted satellite, adjusting his collar, refilling his wineglass, and ensuring every guest understood the magnitude of his accomplishment. Not once did either of them glance in my direction. I moved through the party like a ghost wearing designer fabric, nodding politely when someone accidentally made eye contact, but never being drawn into genuine conversation. The exclusion was so complete and so practiced that it had become a kind of performance art, perfected over 3 decades of family gatherings. I had learned long ago not to expect acknowledgement from these people who shared my blood, but never my confidence. What surprised me was how little their rejection hurt anymore. The wound had scarred over somewhere around my 30th birthday, leaving behind something harder and infinitely more useful than pain clarity. I watched my father work the room with the confidence of a man who believed his version of reality was the only one that existed. He shook hands with the firm grip he had practiced since his 20s. He told embellished stories about his career in banking and accepted praise for raising such a successful son. At no point during these performances did he mention that he had 2 children. I had become so thoroughly erased from the family narrative that some of these guests probably did not even know I existed. The villa itself was impressive, I had to admit. It featured Mediterranean-style architecture designed to impress from a distance, the kind people admire before they ever step inside its floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing glimpses of designer furniture. A swimming pool in the back glittered like liquid sapphire under string lights. Richard had done well for himself, or rather our father's money had done well for Richard. The property was worth perhaps $2 million a sum that would have seemed astronomical to me once before I understood what real wealth looked like. When I finally approached the front entrance, I was not looking for confrontation. I simply wanted to see the interior everyone had been praising all evening. The double mahogany doors stood open, golden light spilling onto the stone pathway like a welcome mat for everyone except me. I was 3 steps away when my father materialized in the doorway, his body positioned squarely in the center. He blocked access with the deliberate precision of a man accustomed to controlling who belonged where. He did not speak immediately. Instead, he stood there with hands clasped behind his back, allowing the moment to stretch until several nearby guests noticed and turned to watch. The silence was calculated, designed to draw attention to what was about to happen. My father had always understood the theatrical power of an audience. He knew humiliation delivered privately was merely an insult, but humiliation delivered publicly was a lesson that scarred. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the easy tone of someone sharing an amusing observation at a cocktail party. "Eleanor," he said loud enough for the gathering crowd to hear, "you know you'll never have the money or status to own something like this. Why torture yourself by looking at what you can't have?" A few people laughed, that polite, uncomfortable laughter of those who recognized cruelty but were too invested in the social hierarchy to challenge it. Others simply watched with carefully neutral expressions, waiting to see how I would respond. I could have said something. I could have told him exactly how wrong he was and how spectacularly he had misjudged the daughter he had spent decades ignoring. But I had learned through years of bitter experience that some battles are won by refusing to fight them in the moment. I stood absolutely still, holding his gaze without flinching, letting the silence speak for itself. The quiet seemed to unsettle him more than any clever retort would have. He had expected me to shrink to apologize or to retreat with my head bowed in appropriate shame. When I did none of those things, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his weathered face before he masked it with another dismissive laugh. My mother materialized at his side like she had been summoned by some invisible alarm system calibrated to detect potential embarrassment. She placed a manicured hand on his arm and looked at me with the expression she reserved for social emergencies, a toxic mixture of disappointment and warning I had seen countless times throughout my childhood. "Eleanor," she said quietly, though not quietly enough to prevent the nearest guests from hearing, "please don't embarrass the family. This is your father's special night. Try to remember, this isn't about you." She did not ask why I was being blocked from entering my own brother's home. She did not question whether her husband's behavior was appropriate or kind. She simply assumed, as she always had, that I was the problem requiring management. My brother appeared behind them. His face wore the carefully neutral expression of someone who had learned that silence was safer than solidarity. He did not defend me. He did not suggest that perhaps our father was being unreasonable or cruel. He simply stood there in his expensive suit, a passive witness to the familiar ritual of my exclusion, his silence an endorsement of everything happening in front of him. The guests who had gathered to watch seemed to accept this dynamic as normal as expected, as simply the way this family operated. I made a decision in that suspended moment. I would not leave, but I would not fight. I stepped gracefully to the side, moving away from the entrance, but remaining visible, present, and unmoved by their collective judgment. My father seemed satisfied with this partial victory. He turned back to his adoring guests, resuming his performance as the patriarch of a successful family. My mother followed, launching into conversation, designed to smooth over any lingering awkwardness. My brother disappeared into the villa without looking back. The party continued around me as if I did not exist, as if I were merely part of the landscaping. Music played from hidden speakers. Waiters in crisp white shirts circulated with silver trays of champagne and elaborate canapes. Guests admired the architecture and congratulated my father on his retirement. I stood at the periphery of it all, watching and waiting, though I could not have explained precisely what I was waiting for. Then I heard it, a fragment of conversation from a staff member near the catering tent, speaking quietly into her phone. "The realtor confirmed she'll arrive within the hour." The words meant nothing to most people at this celebration, but they landed in my ears like a promise. The realtor, I knew exactly who that was, and I understood with sudden clarity why she was coming tonight. I looked at the villa, at my father's self-satisfied smile, and at my mother's careful management of every social interaction. They believed they had won something tonight. They believed they had successfully reminded me of my place in their carefully constructed hierarchy. I did not leave because I was defeated. I stayed because this was exactly where I needed to be when the truth finally stepped into the light. The party swirled around me in a blur of champagne bubbles and polite laughter, but I was somewhere else entirely trapped in the amber of memory. I watched patterns repeat themselves with the mechanical precision of a play performed 1,000 times. A distinguished-looking man in his 60s approached my father, gesturing casually toward me with his crystal champagne flute. "Is she family?" he asked, nothing more than casual curiosity, small talk from someone filling conversational space. My father's response came without hesitation, smooth as aged whiskey over broken glass. "Just a relative," he said. The vagueness was intentional. The dismissal was complete in its economy. He did not say daughter. He did not speak my name. I heard every syllable from 15 feet away, and I understood with perfect clarity that this was not carelessness or forgetfulness. This strategy was refined over decades. Standing there in the shadows of my father's retirement celebration, watching him expertly redirect conversations away from my existence, I found myself pulled backward through time to another party. Another evening when I had been physically present, but systematically erased from the family portrait. I was 23 years old, fresh out of business school, with honors attending a celebration for my brother Richard's first significant promotion at the investment firm where my father had arranged his position. The living room of my parents' sprawling suburban house had been transformed into a showcase for family friends, business associates, and carefully selected neighbors who would appreciate witnessing the Ashford family's continued success. The air smelled of expensive catering and my mother's signature perfume. Everywhere I looked, people were raising glasses to my brother's golden future. My father had spent nearly 30 minutes that evening introducing Richard to important contacts, listing his grades, his internships, and his natural talent for finance. When someone in the crowd finally noticed me standing awkwardly near the fireplace and asked what I did, my mother stepped in before I could form the first word. "Eleanor is still figuring things out," she said with that particular tight smile she reserved for managing disappointments. "Not everyone finds their path as quickly as Richard. Some children need more time to mature." The assembled group nodded with theatrical sympathy. The conversation flowed onward like a river diverting around an inconvenient stone, while I stood there with unspoken words dying in my throat. I tried afterward to explain to my mother that I had already started my own consulting business, that I had paying clients, growing revenue, and a reputation beginning to spread through word of mouth. She waved away my words like cigarette smoke. "You made everyone uncomfortable," she said. "That evening was about Richard. Why do you always insist on making everything about yourself?" The memory dissolved and reformed into another shape, another wound. My brother, at 28, made a catastrophic investment decision that cost him nearly everything he had saved from his impressive salary. He had followed a tip from a friend of a friend and ignored every principle of due diligence, losing close to $300,000 in a matter of weeks. My father discovered the disaster during a routine conversation about family finances and responded with swift, silent efficiency. Money transferred through a series of sophisticated private accounts utilizing complex financial maneuvers intended to maintain the utmost discretion. Richard's credit was repaired. The incident was buried so deeply that even my mother may not have known the full extent. That same year, emboldened by my growing client list and confident in my expanding business model, I asked my parents for a modest loan to fund my company's expansion, a fraction of what they had quietly given Richard to cover his gambling on a bad investment. My father laughed in my face. "You want me to throw good money after bad?" His voice carried the amused condescension he reserved for what he considered foolish requests. "Come back when you have something actually worth investing in, Eleanor. Preferably with a business plan written by someone who understands business." He delivered this verdict at a family dinner with Richard and his new girlfriend as witnesses. No one at the table objected. No one pointed out the staggering double standard. There was another memory sharper than the others, carrying edges that still cut a family meeting about my grandmother's estate, held the year after she passed away peacefully in her sleep. The discussion centered on how to handle her considerable investments. I suggested an alternative approach to the proposed distribution, one that would have saved the family significant money in taxes while still honoring our grandmother's wishes. My father dismissed the idea before I finished explaining it. "That's not how these things work, Eleanor. he said, with the particular weariness he used when forced to explain obvious realities to those too simple to grasp them. Leave the financial decisions to people who understand finance. Everyone nodded and moved on to other matters. 6 months later, when my exact approach had been independently suggested by the estate attorney and implemented with considerable savings, no one mentioned that I had proposed it first. The credit simply evaporated into thin air, absorbed by the family's collective assumption that good ideas could not possibly originate from the daughter who had never quite measured up. Back in the present moment, my father was clapping Richard enthusiastically on the shoulder, performing the role of proud patriarch for an audience that had no concept of how carefully that pride was rationed, or how precisely it was directed. My mother circulated among the guests with the efficiency of a seasoned hostess, ensuring every conversation eventually curved back toward Richard's success, his beautiful villa, and his promising future. The system functioned with well-oiled perfection, each family member understanding their assigned role. An older woman approached me, someone I vaguely recognized from previous family gatherings, perhaps a distant aunt or long-standing family friend. "Your father talks about your brother constantly," she offered pleasantly, as if this observation were a gift I should gratefully receive. "He must be so terribly proud. Richard has accomplished so much." She did not seem to notice the implication of her words, the assumption embedded within them that there was nothing about me worth discussing and no accomplishment worth mentioning. In years past, I would have tried to correct this distorted impression. I would have mentioned my work, my growing investment portfolio, and the life I had constructed without their support or even their knowledge. But experience had taught me that defending myself to people who had already accepted the family narrative was an exhausting waste of precious energy. So I simply nodded and offered a response so neutral it bordered on silence. I watched her grow slightly uncomfortable with my refusal to perform the expected role of gracious failure. The realization had assembled itself slowly over the years, built from 1,000 small moments of erasure and diminishment. My family did not simply overlook me through carelessness or busy neglect. They actively needed me to remain small. Richard's success required a contrast, a shadow against which his light could shine more brilliantly. My parents' cherished narrative of raising a brilliant, accomplished son required a counterpoint, a cautionary tale of the child who had not quite measured up despite every advantage. I was not failing to meet their expectations. I was fulfilling them perfectly by remaining in the diminished role they had assigned me before I was old enough to understand that roles could be refused. A new decision crystallized within me, harder and more luminous than any I had made before. I would not attempt to correct their narrative anymore. I would not exhaust myself trying to prove my worth to people who had constructed their identities around my perceived inadequacy. I would simply wait. And when the truth became impossible to ignore, I would not need to say a single word in my own defense. A woman in her late 50s approached me dripping with the kind of tasteful jewelry that whispers wealth rather than shouting it. She carried herself with the particular confidence that develops over decades of country club membership and charity board positions. I recognized the expression on her carefully maintained face, polite curiosity seasoned with the automatic assumption that I was somehow out of place in this gathering. "So," she said, tilting her head at an angle that suggested she was being generous by acknowledging my existence, "are you visiting from out of town?" The question revealed everything about what she had already been told. She did not ask if I lived nearby. She did not inquire how I knew the family or what brought me to the celebration. She assumed I did not belong here, that my presence required justification, and that I was a visitor rather than a daughter. I understood immediately what had happened. My father had been telling stories. The narrative had been distributed before I ever stepped through the gate. I had been introduced to these strangers before I opened my mouth, and the introduction had been designed to ensure they looked at me and saw exactly what my family wanted them to see. Before I could formulate a response, I heard my father's voice carrying from a nearby cluster of guests. He was employing his confidential tone, pitched just loudly enough to be overheard by anyone within 15 feet, designed to spread information efficiently while maintaining the performance of discretion. Eleanor has always preferred a simpler life, he was explaining to his attentive audience. Not everyone has the drive for real success, and honestly, that's perfectly fine. She seems happier living within her limitations. The words slithered through the evening air like oil spreading across still water, smooth and nearly impossible to grasp hold of for examination. Nothing he said was technically demonstrably false. I did prefer simplicity in certain aspects of my carefully curated life. I was genuinely happy in ways he could never understand. But the context he constructed, the implications he wove, and the careful selection of facts painted a portrait of contented mediocrity. That was a masterwork of manipulation, perfected over 3 decades of practice. My mother materialized near the same group, adding her own practiced brushstrokes to the family portrait. "She's just not like Richard," she said with a sigh that communicated maternal disappointment nobly and graciously borne. "Some children simply don't need as much to feel content. We've accepted that about Eleanor." A well-dressed woman in the cluster nodded with sympathy. I watched the narrative take hold, like roots spreading through fertile soil. Strangers accepting a carefully constructed version of me, assembled without my knowledge or consent. The timing was choreographed with precision that spoke of long practice. Just as my parents completed their character work, my brother emerged from his villa's grand entrance, and the collective spotlight swung toward him with the inevitability of gravity. He was introduced to the same group with an entirely different vocabulary. Ambitious, driven, and naturally talented, the pride and culmination of everything our family valued. His villa became the conversation's gravitational center, a physical manifestation of success and proof that the Ashford family had produced at least one child worthy of admiration. No one asked what I did for work. No one inquired about my life, my accomplishments, or my journey. The story had already been comprehensively told. In my family's distributed version of reality, there was nothing interesting to ask. A man I did not recognize approached me with the comfortable smile of someone making obligatory small talk at a social function. "You must be the low-pressure one in the family," he offered, clearly intending the observation as a kindness. He was attempting to acknowledge what he believed to be my humble position in the family hierarchy without making the moment awkward. But the words landed on my ears like a judge's verdict, a rubber stamp of official approval on everything my parents had carefully disseminated. I felt the familiar impulse rise within me, the almost irresistible urge to correct the record, to explain the truth of my life, and to present evidence that contradicted the fiction being circulated among these well-dressed strangers. But hard experience had taught me where that path led. Correction inevitably meant conflict, and conflict meant I became the problem, the difficult one, the daughter who made every family gathering uncomfortable with her defensiveness. My parents had constructed an elegant system where any attempt to defend my own dignity automatically reinforced their narrative about my character. I decided to try anyway, just once, with the smallest possible intervention. "Actually," I said to a nearby guest, "I work in real estate investment." It was the tiniest fraction of the truth, a single sentence, containing none of the details that would have fundamentally reframed everything they thought they knew. My father appeared at my elbow instantly, as if summoned by some invisible alarm, calibrated to detect any deviation from the approved family script. "Eleanor dabbles in a few things here and there," he said, with a dismissive wave that reduced my entire career to a hobby unworthy of serious consideration. "But let me tell you about Richard's expansion plans for the property he's thinking of adding a guest house." The conversation pivoted away from me with such practiced smoothness that it felt professionally choreographed. Within seconds, I was once again invisible, a background element in a painting focused on other subjects. I noticed something important then, something I had not fully grasped in all my years of family gatherings. The story my parents told about me was not improvised or adapted to circumstances. It was meticulously rehearsed. The phrases came too smoothly, and the conversational pivots were executed with too much precision. This was a narrative they had been polishing for decades, refining it with each repetition at each social event until it flowed with the naturalness of absolute truth. They knew exactly what to say and when to say it, because they had told these same stories so many times before that it had become their reality. I implemented a strategic shift. Instead of continuing to correct the false narrative, I stopped engaging with it entirely. When someone repeated something my parents had said about my limited ambitions, I responded with neutral acknowledgement and offered nothing more. When someone commented sympathetically on my simple life, I simply nodded without elaboration or defense. The reactions were genuinely interesting. People grew visibly uncomfortable when I refused to perform my expected role to either confirm their assumptions or deny them with the defensiveness that would prove their assumptions correct. Several conversations terminated abruptly, the other parties uncertain how to continue when I would not participate in my own diminishment. My family interpreted my new silence as their complete victory. I observed it in my father's increasingly satisfied glances across the lawn, in the tension releasing from my mother's carefully maintained shoulders, and in my brother's casual assumption that all was proceeding according to the natural order. They believed they had successfully managed the potential embarrassment of having their less successful child present at their triumphant gathering. They had distributed their carefully crafted version of Eleanor to every guest who mattered, and no one had raised an objection. What they fundamentally failed to understand was that I was no longer expending energy fighting their narrative. I was simply waiting with patience developed over 30 years for someone outside their control to rewrite everything they thought they knew. I caught a fragment of conversation drifting from the catering station. A staff member was confirming logistics on her phone. The realtor is approximately 15 minutes out. The words floated past every other ear without registering significance, but they landed in my awareness like a key turning in a long, locked door. They had spent the entire evening defining who I was for everyone present. They were about to discover that their monopoly on that definition had an expiration date. My phone vibrated softly in my clutch, a subtle electronic pulse that suddenly seemed louder than all the conversation and music swirling around me. I knew before looking at the screen that it would be from Marina, my business partner of 7 years, the woman who handled the operational complexities of everything I had constructed, while my family remained blissfully unaware of my existence as anything other than a disappointment. Her message was characteristically concise, urgent, and professionally direct. Need confirmation on the Harrington deal tonight. They're proceeding with or without our final terms by midnight. The Harrington deal, 8 figures over 3 years, 18 months of careful negotiation. It was the kind of complex real estate portfolio transaction that would permanently cement our position as the region's premier private investment firm for ultra-high net worth individuals. I had been cultivating the Harrington family's trust for nearly 4 years, patiently building the relationship, demonstrating expertise without desperation, and positioning myself as the inevitable choice when they finally decided to restructure their considerable property holdings. And now, this culmination required my focused attention at the precise moment I was standing at my father's retirement party, being publicly dismissed as the family disappointment and playing a role I had not auditioned for and did not want. I stared at the glowing screen, then lifted my gaze to survey the party unfolding around me. The calculation I faced was brutal in its stark clarity. If I excused myself now to handle this business requiring immediate attention, my family would have their narrative validated and amplified. Eleanor couldn't even stay for her own father's retirement celebration. Eleanor always prioritizes herself over family. Eleanor has never understood what loyalty and love actually mean. The whispered criticisms would follow me to every family gathering for the next decade. But if I remained here allowing this deal to slip away while I worried about the opinions of people who had never valued anything I accomplished, I would be sacrificing something I had built with my own intelligence and persistence for people who had demonstrated repeatedly that my achievements meant nothing to them. I chose to stay not for my family's sake or to earn approval that would never genuinely come, but because the timing was not yet right for what I sensed was approaching. The realtor Victoria was coming. Something significant was preparing to shift in this carefully controlled environment. Every instinct I had developed over years of successful business dealings told me I needed to be physically present when the shift occurred. My father's sharp eyes noticed me examining my phone from across the manicured lawn. He could never resist an opportunity to perform for an audience, especially when that performance reinforced the evening's dominant theme. "Work problems," he called out with deliberate volume, ensuring nearby guests would hear and turn to observe. His tone carried unmistakable amusement, as if the very concept of me having work important enough to demand urgent attention was inherently laughable. Several people rotated to watch this small drama, their faces holding the mild interest of audience members at a play they had not expected to find entertaining. I slid my phone back into my clutch without sending a response to Marina's urgent message. "I'll handle it later," I said, keeping my voice carefully neutral and refusing to provide the defensive reaction he was clearly hoping to provoke and display. My father nodded with visible satisfaction, turning to the guests clustered around him. "You see," he said, gesturing toward me with his champagne glass. "No pressure with our Eleanor. She figured out long ago how to keep her life simple and small. There's something almost admirable about that kind of acceptance." The words were a precision instrument of humiliation, soft enough in tone to seem almost complimentary, yet sharp enough in implication to draw blood from anyone who understood what he was really saying. Another vibration. Another message from Marina. "Harrington getting cold feet. We cannot wait much longer without losing leverage." I studied the screen and felt the considerable weight of the decision pressing against my chest like a physical force. This was what my family had never understood, could never understand, because they had never bothered to look beyond their assumptions about who I was. Every moment of strategic silence came at a real and measurable cost. Every time I chose not to correct their distorted narrative, not to defend my substantial accomplishments, or not to demonstrate my actual worth, I was making a sacrifice that required something valuable from me. Tonight, I was betting everything on a realtor running late and my own intuition about what her arrival would mean. My mother appeared at my elbow with the silent approach she had perfected over decades of family management. She leaned close enough that I could smell her signature perfume, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "You should probably leave soon, Eleanor, before you say something that makes this evening awkward for everyone." She was not asking about my well-being or curious about the messages that had obviously captured my attention. She was managing me with the same efficiency she applied to the catering schedule and seating arrangements, identifying a potential source of embarrassment and moving to neutralize it before damage occurred. I did not respond with words. I simply turned to meet her gaze, directly holding her eyes with mine, until she grew visibly uncomfortable, and turned away to attend to other matters. It was a small act of rebellion, but it felt enormously significant in the moment. For the first time in longer than I could clearly remember, I was not automatically playing my assigned role in the family performance. I was not apologizing for my existence, explaining my choices, or demonstrating appropriate daughterly deference to her superior judgment. I was simply existing as myself, present and unmoved by her expectations. And that fundamental change in my behavior seemed to disturb her more deeply than any verbal argument could have. Across the illuminated lawn, my brother was holding court near the villa's impressive entrance, entertaining a rotating audience of admirers with detailed stories about his renovation plans, his investment philosophy, and his vision for the property's future appreciation. No one interrupted him with suggestions that perhaps he should leave early. No one questioned whether his work matters were being appropriately attended to. No one implied that his presence was potentially embarrassing. My phone delivered a third vibration. "Final decision required within 30 minutes. Marina." I composed my response with my screen angled away from curious observers, fingers moving quickly across the glass surface. "Proceed with option B. Full authorization granted. Trust your judgment." It was not the outcome I had carefully strategized for the Harrington acquisition, but it was acceptable. Sometimes in business, as in life, you have to accept a good outcome when the perfect one is not available within your constraints. The sacrifice had been completed. Whatever unfolded at this party over the coming hour, whatever Victoria's arrival ultimately brought into this controlled environment, I would face an invisible consequence that no one at this celebration would ever know existed. That was the true price of my strategic silence, not the weakness my family imagined, but a calculated investment in a future return they could not begin to anticipate. I overheard a staff member mention to a colleague that the realtor was running approximately 10 minutes behind schedule. The information drifted past most ears without registering any significance, but it landed on mine like a confirmation that my patience was about to be rewarded. My silence tonight was not the silence of defeat or fear. It was the silence of someone who understood precisely what she was trading and what she would receive in return. The laughter that erupted from the cluster of guests surrounding my father was louder and more sustained than anything that had come before. The sound had the unmistakable quality of performance, too hearty, too prolonged, and too precisely calibrated to draw attention across the entire gathering. I watched as guests from distant corners of the manicured lawn turned toward the noise, curious about what amusing thing they might be missing. My father stood at the absolute center of the group, commanding attention with the practiced ease of someone who had spent a lifetime believing his voice was the most important one in any room he entered. I moved closer without appearing to do so, drifting toward the cluster while maintaining the social invisibility I had perfected over decades of family events. The movement went unnoticed. Years of being overlooked had transformed into a kind of unexpected superpower. "You know," my father was saying, his voice projecting, with the warm authority of a man sharing hard-won wisdom, "there are fundamentally two types of children in this world. Some understand instinctively that success requires sacrifice, that you have to fight aggressively for your place in the competitive world. They see opportunities and seize them with both hands." He paused with theatrical timing, allowing the statement to settle over his listeners and permitting them to fill in the obvious conclusion about which of his children he was describing. And then, he continued, his voice softening with regret, "There are those who are content with less, who prefer the path of least resistance, and who never quite develop the hunger that drives real achievement." His eyes found me in the crowd for just a moment, barely a second of direct contact, but long enough for several attentive guests to follow his gaze and understand exactly who served as the cautionary example in his little parable. Several people in the cluster laughed in response, not the laughter of genuine amusement at something witty, but the uncomfortable, complicated laughter of those who recognize they are being invited to participate in someone else's public diminishment. Others nodded with serious expressions, accepting without question the interpretive framework my father had constructed, and mentally filing me into the category of the unsuccessful child, without pausing to wonder whether his categories reflected reality. My mother materialized beside him with the timing of a professional performer hitting her cue. "Eleanor has always been content with whatever she has," she observed. Her tone somehow suggested this was meant as praise while clearly communicating its opposite. "She's never been driven by ambition the way Richard naturally is. Some people simply don't require much to feel satisfied with their lives." The words were carefully wrapped in the language of acceptance and understanding, but their true meaning was transparent to anyone paying attention. I had comprehensively failed to meet the family's standards for success, and they had graciously, generously decided to forgive me for this fundamental inadequacy. My brother appeared on cue, the golden child summoned to complete the family tableau. He offered a modest smile, calculated to suggest he was slightly embarrassed by all this praise, while simultaneously accepting it as his natural due. "I just worked hard and stayed focused," he said with rehearsed humility. "Anyone could accomplish what I've accomplished if they truly committed themselves to excellence." The implication floated in the evening air like perfume I had not genuinely committed, had not worked with sufficient dedication, and had somehow chosen my position at the bottom of the family hierarchy through my own failures of character and discipline. A guest in the cluster turned to address me directly. "Do you think that's a fair assessment?" she asked. For a brief moment, I wondered if she might be challenging the prevailing narrative, but her expression held only polite curiosity, the interest of a spectator who wanted to witness how I would respond to my own systematic public diminishment. The entire group waited in anticipatory silence. My father's smile remained fixed in place, but I detected the slight tension around his eyes, the silent paternal command to play my assigned part, to accept the designated role with appropriate grace, and to avoid making a scene that might complicate his triumphant evening. My mother's hand found his arm in a gesture of marital solidarity, steadying him and preparing to intervene smoothly if I proved difficult. I considered my available options with the analytical clarity I had developed over years of high-stakes business negotiations. I could agree with their assessment, confirming everything they had said about me and my limited nature. I could argue passionately against their characterization, providing ammunition for decades of future commentary about how Eleanor always had to make everything difficult, and how she could never just accept reality gracefully. Or I could do something they were fundamentally unprepared to encounter. People generally believe what they need to believe, I said. My voice was calm and perfectly level, carrying no trace of emotion that could be interpreted as defensiveness or wounded anger. The words hung suspended in the air between us, ambiguous enough to mean nothing specific while simultaneously meaning everything. The woman who had posed the question blinked several times clearly, uncertain how to respond to a reply that refused to fit expected categories. The conversation faltered noticeably, the smooth machinery of my family's preferred narrative grinding against something it could not efficiently process or incorporate. My father recovered his composure quickly, steering the group's collective attention back toward safer conversational territory. The villa's architectural details, Richard's plans for property improvements, and the tangible success that could be pointed to and admired. The assembled guests followed his conversational lead with visible relief, grateful to return to ground where the social rules were clear and predictable. I stepped back from the cluster, resuming my established position at the party's social periphery. The moment had passed, absorbed into the evening's continuous flow of champagne and mutual congratulation. But I had observed something critically important. My family's confidence had expanded dangerously. They believed they had definitively won this round. They believed they had successfully defined me before this audience controlled the narrative completely and managed the evening's social dynamics with their customary expertise. Their satisfaction radiated from them like heat from sun-baked stones. This expanding confidence was precisely what I needed from them. Overconfidence consistently made people careless and blind. It caused them to assume the future would reliably resemble the past, and that their comfortable version of reality was the only possible version. A staff member approached my father with a quiet message. I could not hear the specific words, but I observed him nod dismissively, barely acknowledging the interruption, before returning his full attention to his admiring audience. Whatever information had been conveyed clearly did not seem significant enough to warrant his sustained interest. But I had been carefully watching the event staff throughout the evening. I observed this same young woman confirming timing, verifying arrangements, and coordinating something clearly operating outside the normal flow of the retirement celebration. They had officially decided who I was in front of everyone whose opinion mattered to them. They had delivered their definitive verdict with the confidence of people who believed their judgment was permanent and final. They remained completely unaware that the truth was preparing to walk through the door. The shift began with a car, not a flashy arrival designed to command attention or a dramatic entrance calculated to impress, but just a sleek black sedan pulling into the villa's circular drive with the quiet confidence of someone who had no need to announce themselves. The engine fell silent. For a suspended moment, nothing happened. Then the driver's door opened with a soft click, and a woman emerged into the landscape lighting. She appeared to be in her late 40s, dressed in a tailored charcoal suit that communicated wealth and authority without making any obvious effort to do so. Her posture was flawless, and her movements were economical and precise, every gesture suggesting someone accustomed to operating in rooms where the numbers discussed had many zeros. She surveyed the party with quick, professionally assessing eyes, taking in the landscape architecture, the catering setup, and the villa's clean-lined Mediterranean exterior softly illuminated against the night. Her expression revealed absolutely nothing about her conclusions. Several guests noticed her arrival and paused their conversations to observe. There was something magnetic about her presence, a gravitational force that had nothing to do with conventional beauty and everything to do with the particular kind of authority that comes from genuine competence. She moved toward the main gathering, not like someone seeking permission to enter, but like someone conducting an evaluation. A staff member approached her immediately. They exchanged brief words too quiet for anyone else to hear. The woman, Victoria the realtor I had been expecting, nodded once with crisp efficiency and began making her way through the crowd. She did not appear to be searching for anyone in particular. She simply observed her mere presence sufficient to alter the energy of the space around her. My father detected the disturbance in his domain within seconds. I watched his expression shift through several phases: initial curiosity, rapid assessment, and then the instinctive recognition of someone who might represent power or opportunity. He excused himself from his current conversational cluster and moved to intercept her, his considerable social charm already warming up for deployment. "Welcome to our celebration," he said, extending his hand with the confident grip of a man who expected to be acknowledged as the most significant person in any gathering he hosted. "I'm Harold Ashford. This is my retirement party. My son owns this beautiful villa." The introduction was carefully designed to establish hierarchy immediately, to make clear that he was the patriarch, the host, and the center around which this entire evening revolved. Victoria accepted his handshake with professional courtesy, but nothing in her demeanor suggested she was particularly impressed or interested in impressing him in return. "Congratulations on your retirement," she said. Her tone was pleasant but notably lacking warmth. "Lovely property." Her eyes slid past him almost immediately, continuing to scan the assembled guests with that same professionally assessing gaze. I observed my father recalibrating his approach in real time. He was not accustomed to being moved past so efficiently, not familiar with conversations that failed to center on his importance and accomplishments. "Do you work in real estate?" he pressed. His voice carried the slight edge of someone fishing for information that would help him categorize this unexpected variable. "My son Richard just purchased this villa. It was quite the investment, prime location, excellent appreciation potential." Victoria nodded with polite neutrality. "Yes, I noticed the listing when it was available." The response was carefully crafted to reveal nothing about her opinion of the property, the purchase, or the people who had made it. She posed a few brief questions about the evening's occasion's standard social small talk before excusing herself to speak with someone else. My father watched her departure with an expression I had rarely seen on his face: genuine confusion. The interaction had not proceeded according to his expectations. He had presented his credentials, his family's success, and his son's achievement, and she had received all of it with the detached professionalism of someone who routinely dealt with numbers that made his accomplishments look modest. My mother appeared at his side, her finely tuned social antennae clearly detecting that something had deviated from the expected script. "Who was that?" she asked in an undertone, her eyes tracking Victoria's movement through the crowd. "Some realtor," my father replied with attempted dismissiveness. But I detected the note of uncertainty beneath his casual tone. He had encountered something he could not immediately categorize or control, and the experience was visibly unsettling. My brother Richard, apparently briefed on the situation by some invisible family communication network, made his own approach. He intercepted Victoria near the refreshment table and launched into an enthusiastic description of the villa, the square footage, the renovation potential, the neighborhood's property value trajectory, and his own sophisticated investment thesis. He was performing expertise, attempting to establish himself as someone worthy of serious professional consideration. Victoria listened attentively for perhaps 30 seconds before politely extracting herself. She had not been overtly rude, but she had also demonstrated no particular interest in what he was saying. Richard was left standing alone with his performance interrupted mid-sentence, visibly uncertain about what had just occurred. Guests throughout the party were beginning to take notice Victoria's selective engagement and her refusal to be impressed by the evening's designated stars. It was becoming a subject of quiet speculation. Who was she looking for? Why had she come to this particular event? Why did the villa's owners not seem to command her interest? And then her eyes found me across the lawn. The moment of direct contact lasted only seconds, but it felt significantly longer. She looked at me with unmistakable recognition, a slight nod of professional acknowledgement that carried far more weight than anything she had offered my father or brother. Then she continued her circuit through the party, speaking briefly with various guests and gathering information through a process that appeared casual but was clearly systematic. My father had witnessed the exchange. I watched realization and confusion battle across his features as he processed what he had observed. "Do you know her?" he demanded, moving toward me with more aggressive energy than he had displayed all evening. "A realtor appeared at your party," I replied, keeping my voice completely calm and my expression neutral. "I have no idea why that would have anything to do with me." He had no effective response. His certainty was developing cracks, tiny fractures, appearing in the foundation of his absolute control over the evening's narrative. He looked toward my mother, toward my brother, and toward Victoria, now engaged in conversation with a cluster of clearly wealthy guests on the far side of the gathering. I caught a fragment of Victoria's words as she passed near a staff member. "I'll wait for the right moment." The sentence was not intended for my ears, but I absorbed it nonetheless. The right moment. Something was approaching, and my family had no understanding of what it might be. The party no longer belonged to them. The atmosphere throughout the party had undergone a transformation difficult to articulate precisely, but impossible to ignore. Conversations grew quieter and more watchful. The easy flow of champagne and superficial small talk had been interrupted by Victoria's commanding presence. Guests were now operating with heightened attention, sensing that something significant was unfolding just beneath the surface of the retirement celebration. I noticed that eyes kept drifting toward Victoria wherever she positioned herself. She had established herself apart from my family's social orbit, engaging primarily with guests my father considered truly important, successful business leaders and significant investors, people whose professional opinions actually mattered in worlds beyond this villa's manicured lawn. More significantly, she was not actively seeking these conversations. They were seeking her. A man I recognized as a prominent local developer approached Victoria with the particular deference of someone requesting an audience with a superior. They spoke for several minutes in voices too quiet for me to hear. I observed the developer's expression undergo a visible transformation from initial curiosity to growing respect to something that approached genuine awe. When their conversation concluded, he surveyed the party with noticeably different eyes, as if seeing every person present in an entirely new light. My father observed this interaction as well. He attempted to reassert himself into the evening's shifting power dynamics, approaching the same developer with his practiced bonhomie firmly in place. "Wonderful party, isn't it?" he offered with manufactured warmth. "Have you had a chance to see Richard's villa from the inside? The craftsmanship is truly exceptional. You'd appreciate it as someone who understands quality construction." The developer nodded politely, but his attention was clearly located elsewhere. "Yes, very nice," he said, with the distracted courtesy of someone whose mind was engaged with more important matters. "If you'll excuse me, I need to follow up on something." He walked away without the deference my father was accustomed to receiving, automatically leaving him standing alone with his enthusiastic compliment floating unanswered in the evening air. My mother cornered one of her established social contacts, a woman who served on multiple prestigious boards and charity committees. "Who exactly is that realtor?" she asked, keeping her voice appropriately low while her eyes tracked Victoria's movements. "She seems to know absolutely everyone who matters." The response she received was deliberately vague, but deeply revealing. "Victoria specializes in very private transactions," the board member explained with careful discretion. "Very private, very substantial. I've heard she won't even consider clients below a certain threshold." She did not specify what that financial threshold might be, but her tone conveyed clearly that it was far beyond anything the Ashford family typically discussed. My brother, sensing the uncomfortable shift in social attention, made another determined attempt to recapture his position at the evening center. He launched into an expanded explanation of his renovation plans to anyone who would pause to listen, describing in elaborate detail the potential appreciation of his property and his sophisticated long-term investment strategy. A few polite guests stopped to hear him out, but the enthusiasm that had greeted his earlier presentations was notably diminished. Victoria's presence had introduced an entirely new scale of comparison into the proceedings, and my brother's villa suddenly seemed merely adequate rather than impressive. Victoria crossed my path again as she moved through the crowd. This time she stopped. "Good evening," she said. Her voice was pitched low enough that only I could hear the words clearly. The greeting was brief and professionally appropriate, but somehow weighted with significance that nearby observers could sense without understanding. She did not address me by name, did not explain how we might know each other, and did not provide any context for curious onlookers. Then she nodded once and continued on her measured way through the gathering. But the moment had been witnessed. Several guests who had been tracking her movements observed the exchange. I could almost feel the wave of recalculation rippling outward through the crowd. Who was I that this mysterious, powerful realtor would single me out for personal acknowledgement when she had barely spared 2 minutes for the evening's supposed hosts? A woman I had encountered earlier, the one who had been informed I was the low-pressure member of the family, approached me with a markedly different expression than before. "I don't believe we were ever properly introduced," she said, her tone noticeably warmer and her manner more respectful. "I'd love to hear more about what you actually do, if you're willing to share." I provided the same neutral, uninformative response I had been offering all evening, but this time the identical words landed entirely differently. Where before my professional vagueness had been interpreted as evidence of having nothing worth discussing, now it seemed sophisticated, perhaps strategic, the careful discretion of someone who did not require validation from casual acquaintances. My father intercepted me before I could drift away from the conversation, his face tight with poorly concealed anxiety. All pretense of the benevolent patriarch had been stripped away by circumstances he could not control. "Don't say anything foolish," he hissed, his fingers gripping my arm with more force than necessary. "I don't understand what's happening here, but you will not embarrass this family tonight." I looked deliberately at his hand on my arm, then raised my eyes to meet his. The fear was visible now, breaking through his carefully maintained facade of confident authority. He did not understand what Victoria's presence signified, but his instincts were telling him that his control over the evening's narrative was slipping rapidly away. He was scrambling desperately to contain damage he could not yet clearly see. "I haven't said anything at all," I reminded him, keeping my voice perfectly steady and calm. "I've been nothing but well-behaved and appropriate. Exactly what you've always wanted from me." The response seemed to confuse him more than it comforted him. He released my arm and stepped backward, looking around the party, as if searching for something solid that might restore his accustomed sense of authority. Around us, the celebration continued in its modified form. But the fundamental nature of the gathering had changed. Guests were no longer proceeding toward the natural conclusion of an enjoyable evening. Instead, they were lingering, observing, and waiting with undisguised curiosity. Something was clearly about to happen, and no one wanted to miss whatever it turned out to be. I did not need to take any action. The truth was coming, carried by someone else's voice and authority. All I had to do was remain exactly where I was and let it arrive. The first visible crack in my family's meticulously constructed narrative emerged from a completely innocent question. An older gentleman, someone who clearly operated in the world of significant real estate transactions himself, approached Victoria with the comfortable familiarity of professional equals encountering each other at a social function. "Any interesting closings recently?" he inquired. Victoria offered a measured smile. "A few noteworthy ones," she acknowledged. "One particularly significant transaction. Private buyer, all cash, completely off-market. Very discreet client who values privacy above recognition." She did not volunteer specific numbers, but the way she delivered the information suggested figures that would dwarf anything typically discussed at gatherings like this one. The gentleman's eyebrows rose perceptibly. "All cash at significant scale. That's becoming increasingly rare in this market. What category of property are we discussing?" "Premium estate," Victoria replied with professional neutrality. 20 million range, waterfront location. The kind of property that never appears on public listings. She allowed the number to land without emphasis or drama, as if it were simply a factual detail. Several guests who had been engaged in their own discussions stopped speaking to listen. 20 million, all cash, private buyer. These were words that commanded immediate attention in any room, but especially in this particular room at this specific party, where the evening's host had just been celebrating his son's purchase of a villa that had cost a modest fraction of that amount. My father sensed the disturbance in his domain and attempted to reclaim control through direct intervention. "Speaking of noteworthy real estate," he interjected loudly, "my son's villa represents quite the investment opportunity. The neighborhood values in this area have been appreciating remarkably." Victoria nodded with impeccable politeness. Yes, this is a pleasant property, and the subtle emphasis she placed on pleasant was almost imperceptible, but everyone present heard the distinction clearly. She turned back to the gentleman she had been addressing effectively, but graciously dismissing my father without delivering any overt rudeness. My mother's face had lost much of its carefully maintained color. I observed her processing the implications, the scale of transaction. Victoria had casually mentioned the effortless way my father had been sidelined and the growing interest of guests who were now focused on an entirely different kind of success story. My brother stood near the villa's entrance with noticeably diminished confidence. The property that had been the triumphant centerpiece of his evening suddenly seemed reduced in significance. Its impressive Mediterranean facade was transformed into simply another pleasant house rather than the extraordinary achievement it had been presented as throughout the celebration. Victoria continued her conversation with the older gentleman, allowing a few additional carefully selected details to emerge naturally. The buyer maintains a remarkably low profile. No flashy lifestyle, no public displays of wealth, no social media presence. A very intelligent approach to managing significant resources, actually. You would never guess what they're worth simply from observation. She did not look toward me as she offered this description, but several guests in the vicinity did. "Is this private buyer present at this party?" someone asked directly. Victoria's smile remained professionally enigmatic. "She values her privacy," she said simply. The single pronoun hung in the evening air like a signal flare. She, a woman, a private woman who preferred anonymity over recognition, a woman who had recently purchased a property worth more than 10 times what this celebrated villa had cost. Eyes began systematically scanning the assembled guests. The women present were being evaluated, reassessed, and measured against this intriguing new information. My mother was clearly not the mysterious buyer. Her wealth was entirely my father's wealth, thoroughly documented and displayed. The handful of other women who projected significant means were quickly eliminated through various observable tells. And then with growing inevitability, gazes began settling on me, the overlooked daughter, the family member who had spent the entire evening being dismissed and diminished, the woman whose apparent lack of success had been the gathering's running joke. I maintained my silence. I did not confirm the speculation, nor did I deny it. I simply stood exactly where I had been standing all evening, present calm and unmoved, allowing the silence itself to accomplish what words never could. My father's expression had progressed from confused to genuinely alarmed. I could see him attempting to recalculate and struggling to fit this new information into his long-held understanding of his children. The familiar equations were failing to balance. The narrative he had constructed over decades was encountering data it could not absorb. From this moment forward, they stopped asking who I was. They started reconsidering why they had ever presumed to judge me. The question emerged from a man who had clearly built his considerable fortune on directness and clarity. He possessed no patience for social niceties or diplomatic ambiguity. He wanted straightforward information. "Let me be perfectly clear," he said to Victoria, his voice cutting through the ambient noise with authoritative precision. "You are telling us that your VIP cash buyer for a $20 million waterfront property is someone present at this gathering." The crowd around them had expanded significantly, drawn irresistibly by the magnetic pull of imminent revelation. Every conversation in the immediate vicinity had ceased entirely. Victoria's response came measured and thoroughly professional. "I am saying that I work exclusively with clients who value discretion above public recognition. The property I referenced cannot reasonably be compared to something like this." She gestured with casual grace toward my brother's villa. They exist in entirely different categories of the market. A murmur cascaded through the assembled guests. Different categories. The phrase landed with the impact of a judicial verdict on everything my family had spent the evening celebrating. My father's composure cracked visibly for the first time all evening. He attempted what was clearly intended as a dismissive laugh, but the sound emerged forced and hollow. "Well, that's certainly quite a dramatic claim," he managed. "Anyone can assert they have extremely wealthy clients." Victoria turned to regard him with an expression that was not quite pity, but occupied closely neighboring emotional territory. "Of course," she responded simply. She did not argue with his skepticism or defend her credentials. Her absolute refusal to engage with his challenge somehow made his doubt seem more desperate. Obviously, the grasping of a man watching his authority dissolve. My mother had positioned herself physically close to my brother, her hand resting on his arm in a gesture that might have signified maternal comfort or physical restraint. Her face had progressed through multiple visible transformations, initial confusion, growing concern, and now something that resembled genuine fear about what might be coming next. My brother himself appeared nearly paralyzed by the evening's unexpected trajectory. The spotlight he had basked in so comfortably throughout the celebration had turned harsh and unflattering. Guests who had been enthusiastically praising his accomplishments were now visibly recalculating, measuring his success against an entirely new standard. The direct man was not yet satisfied. He surveyed the party with sharp, assessing eyes before settling with deliberate focus on me. "And let me hazard an educated guess," he said slowly. "The VIP client you're describing is someone who has been systematically underestimated throughout this evening's festivities." Victoria's response came without hesitation, but also without explicit confirmation. "My clients' identities remain private as a matter of fundamental practice. I will observe that she demonstrates excellent judgment about when to speak and when to allow others to reveal themselves through their own words." Her eyes met mine for just a moment. I maintained my exact position without variation. I simply existed in the space, present and silent, permitting the silence itself to serve as the most eloquent evidence available. The transformation in how guests perceived me was immediate and striking. They studied me with careful, sustained attention. I observed as several guests began visibly remembering their own behavior toward me. Throughout the evening, the woman who had asked if I was merely visiting the man who had labeled me low pressure, and the cluster who had laughed at my father's comparison. Each of them was now confronting the uncomfortable possibility that they had been wrong. My father made one final effort. "This is completely ridiculous," he declared, but his voice had lost its resonant authority. "Eleanor doesn't possess that kind of wealth. I would certainly know if she did. She's my daughter." "Would you?" someone in the crowd asked quietly. The simple question hung suspended in the air, fundamentally unanswerable, given everything that had just been revealed. I did not need to announce who I was. They finally understood far too late to matter. The silence that descended was unlike anything I had experienced in 3 decades of family gatherings. It was the profound silence of comprehensive recalculation. The party's familiar rhythms had been completely suspended, replaced by something that felt more like a collective reckoning. I observed as the gathering reorganized itself around new gravitational centers. Guests who had been clustered attentively around my father and brother began drifting away. Small conversational groups formed spontaneously near me and Victoria. My father attempted to re-establish his accustomed position through sheer force of social will. He approached a group of guests and launched energetically into a familiar story about his career accomplishments. The response he received was polite, but noticeably distant. People nodded at appropriate intervals, but their eyes kept sliding away, seeking more interesting conversations elsewhere. A woman I did not recognize approached me. "I didn't realize," she said simply. "Most people don't," I replied. Victoria began making her way toward the exit, pausing to exchange brief, professional farewells with various guests along her path. When she reached my position, she stopped for a final professional acknowledgement. She did not speak my name, but her proximity communicated more clearly than any announcement could have. My brother had retreated to a defensive position near the villa's entrance, occupying the same doorway that had been the location of my public humiliation just hours earlier. But the dynamics had reversed with devastating completeness. He was now simply a man guarding a diminished prize. My mother stood increasingly alone. Her decades of practiced social coordination skills were rendered temporarily useless. She kept looking between me, my father, and the departing Victoria, clearly hoping someone would somehow restore the comfortable natural order she had always known. A man who had been identified earlier as a significant local investor approached me directly. "I believe I owe you an apology," he said. "I made assumptions tonight that were clearly unfounded." "People generally see what they're told to see," I replied without any particular emotion. "It's not entirely their fault." My father stood at the far edge of the gathering, observing as the social capital he had accumulated over an entire lifetime was being systematically devalued in real time. The silence that had initially gripped the party began filling gradually with new conversations, but the fundamental tone had transformed irreversibly. I did not win this moment by speaking. I won because no one retained the authority to speak for me anymore. The gathering had divided itself into two distinct territories, separated by an invisible boundary. One region hosted clusters of guests gravitating toward me. The other territory contained my family, my father, mother, and brother, forming an increasingly isolated defensive perimeter. My father was the first to attempt organized damage control. He approached a group of long-standing family friends. "We've always been tremendously proud of Eleanor," he announced, his voice projecting the warm confidence of a man sharing an obvious truth. "She's always been the independent one in the family, built something genuinely impressive, completely on her own." The friends he addressed listened with appropriate politeness, but they had witnessed what he said earlier in the evening. They understood perfectly that this new narrative represented a frantic attempt to rewrite recent history. My mother adopted a different tactical approach. She made her way toward me, her expression softened into something approximating maternal warmth. "Eleanor, sweetheart," she said, reaching for my hand, "we really should talk privately. There's clearly been so much unfortunate misunderstanding between us." I observed her extended hand without accepting it. "Not tonight," I said quietly. I simply established a boundary, something I had never successfully accomplished in 3 decades of being her daughter. She stood frozen for a long moment, visibly uncertain how to proceed with someone who would not follow the expected script. My simple "not tonight" had removed all of her accustomed power with 2 quiet words. My brother attempted his own salvage operation, but his approach was fundamentally handicapped. He could not claim to have always respected me without simultaneously acknowledging that his entire status had been constructed on a framework that required my diminishment. Every attempt to speak kindly about me now functioned as an implicit admission that he had knowingly benefited from my systematic devaluation. Victoria approached me before departing. "It was good to see you this evening," she said. "I'll be in contact next week regarding the final details." The implication was unmistakable. There was substantial, ongoing business between us. Several guests approached me in the time that followed, offering various forms of belated acknowledgement. Some delivered direct apologies. Others executed subtle social realignments. I received each interaction with the same neutral grace I had maintained throughout the entire evening. My father stood alone as the party wound toward its conclusion. He appeared older suddenly, somehow smaller. The commanding presence of the evening's confident host was reduced to simply a man who had been publicly and comprehensively proven wrong. I selected my moment of departure with care at a time of my own deliberate choosing, when my exit would carry its own clear message. I collected my belongings, offered genuine acknowledgement to the few guests who had treated me with actual respect, and walked toward the exit. No one blocked my path this time. No one questioned my right to come and go exactly as I chose. The power my father had weaponized at the villa's entrance had transferred completely. They did not lose me that night, they lost the power to define who I was. The drive home unfolded in silence that felt earned rather than empty. City lights blurred past my windows, ordinary and beautiful. I did not reach for music or podcasts to fill the quiet space. I simply drove, allowing the evening's events to settle gradually into their proper place within my history. When I arrived at my home, not the waterfront estate Victoria had described, which remained largely unoccupied as a long-term investment, but the comfortable townhouse where I actually lived my daily life, I sat in my car for a long moment before going inside. The silence surrounding me was fundamentally different here. It was my silence, chosen and comfortable. I allowed myself to revisit the moment when my father had blocked me at the entrance to my brother's villa. Just hours ago, that confrontation had felt like a wound being deliberately reopened. Now it felt like something else entirely, the last time he would ever possess that particular power over me. I thought about my mother's expression when she began to understand what Victoria's presence signified. The narratives she had constructed and maintained about her successful son and her disappointing daughter had crumbled in the span of a single hour. I thought about my brother standing in the doorway of a villa that had suddenly become merely ordinary. He had simply accepted the advantageous role they assigned him, enjoying the privileges of being the golden child without ever questioning what that designation cost his sister. But I did not feel the triumphant satisfaction I might have anticipated. There was no surge of vindictive pleasure. Instead, there was something quieter and more profound, the simple, profound relief of no longer requiring their validation to know my own worth. For years I had constructed my success in deliberate secrecy. Now that careful protection was no longer necessary. They knew the truth, and more importantly, everyone they had ever tried to impress with their version of reality knew the truth. My phone buzzed softly. A text message from an unfamiliar number glowed in the darkness. "We should talk. Mom." I read the words and discovered nothing within myself that required an immediate response. She was reaching out because her social standing had suffered visible damage. I had spent 30 years responding to those manipulation needs at the cost of my own well-being. That chapter of my life was finished. I set the phone aside and walked into my house. The space embraced me with its comfortable familiarity filled with objects I had selected for my own pleasure. I reflected on Victoria's words, the way she had described her VIP client as someone who valued privacy above public recognition. She had been accurately describing me, articulating a philosophy I had consciously adopted years ago: wealth without performance, achievement without announcement, power without the exhausting need to wield it visibly for others' benefit. The evening's events felt like a correction. For 30 years, my family had insisted on telling a story about me that bore no relationship to truth. Tonight, that false story had been publicly corrected by forces entirely outside their control. I poured myself a glass of wine and settled into my favorite chair by the window. Tomorrow would bring business requiring attention, but tonight there was only this: the profound, quiet satisfaction of finally being seen for exactly who I had always been, not because I had demanded recognition, but because I had simply outlasted the lies with patience and persistence. And truth, patient, implacable, inevitable, had finally spoken clearly for itself. That night, I left the party without carrying anything away with me, because at last, after all those years, I was no longer missing anything at all. They expected me to fade into the background of my father's mansion gala, but humiliation is never a whisper when it comes from family. My father shouted those words across the ballroom, his voice booming over the string quartet and the polite rehearsed laughter of 200 guests. "You'd be nothing without us," he declared. "You wouldn't last a week. Go ahead, walk away." My mother stood 3 feet away, her champagne flute frozen halfway to her lips. She said nothing. My brother laughed and called me a freeloader, not in confidence, not in private, but loudly enough for every guest in the immediate circle to hear. What they didn't realize was that I had already sent a single quiet text, and the next person to speak would fundamentally shift the power dynamic in that room. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me explain how I found myself standing in that ballroom and why the people who believed they knew me best were so profoundly wrong. The Davenport estate sat on the outskirts of Greenwich, Connecticut, perched on land my father acquired the moment his logistics company went public. Every December, he hosted the Winter Foundation Gala. It was a black tie affair for 300 guests, centered around a silent auction for a charity my mother hand-selected each year. Officially, the evening was about philanthropy. In reality, it was about positioning. This was the stage where my father reminded the world who he was and why his name held weight. He always made his entrance from the grand staircase, pausing at the landing just long enough to ensure the room took notice. I had witnessed that moment dozens of times growing up. I knew the timing. I knew the curated smiles. I knew which guests would be ushered upstairs afterward for private high-stakes conversations. I arrived alone. In my family, arriving alone meant arriving exposed. My brother Elliot had his wife Catherine by his side, her pedigree and background wealth quietly reinforcing everything my father valued. My mother moved through the crowd with practiced grace, greeting donors and maintaining alliances. And then there was me. I am 32 years old, no date, no official role, no introduction. No one asked what I did for a living. No one inquired about where I worked or how I supported myself. I had long since learned not to volunteer the information. In the past, such details were treated as curiosities at best and disappointments at worst. I was introduced simply as Margaret, followed by a pause that always felt deliberate. The gala followed its usual predictable rhythm. Waiters circulated with silver trays, conversations formed in familiar clusters, people laughed a bit louder than necessary. I moved through the room without stopping nodding when required listening more than speaking. I stayed near the terrace doors close enough to slip out if necessary, far enough to avoid being trapped in a conversation that would end in polite dismissal. My father's speech came late in the evening. He had been drinking. It wasn't enough to slur his words, but it was enough to loosen the restraint he usually kept on his temper. He thanked the guests, praised the charity, and spoke of legacy. Then the tone shifted. He talked about family and sacrifice, and then he looked directly at me. I recognized the look. I had seen it across dinner tables and in boardrooms. It meant he had decided to make an example of me. He didn't call me Margaret. He called me Maggie, the name he used when he was correcting me, not the one he used for people he respected. "Maggie thinks she can make it on her own," he said into the microphone. "She walked away from this family, walked away from everything we built. And what has she accomplished? Nothing. She'd be nothing without us. She wouldn't last a week if we cut her off. Go ahead, walk away, see how far you get." The room went still. It wasn't a polite silence. Conversations broke off mid-sentence. People shifted their weight, suddenly unsure of where to look. I didn't move. I sought out my mother near the stage. She was close enough to intervene, close enough to stop him. She didn't. Her face remained calm, controlled, and composed, the same expression she wore whenever something inconvenient occurred in public. My brother laughed. He tried to make it sound casual, but the edge was there. He leaned toward his wife and whispered something I couldn't catch. She looked at me and nodded. That look told me everything I needed to know. My father concluded his speech with a joke that landed poorly. The applause was scattered and thin. The music resumed too quickly to compensate for the tension. I didn't cry, I didn't flee, and I didn't confront him. Instead, I reached into my clutch and sent a message to my assistant. 6 words. No explanation. Then I put the phone away. Around me, the room began to reset. People resumed their conversations at a slightly higher pitch. My father accepted congratulations. My mother returned to her hosting duties. My brother lost interest the moment the spectacle stopped entertaining him. On the surface, nothing had changed. I stayed where I was watching. People passed by without noticing me, which was fine. I had learned how to operate in rooms like this without drawing attention. The gala continued exactly as it always had, but the message had been sent, and I remained exactly where I was. The gala drew to a close around midnight, but the humiliation didn't depart with the guests. I watched the last of them drift toward the valet station, their breath blooming in the December air, coats pulled tight as they leaned in to finish conversations they didn't want overheard. I couldn't hear the words, but I knew the rhythm. The Davenport daughter. Did you see her face? I always knew there was tension. Poor thing. I had been their favorite gossip for years. Inside, the catering staff was already dismantling the evening. Tablecloths were stripped and folded into tall linen carts. Flower arrangements were boxed for donation. Champagne flutes rattled along stainless steel racks toward industrial dishwashers humming behind swinging doors. The string quartet had long since packed up. The silent auction items were being logged by my mother's assistant, Jennifer, who glanced at me once before quickly averting her eyes, as if my presence made her job more complicated. I should have left. Any reasonable person would have called a car and headed back to the city to an apartment I had earned and a life that existed entirely outside of this house. But I stayed, partly because I wasn't ready for the 2-hour drive back to Brooklyn, and partly because I wanted to hear what they would say once the audience was gone. My father found me in the library. I was standing by the window looking out at the darkened lawn where motion sensor lights flickered on and off as staff crossed the grounds. I used to play there as a child before I learned which achievements were praised and which choices were quietly logged as failures. He didn't apologize. I hadn't expected him to. "You embarrassed me tonight," he said. His voice was calm now, controlled. It was the tone he used in board meetings when the decision was final and discussion was no longer permitted. "Coming here alone, standing in the back like you didn't belong," he continued. "People notice those things. They start asking questions. They wonder what's wrong with the Davenport girl, why she can't keep a job, why she can't find a husband, why she drifts." He stopped by the desk and straightened a stack of books that hadn't been moved in years. I said nothing. Silence had become my default response in these exchanges. Any explanation was an invitation for cross-examination, and any defense was used as evidence against me. "Your mother and I gave you every advantage," he went on. "Education, connections, a place in this family. All you had to do was stay, show up, and instead you walked away from the company, from responsibility, from everything we built." He finally looked at me. "And now you show up at our events like you've earned the right to be here." I remained exactly where I had been since he entered. I hadn't shifted my weight or crossed my arms. I hadn't given him any reaction that might interrupt his momentum. "One failure," he added, his voice dropping. "That's what you represent." My brother appeared in the doorway before I could respond. His bow tie was undone, his jacket slung over one shoulder. Catherine had already gone upstairs. Elliot never missed these moments, not to help, but to reinforce. "Dad's right," he said, glancing at his watch. "You've been riding the family name for years, showing up when it suits you, taking the benefits without putting in the work." He leaned against the fireplace. "Every time someone asks about you, I have to explain it away. Maggie's doing her own thing. Maggie's figuring things out. You're 32. That stopped sounding charming after a while." I looked at the carpet near his shoes, focusing on a faint indentation in the fibers that had never quite recovered from years of foot traffic. I wanted to tell them that I had built something real, that people depended on me, that I hadn't figured things out in theory, but in contracts, deadlines, and consequences. I wanted to tell them that I had changed my professional name deliberately, that I had avoided their network on purpose, and that I had chosen the long way around so that no one could ever claim I owed my success to them. But I knew how that conversation would end. They would demand details. They would measure those details against standards they controlled. If my success didn't resemble theirs, it wouldn't count. So I said nothing. They accepted the silence as confirmation. My mother entered last. She had removed her jewelry and handed it off to the staff. The diamonds already returned to the safe, where they spent most of their existence. She looked tired, in a way she usually took great pains to conceal. "Your father wants what's best for you," she said, stepping between us without truly taking a side. "We all do. If you came back to the company and took a real role, you'd have stability, a future. This independent path, it's admirable, but it isn't sustainable." She waited as if expecting me to agree. I didn't. "Your choice," my father said, turning toward the sideboard and reaching for the decanter. "But don't expect us to keep supporting you if you won't support yourself. This family isn't a charity." I almost smiled. They had cut me off years ago. I hadn't taken a single dollar from them since I was 24. The account my mother believed was still funding my life had been closed the month I left the company. Every rent payment, every expense, and every risk I had taken since then came from work they never even asked about. They were threatening to withdraw support that no longer existed. I didn't correct them. I left the library without saying goodbye and walked down the driveway to my car. The cold hit me immediately, sharp and clarifying. My breath clouded the air as I unlocked the door. I sat there for a full minute before starting the engine, my hands resting on the steering wheel as I replayed the scene. My father's certainty, my brother's confidence, my mother's careful distance. They spoke to a version of me they no longer bothered to verify. I pulled out onto the road and headed toward the highway, the house disappearing in the rearview mirror faster than I expected. They had written about my role years ago. They just didn't know I had already stepped out of it. The morning after the gala, my phone began buzzing before the sun was up. Messages arrived from relatives I hadn't spoken to in months, aunts, cousins, and family friends who had heard about my father's speech and wanted to offer sympathy without actually disagreeing with him. "So sorry to hear about last night. You know how your father gets. I'm sure he didn't mean it the way it sounded. He meant exactly what it sounded like. Everyone knew that. But acknowledging it would have meant admitting that Richard Davenport had crossed a line, and no one in our family's orbit was willing to say that aloud. It was easier to soften the edges, to call it stress or a misunderstanding, a moment that simply got out of hand." My mother called at 9. I was already at my desk reviewing documents for a deal scheduled to close before the end of the year. Her voice was gentler than it had been the previous night, but the substance remained the same. "You know your father loves you," she said. "He just shows it differently. If you hadn't stood off by yourself looking miserable, he wouldn't have felt the need to address it publicly. You make things harder than they need to be, Margaret. You always have." I listened. I let her finish. I told her I understood and thanked her for calling. I said I would think about what she suggested. What she had suggested was that I call my father and apologize not for what he said, but for making him look bad. She framed it as a small concession, something that would restore order and allow everyone to move on. Order in this family meant silence. My brother texted an hour later. It was a link to an industry magazine profile with his photograph at the top. The headline praised Davenport Logistics expansion into international freight. There was no message attached. There didn't need to be. I opened the article and read it slowly. I skipped the quotes and ignored the praise. I focused on the 6th paragraph where the financial details were listed: a strategic partnership, newly secured shipping lanes, and financing terms that stood out precisely because they were so generous. I recognized them immediately. My team had structured those terms. The deal had crossed my desk 3 months earlier. It was presented as a family-owned logistics company seeking growth capital, a standard proposal with clean numbers. It was nothing that required more than routine approval, and I had signed off without looking twice at the name. The ownership structure had obscured the connection with holding companies layered cleanly. There were no obvious red flags, but now with the benefit of context, the link was unmistakable. Capital from my firm had flowed through intermediaries into a company controlled by my father. He had no idea. None of them did. I didn't feel satisfaction, nor did I feel guilt. I noted the fact the same way I noted everything else that crossed my desk as information. I opened my calendar. The executive meeting was scheduled for later that morning. Daniel Brooks, CFO, Priya Sharma, Chief Legal Counsel, Marcus Williams, COO. They didn't call me Margaret or Maggie. They used the professional name I had chosen when I started the company, a name that didn't appear in family records and didn't surface in searches tied to Richard Davenport. The meeting took place in our financial district office. It was a neutral, functional space. A firm that managed several $1 billion didn't need to advertise the fact. Our clients valued discretion, and so did I. Daniel began with updates. The logistics consortium deal was on track. Capital was deployed. Returns were above projection. There was a question at an industry event. He said, his tone carefully neutral. Someone noticed the connection between one of our portfolio companies and Davenport Logistics. Nothing concrete. I redirected. I nodded. Good. He didn't ask why. After the meeting, I stayed behind. The office was quiet. I looked out over the river, watching barges move slowly in the distance, steady and indifferent. Somewhere else in the city, my father was likely celebrating his expansion. Somewhere my brother was forwarding that article and collecting congratulations. They believed they were succeeding on their own terms. I closed the article and returned to my work. I could have said something months ago. I could have corrected their assumptions. I could have stopped my father before he ever stepped up to that microphone. Instead, I had done nothing. My phone buzzed again. A message from my mother. Your father is waiting for your call. I turned the phone face down and opened the next file on my screen. There was work to finish. The walk out of Davenport Logistics 7 years ago didn't feel like a definitive break. It was a sequence of cold administrative deletions. I remember the weight of the cardboard box in my arms, the way the tape scratched against my palms, and the dead silence of the hallway. My father was behind a mahogany door, likely reviewing the quarterly labor costs of 1,000 employees over Scotch, while I was being processed as a line item offboarding from the system. There were no tears, only the clinical reality of a checklist. I stood at the reception desk as a junior HR assistant revoked my key card, a physical act of deactivating my existence in their world. The shredder hummed nearby, devouring project files I had spent years building. The family myth says I couldn't handle the pressure, and my mother's text, that single word, disappointing, became the baseline for my first year. But they never saw the version of me that existed after that day. They didn't see the 2-room office in Brooklyn where the only measure of time was the cycle of my laptop charger and the dry ache in my eyes after 14 hours of staring at risk assessment spreadsheets. I remember one specific New Year's Eve 3 years into my failure. While the Davenport mansion was glowing with 300 guests and vintage Bollinger, I was sitting on a plastic crate in a room that smelled of dust and ozone. I was tracking the opening bell of the London Stock Exchange because a client's entire life savings depended on a hedging strategy I had designed. I wasn't just finding work. I was building a fortress out of data points and sheer refusal to lose. I traded my corner office for a desk I'd bought off a sidewalk. In those early months, I executed a series of high-risk recoveries. The most defining moment was a 300 a.m. call from the Port Authority of Savannah regarding a blocked shipment of medical components. The agent on the line didn't care about my last name. He only cared about the $400,000 discrepancy in the manifest and the fact that the docked freighter was costing $10,000 an hour in fines. I sat in the absolute silence of my office, watching the cursor blink on the tax ID field. My vision narrowed to the rows of logistics data. I had to choose between using my remaining cash reserves to cover the bond or losing the contract entirely. I authorized the transfer. I watched the digits in my bank portal drop to nearly zero a transaction that cleared my account but secured the asset. I had exactly $12 left to my name, barely enough for a week of cheap groceries and a subway fare. Carol Fitzgerald, who had been watching the deal from the sidelines, finally spoke after I sent the confirmation. "You have an eye for identifying leverage in a crisis, Margaret," she'd said. "But you also have the stomach to wait for the numbers to move back in your favor." I learned that I did. I spent the next years in the trenches working until the pixels of 10K filings burned into my retinas. While my brother was likely attending yacht races and posting about the weight of the crown, I was learning how to identify a lie on a balance sheet from 3 rooms away. I watched how giants fell not from lack of money, but from a failure to account for the actual data. There was no gathering storm to warn me of the scale I was reaching. There was only the relentless vibration of push notifications and flagged emails. While Elliot was collecting likes on social media for his leadership, I was adjusting shipping lanes and hedging currency risks across 3 continents. I occupied the space they assigned me. I attended every Christmas dinner as the disappointment a label that functioned as a perfect firewall. I listened to my brother boast about his visionary leadership while I confirmed the wire transfers for assets that eclipsed his entire world. I paid that tax for my freedom, letting them believe I was failing so I could build my own infrastructure in the gaps of their arrogance. On the night the Savannah freighter finally cleared the harbor and the first 40-fold return hit the accounts, I didn't feel a sense of triumph. I simply checked the time, closed the laptop, and started drafting the next set of acquisition terms. I had survived my father's week 7 years ago. Now I was just waiting for him to notice. The relationship between my company and my family's business was never supposed to exist. When my team first brought me the Davenport Logistics opportunity, the name didn't register. The proposal came through 3 layers of corporate intermediaries, standard practice in our industry, and the documents identified the target as DavCorp Holdings, a subsidiary of a subsidiary that handled international freight operations. I approved the deal the same way I approved dozens of others, by trusting my team's analysis, reviewing the numbers, and making a decision based on risk and return rather than relationships or sentiment. It wasn't until months later, when I saw my brother's magazine profile, that I realized the capital we'd provided was supporting my father's expansion plans. By then, the money had already moved. 3 tranches of investment capital, structured as convertible debt with favorable terms, had flowed through our partner funds into accounts controlled by entities that ultimately served Davenport Logistics. It was nothing illegal or improper, just a complex web of financial relationships that happened to connect 2 parts of my life that I had carefully kept separate. My first instinct was to unwind the position. I could have instructed Daniel to exit the investment, taking our capital elsewhere, and severing the connection before anyone discovered it. The loss would have been minimal, and the explanation simple: the risk profile had changed, and we were rebalancing our portfolio. It was a standard business decision that required no further justification. But I didn't. And the reason I didn't was more complicated than simple revenge. The truth was, Davenport Logistics was a good investment. My father had built something real, whatever his flaws as a person and a parent. The company's fundamentals were strong, the growth trajectory was promising, and the management team, my brother's weaknesses notwithstanding, was generally competent. If I exited the position, I would be making a decision based on emotion rather than analysis, and that was exactly the kind of thinking I had spent 7 years training myself to avoid. So I kept the investment. I didn't increase it. I didn't try to gain influence over the company's direction, and I didn't do anything that might complicate my professional obligations. I simply let the relationship continue as one of hundreds in our portfolio, generating returns that benefited our clients without any of them knowing they were profiting from the Davenport family's success. The irony sustained me during difficult moments. When my father called me worthless, I thought about the capital that was helping his company grow. When my brother called me a freeloader, I considered the favorable terms he was enjoying without any awareness of their source. They thought they were self-made and independent, owing nothing to anyone outside their charmed circle. They had no idea that the daughter they dismissed was quietly contributing to their prosperity. But financial relationships have a way of becoming complicated, and the weeks after the gala brought complications I hadn't anticipated. It started with a routine compliance review. One of our institutional investors, a European pension fund, was conducting due diligence on their investment with us. It was standard practice, except that their auditors were more thorough than most. They began tracing the ownership structures of our portfolio companies, mapping connections between entities, and looking for anything that might create a conflict of interest or regulatory concern. Daniel brought me the preliminary findings on a Tuesday morning, 3 weeks after the gala. His expression told me everything before he spoke. "They found the Davenport connection," he said. "Not directly, not yet, but they're asking questions about DavCorp Holdings that are getting closer. If they map the full ownership structure, they'll see your family name, and then they'll want to know why we invested in a company connected to our managing partner without disclosing the relationship." I had disclosed the relationship technically. When I first discovered the link, I filed the appropriate paperwork with our compliance team, documenting the family connection and confirming that the investment decision had been made without knowledge of that link. It was all legal proper and defensible. But defensible and comfortable were different things. If the auditors found the connection, there would be questions, explanations would be required. My carefully maintained separation between my professional and personal lives would start to erode. "What are our options?" I asked. "We could exit the position now," Daniel said. "Take a small loss, attribute it to changing market conditions, and move on before anyone digs deeper. Or we could disclose proactively, get ahead of the story, and control the narrative. Or we could do nothing," I said. Let the auditors find what they find, answer their questions honestly, and trust that the documentation protects us. That's riskier if they think we were hiding something. We weren't hiding anything. We followed the procedure. The only thing I've hidden is from my family, and that's not anyone's business but mine. Daniel nodded slowly. He had known me long enough to understand that family was a subject I didn't discuss, a door I kept firmly closed. He had never asked why, and I had never volunteered an explanation. But he was smart enough to see the outlines of the story, the distance I kept from my relatives, and the way I flinched whenever the Davenport name came up in conversation. "There's something else," he said. "Your brother has been making inquiries about our firm. Nothing direct, but he's been asking around trying to find out who's behind some of the deals his company has benefited from. I think he suspects there's a silent partner somewhere, and he wants to know who it is." This was new. This was dangerous. My brother was many things: arrogant, dismissive, entitled. But he wasn't stupid. If he was asking questions about the source of his company's recent good fortune, it meant he had noticed something that didn't add up. The terms were too favorable. The timing was too convenient. Something in the deal structure had caught his attention, and now he was pulling at threads that could unravel everything. "How close is he?" I asked. "Not close. He's looking in the wrong direction, focused on competitors who might be trying to gain influence over Davenport. He hasn't considered the possibility that the investor might be someone with a personal connection. Why would he? As far as he knows, you're a failure living off family scraps." The contempt in Daniel's voice was subtle but unmistakable. He had met my family exactly once at a charity event where my father had treated him like a servant, and he had harbored a quiet dislike ever since. "Let him look," I said. "If he finds anything, it will only be the truth. And the truth is that his company accepted capital on terms we offered without any coercion or deception. There's nothing improper here. Except that when he finds out it was you, if he finds out it was me, I'll deal with it then. For now, we proceed as planned. Don't exit the position. Don't proactively disclose, and don't do anything that looks like we're trying to hide. If the auditors ask questions, answer them honestly. And if my brother comes knocking..." Daniel waited. "Let me know," I said. "I'll handle it myself." That afternoon, my father called me. It was not to apologize for the gala or to inquire about my well-being, but to boast. The international expansion was proceeding ahead of schedule. Contracts had been signed that would double Davenport Logistics' presence in Asian markets. He was being profiled in another business publication, this one focused on family dynasties and generational wealth. "I thought you should know," he said, his voice carrying the particular satisfaction of a man who believed he was rubbing salt in a wound. "While you're struggling to pay your rent, we're building something that will outlast all of us. Something your brother will inherit. Something that will be in the Davenport name for generations." I congratulated him, told him I was proud, and made all the appropriate noises of a dutiful daughter. And when I hung up the phone, I looked out my window at the Manhattan skyline and allowed myself a small private smile. He had no idea. None of them did. And when the truth finally emerged, it wouldn't be because my brother's investigations had uncovered it, or because an auditor had traced the ownership structures, or because I had slipped up and revealed what I'd been hiding. It would be because I chose to reveal it, on my terms, in my time. And there would be nothing they could do but watch as everything they thought they knew came crashing down around them. The email arrived on a Thursday morning, 3 weeks before the incident that would change everything. It was flagged by my assistant as urgent, the kind of message that bypassed routine filters and landed directly at the top of my inbox. The subject line was harmless enough: "Compliance Update Portfolio Review." The contents were not. One of our institutional investors had escalated their inquiry. The European pension fund that had begun tracing Davcorp holdings had decided the answers provided so far were insufficient. They wanted a full ownership disclosure, every entity, every beneficial interest, every potential conflict mapped cleanly and comprehensively. This wasn't paranoia. New regulations had tightened disclosure standards across the industry, and pension funds were especially sensitive to reputational exposure. They weren't protecting themselves from wrongdoing. They were protecting themselves from association. From me. Daniel briefed me first, then Priya, then Marcus. Each of them laid out the same 3 options dressed in different languages. We could provide full disclosure and invite scrutiny we hadn't sought. We could refuse and risk the fund withdrawing and possibly alerting others. Or we could exit the Davenport position quietly eliminating the conflict while signaling that something was wrong. Every path carried a cost. None of them were clean. What none of them could quantify was the personal risk. If this broke the wrong way, it wouldn't just be Hawthorne under review. It would be me, my name finally disentangled from my family, pulled back into their orbit. Every introduction I had earned without inheritance would acquire an invisible asterisk. Every decision would be reinterpreted through blood instead of judgment. I thought about the 7 years I had spent building a life where my last name didn't matter, about choosing anonymity over recognition, about letting my family believe I was failing so I could succeed without being claimed. If this became public on someone else's timeline, I wouldn't just lose capital or investors. I would lose authorship of my own story. While I was weighing these choices, my family was having problems of their own. My brother's expansion strategy had attracted regulatory attention in 2 jurisdictions. The financing terms that had enabled his growth were now under review, where the capital came from, how it was structured, and who ultimately stood behind it. I didn't hear about this through family channels. I heard it, the way real information travels sideways through people who had nothing to gain by lying. Something's off with Davenport Logistics, a contact at a competing firm mentioned casually over coffee. Might be nothing, might not. Worth watching. I nodded, offered a neutral response, and filed it away. I was not just watching. Through layers of structure and distance, I was part of what was being watched. If regulators followed the trail far enough, they would find the connection. And if they did, the separation I had spent years constructing would collapse in a way I couldn't control. I called an emergency meeting with my executive team. Priya walked us through the regulatory exposure. Marcus outlined the operational fallout. Daniel presented exit scenarios and their financial impact. When the meeting ended, I asked everyone to leave except Priya. "What's the worst case?" I asked. She didn't soften it. Enforcement review. 2 years, 8 figures in legal fees. Even if we win, reputational damage. Investors hesitate. Growth slows. We survive, but smaller. And the best case, the inquiry fades. The connection never becomes public. Your family keeps believing you're irrelevant. You keep building in peace. Neither outcome felt acceptable. "There's a third option," I said. Priya looked at me carefully. "We control the disclosure, not with regulators, not with investors, with my family. On our terms, before anyone else defines it for us." "That's personal," she said. "It's strategic," I replied. "If they find out through filings or headlines, they'll have time to spin it, to frame it, to make it about them. But if I tell them myself publicly without warning, their reaction becomes the truth." She nodded slowly. "And once it's out, there's no going back." I'm not interested in going back. The winter charity circuit was approaching. Neutral ground, familiar faces. The same audience that had watched my father humiliate me weeks earlier. I didn't need to force the moment. I just needed to be ready when it arrived. That confirmation came sooner than expected. Elliot bypassed proper channels and contacted one of our partner firms directly. He hadn't traced the structure far enough to find me, but far enough to know something was there. The managing director called me within the hour. "Your brother is asking questions," she said. "He doesn't know what he's looking for yet, but he will." That was the line. The revelation was coming whether I wanted it or not. The only choice left was whether I would control it or be exposed by it. I closed my calendar, confirmed my attendance at the Winter Industry Summit, and began making preparations. Control wasn't gone yet, but it was slipping. My father's declaration at the gala became the background radiation of my life. "You wouldn't last a week." It wasn't a warning. It was a verdict delivered with the arrogance of a man who believed the world began and ended at the gates of his estate. 6 days had passed since that night. I spent them not in panic, not in recovery, but in a state of deliberate surgical execution. In high finance, a week is an eternity if you understand how to move pieces without drawing attention to your hands. The first phase of my preparation was internal. I initiated a series of quiet adjustments to our portfolio, tightening the covenants attached to the debt held by Davcorp Holdings. I didn't trigger a default. That would have been crude. Instead, I increased the reporting requirements. Every 48 hours, my father's team now had to submit granular operational data from their Asian terminals, fuel hedging positions, port fees, crew utilization ratios. On paper, it was routine governance. In reality, I was forcing them to stare directly at their own vulnerabilities, even if they didn't yet know who was holding the magnifying glass. The second phase was visibility. For 7 years, I had operated as a ghost, a name buried in filings, a silent presence in boardrooms that never needed my voice to move. That week, I began to materialize. I accepted invitations to 3 industry gatherings I would normally have declined. I didn't linger at the edges. I stood in the center of rooms, my Hawthorne Capital badge clearly visible, engaging with the exact people my brother had been trying and failing to impress. I wasn't posturing. I was establishing a trail. By the time the Winter Industry Summit arrived, my name would already be circulating in the right conversations, fully disentangled from the Davenport legacy. My father called midweek. It was the first time we had spoken since the confrontation in the library. His voice carried a new edge, sharp, irregular. "I was at the club today," he said, skipping any attempt at greeting. "Some associates mentioned your name. They said you were connected to a donation for the Metropolitan Arts Council. A significant one." I leaned back in my chair, eyes on the spreadsheet glowing on my monitor. The donation had been a calculated move made months earlier, entry capital for a board seat that mattered. "Must be a mistake, Dad," I said evenly. "I can't afford that kind of exposure." "That's exactly what I told them," he snapped. "I told them they had the wrong Margaret. But don't let it happen again. I won't have people thinking I'm still subsidizing your social ambitions." He hung up before I could respond. There it was, the crack. A faint tremor of doubt buried under aggression. He was overcorrecting. My father relied on his internal map of the world being accurate. I was becoming a landmark he couldn't explain. My mother called the next morning. She was the scout sent to probe under the cover of concern. "We just want what's best for you, Margaret," she said softly. "Your father is willing to overlook the embarrassment of the gala if you'll just come home for a few days. We can talk about your future. There's a role for you in the company if you just stop trying to prove this point." "I'll think about it, Mom," I replied. "I'm tied up with a few projects right now." I wasn't thinking about coming home. I was thinking about the summit. Neutral ground, high altitude, a place where my father was a guest and I was a peer. The week closed with Elliot's first tangible setback, a partnership he'd been cultivating for 6 months, a critical hinge in his Asian expansion stalled without warning. The other party cited transparency concerns related to Davenport's debt-to-equity ratio. Elliot didn't know those concerns had been flagged by an automated risk assessment tool developed by Hawthorne Capital and quietly shared with our primary banking partners. We hadn't targeted him. We had raised the standards of the entire network. He was failing because he was still playing by old rules in a market that had already moved on. I heard he was furious, spending his nights in the office, hunting for the ghost blocking his path. I spent the final evening of that week in my Brooklyn apartment. No string quartets, no velvet drapes, just a wall-to-wall view of the Manhattan skyline, jagged, illuminated, indifferent. A city that rewarded precision, not pedigree. 7 years of strategic silence were coming to an end. My father had said I wouldn't last a week without the Davenport safety net. That week was over. I was still standing, and I was no longer invisible. The summit began the next morning. I closed my laptop. The blue light faded into the dark. I was ready. The Winter Industry Summit at the Waldorf Astoria bore no resemblance to the sentimental ritual of the Davenport Gala. This was a high-altitude ecosystem where power was measured in basis points, liquidity, and access, not lineage, not tradition, and certainly not the age of a family wine cellar. The crystal chandeliers still hung from the ceiling, but here they functioned less as heirlooms and more as stage lighting for the theater of global finance. I arrived early, not out of nerves, out of advantage. Early arrival meant the room was still fluid. Alliances had not yet calcified over drinks. Conversations were still exploratory, not performative. I could observe without being absorbed, map the terrain before the power centers locked into place. At the registration kiosk, I checked my badge. Margaret Davenport, Managing Partner, Hawthorne Capital. The weight of it surprised me, not emotionally, but physically. 7 years of anonymity had conditioned me to move without friction. This was different. This was visible. By the time my father and Elliot entered, the ballroom had filled with navy wool low voices and the particular murmur of money speaking to money. They arrived with the confidence of men accustomed to being assumed important. My father drifted toward a familiar cluster of regional bank presidents. Elliot split off immediately, scanning the room for leverage for advantage for the next door that might open. Neither of them looked for me. In their version of reality, I was still in error terms someone safely irrelevant. Daniel Brooks appeared at my side with a glass of mineral water. He didn't speak at first. He didn't need to. "The primary investors are already here," he said quietly. "They're watching." I nodded. Then the timing holds. The catalyst came inevitably from Elliot. He was angling toward the bar when he nearly collided with Daniel. Annoyance flashed across his face, then calculation as his eyes dropped to Daniel's badge. Hawthorne Capital. I saw the recognition sharpen behind his eyes. This was the name that had stalled his progress for weeks. "Brooks right," Elliot said, his tone smooth but entitled. "I've been trying to get a meeting with your firm for over a month. Your office said you were selective." Daniel's expression didn't change. "We are. We tend to prioritize transparency and sustainable debt structures, Mr. Davenport." Elliot's jaw tightened, the tell he never noticed in himself. "I'm Elliot Davenport. Davenport Logistics is currently one of the most aggressive expansion stories in the sector. I think you'll find our numbers speak for themselves." It was then that his gaze shifted past Daniel and landed on me. The reaction was unguarded. Confusion first, then disbelief, then irritation blooming slowly into something sharper. "Maggie," he said, his voice cracking just enough to draw attention. "What are you doing here? This isn't a family function." Before I could respond, Carol Fitzgerald stepped in. She didn't acknowledge Elliot, not even with a glance. "Margaret," she said, taking my hand with the ease of long familiarity, "I've been looking for you. The board reviewed your proposal for the sovereign fund acquisition. Exceptional execution." She leaned in slightly enough for the surrounding circle to hear. "We'll need to discuss your Davenport exposure later. It's becoming a focal point of Q1 strategy." Elliot froze. He looked at my badge again, then at Carol, then back at me. This version of me didn't exist in his mental model. A peer to the woman he had been trying and failing to reach for years. Someone spoken to, not spoken over. I offered him a brief nod. "Professional. Final. Excuse me, Elliot. I have work to do." I left him standing by the bar, holding a realization he wasn't ready to process. Later, I approached my father. He was mid-conversation with the chairman of a regional bank, one of the institutions holding a meaningful portion of Davenport Logistics' senior debt. "Margaret," the chairman said warmly when he saw me. He turned to my father, whose expression had already begun to harden. "Richard, I didn't realize your daughter was the managing partner behind Hawthorne Capital. I was just telling her that your firm's execution on the consolidated project stabilized the entire syndicate." My father stared at him. "You know my daughter?" he asked carefully. "My daughter," the banker echoed, surprised. "I had no idea there was a family connection. Margaret never mentioned it. She's built her reputation entirely on performance." I watched my father's hand tighten around his glass. For decades, he had told me I was nothing without his name. Now he was being told publicly, casually, that his name was the only thing the market hadn't associated with me. The Davenport hierarchy was built on the assumption that I was dependent. In this room, that hierarchy had no standing. I wasn't a daughter asking for recognition. I was the managing partner holding paper on his expansion, standing in a room where facts outweighed blood. The night continued. Conversation shifted, people recalibrated, but the transfer of control had already occurred. Power doesn't announce itself when it moves. It simply changes hands. The shift didn't announce itself. There was no moment where the room stopped, no dramatic pivot that demanded attention. Power rarely moves that way. Instead, it redistributed itself quietly through patterns, who people stood beside, who they waited for, and who they stopped interrupting. At some point, without anyone naming it aloud, the room recalibrated around me. Executives who had passed my father for decades with reflexive deference now paused mid-conversation to ask if they could be introduced. Not politely. Intentionally. They wanted to know where Hawthorne Capital was positioning for Q2, how we were stress-testing exposure in emerging markets, and why a firm with several billion under management had managed to remain structurally invisible. I answered without urgency, without warmth that invited intimacy. I spoke the way people expect principals to speak, precise, contained, uninterested in impressing anyone. When the Davenport connection surfaced, I acknowledged it only as a matter of record, not a credential, not a point of pride, just background noise. Within an hour, the narrative that had defined my place in that family collapsed under its own weight. I watched my father from across the ballroom. He was still circulating, still performing the muscle memory of influence, but something fundamental had shifted. His gestures had tightened. His posture had lost its expansiveness. Conversations that once bent toward him now curved away, inevitably redirecting toward me. Every time he tried to reclaim the center, someone mentioned Hawthorne. Every time he attempted to reassert authority, someone asked for my opinion. He had spent 30 years being the man who knew something others didn't. Tonight, he was learning publicly that he had been wrong about the one thing closest to him. Elliot unraveled faster. Where my father retreated into rigid silence, Elliot became loud, erratic. He started interrogating people, mid-drink, analysts, associates, junior partners, trying to reconstruct my career in real time. He needed a flaw, a shortcut, a patron, something that would allow him to categorize me as an exception instead of a superior. The moment that sealed it came quietly. A senior partner from one of the Big Four accounting firms approached our group. He was the lead on the European pension fund audit, the same inquiry that had triggered this chain reaction weeks earlier. He didn't acknowledge my father. He didn't look at Elliot. He addressed me directly. "Margaret," he said with the calm authority of someone who dealt in regulatory consequences, "we've reviewed Hawthorne's disclosure regarding the Davenport position. The debt layering is complex, but the asset fundamentals are sound. I'd like to discuss the compliance roadmap for the Q1 filing." I stepped forward, placing myself physically between him and my family. We spoke in the language of beneficial interest, cross-border reporting thresholds, and disclosure timing. I didn't simplify. I didn't slow down. I didn't check to see if anyone else was following the conversation. I didn't need to. When he moved on, my father turned toward me. "When did this happen?" he asked, his voice low and uneven. "How long have you been doing this behind my back?" "I haven't been behind your back," I said evenly. "I've been building a firm for 7 years. 7 years. I watched the arithmetic hit him, the holidays, the dismissals, the assumptions he had repeated while I was quietly accumulating the capital that kept his company solvent. My mother stepped in, then her hand resting on his arm. She was composed, but her eyes had changed. "Margaret," she said carefully, "why didn't you tell us?" I met her gaze. "Because you weren't listening. And because every time I spoke about my work, you treated it as evidence that I was failing." I paused. It turns out the Davenport standard wasn't the benchmark I thought it was. The silence that followed was not hostile. It was destabilizing. Late in the evening, Elliot found me near the bar. He looked exhausted, smaller. How long, he asked. A while. When Dad said those things at the gala, he continued quietly. "You just stood there." I let him say what he believed, I replied. Correcting him wasn't my responsibility. Finishing the acquisition was. Daniel Brooks appeared beside me, seamless as ever. "The consortium is ready, Margaret," he said. "We're on schedule." I nodded, then looked at my brother one last time. "Excuse me, Elliot. I have work to do." I walked away without looking back. I had spent 7 years operating in the dark, not hiding, but preparing. Tonight, the room had finally adjusted to my presence. The final revelation hadn't even happened yet, but they already knew. I wasn't passing through. The summit had entered its final hour, the air thick with the scent of high-grade espresso and the low hum of deals being finalized in the margins of the room. My family remained anchored to the spot, a cluster of frozen privilege. My father was unable to leave without answers, and Elliot was unable to stop watching me as if I might vanish if he blinked. I was finishing a conversation with a representative from a Tier 1 sovereign wealth fund when the managing director of a competing logistics giant approached our circle. He had been watching the evening's shifting tides with undisguised curiosity. He was a man accustomed to getting what he wanted, and right now he wanted the identity of the person holding the leash on his biggest rival. "I've been trying to solve a puzzle all night," he said, interrupting with the casual rudeness of someone who assumes his time is the most valuable in the room. He looked at my father, then at me. "The financing structure behind the recent Davenport Logistics expansion project Horizon. I've traced the debt tranches back to this shop, but the beneficial ownership is opaque. Who is actually behind the capital?" The question acted like a physical weight. My father drifted closer, his eyes narrowing. Elliot stepped in his face, pale, his breath hitched. This was the question he had been trying to answer for weeks. This was the shadow he had been chasing. Daniel Brooks appeared at my side as if summoned by the gravity of the moment. He didn't look at me, and he didn't need to. We had rehearsed this silence for 7 years. The managing director turned to Daniel. "Brooks, you're the CFO at Hawthorne. You'd know better than anyone. Who is the beneficial owner of the fund supporting Davenport?" Daniel's expression was a masterpiece of professional composure, central, detached, and utterly certain. He paused just long enough for the conversations nearest us to die down, for the ripples of attention to spread outward. "She pays me," Daniel said. He didn't point. He didn't gesture. But the way he stood half a step behind me, his posture and admission of subordinate rank left no room for interpretation. The room didn't fall silent with a dramatic gasp. It was a gradual, systemic realization. For my father, the effect was seismic. His daughter, the failure, the freeloader, the girl he had publicly dismantled at his own gala, was the silent partner who had provided the blood for his company's expansion. "She pays me" wasn't a comment on a salary. It was a declaration of authority. It meant that Daniel Brooks, a man my father had treated like a servant, answered to my capital. It meant that every contract Elliot had signed, every visionary move he had made, had been enabled by my discretion. My father opened his mouth, then closed it. The judgment, the verdicts, the certainties he had carried for decades had simply evaporated. Elliot went a shade of gray I hadn't seen since the 2008 crash. "You knew it was us," my father said, his voice a jagged whisper. "I ran the numbers," I replied, my voice perfectly steady. I described his empire with the clinical detachment of a doctor reading a chart. Davenport Logistics has strong fundamentals. It was a solid, risk-adjusted return for my clients. "Your company is a high-performing asset, Dad. Nothing more." "You've been funding us," Elliot managed to say. He looked like he was struggling to find air. "The expansion, the international berths. It was you." "You didn't ask about my work," I said, finally looking him in the eye. "You assumed you knew everything that mattered about me, and you were wrong. You mistook my silence for absence." My father tried to summon a final spark of his old self. "This doesn't change anything. You walked away from this family. You made your choice." "I did," I agreed, offering him a nod of acknowledgement. "And given the view from here, it was the best investment I ever made." I didn't wait for the fallout. I turned to Daniel, gave him a brief instruction for the morning's opening bell, and walked toward the exit. I could feel my family's eyes on my back, a weight I had carried since childhood, but tonight that weight was gone. The truth was out. The roles had been reversed. And as I stepped into the crisp New York night, I realized that I wasn't just stepping out of the room. I was stepping out of their story entirely. I have corrected the minor error in Chapter 11. The text is now 100% clean English, with all Vietnamese phrases removed and the tone maintained for professional delivery. The aftermath of the summit was quieter than I had expected. There were no dramatic confrontations, no tearful phone calls, and no family meetings convened to address what had been revealed. Just silence, the particular silence of people who didn't know what to say. I returned to my normal routine the day after the event. Early morning meetings, portfolio reviews, and the steady rhythm of work that had sustained me through years of family drama. The world hadn't changed because my secret was out. Deals still needed to close. Clients still needed attention. The machinery of finance continued turning regardless of what the Davenport family now knew about their daughter. But beneath the surface, shifts were occurring. The first sign came from my father's business associates, the men and women who had attended the summit and witnessed the revelation. Their communications with Davenport Logistics became more guarded, more professional, and less warm. It was nothing overt or something that could be called a snub, just a subtle recalibration of relationships that had previously seemed secure. My brother felt it most acutely. His networking, which was always aggressive, had relied on an unspoken assumption that the Davenport name carried weight. That association with his family was a benefit rather than a complication. Now that assumption was in question. The sister they had dismissed was revealed to be a major player in the same circles they were trying to cultivate. The family narrative of unified success was shown to be incomplete at best and false at worst. I learned about these developments not from my family, but from the industry gossip that percolated through my network. A partner at a law firm mentioned that Elliot's calls were being returned more slowly than before. A banker noted that a deal Davenport Logistics had been pursuing had suddenly become more complicated. These were small things, individually insignificant, but together they painted a picture of influence quietly eroding. My mother reached out first. It was a carefully worded text message asking if we could meet for lunch. "Just the two of us," she specified, "away from your father and brother." I agreed more out of curiosity than any expectation of reconciliation. We met at a restaurant in the city neutral territory, far from Greenwich and far from my offices. She looked older than she had at the gala, as if the intervening weeks had aged her in ways I couldn't quite define. "I didn't know," she said after we had ordered. "I want you to understand that. I knew you had left the company, and I knew you were doing something in the city, but I never imagined that I might succeed without your help." She flinched at the words but didn't deny their accuracy. "We assumed things about you that weren't true, your father especially, but all of us. We saw what we expected to see." "You saw what was convenient to see," I corrected her. "A failure made you feel better about your choices. A successful daughter would have complicated the story you told yourselves." She didn't argue. She sipped her water and looked out the window at the passing pedestrians, ordinary people living ordinary lives, unaware of the quiet drama being played out at our table. "Your father is proud," she said finally. "Prouder than he knows how to admit. Finding out that you achieved what you did without his help or his guidance, it shook something in him. He doesn't know how to process it. He doesn't need to process it. He just needs to accept it." She nodded slowly. "He may never be able to do that. But I wanted you to know that I see you now. I see what you built, and I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner." It was more than I had expected from her. It wasn't enough to heal years of dismissal, but it was something, an acknowledgement that the fault had not been mine. I thanked her for lunch for her honesty and for the effort it must have taken to reach out. And then I left, walking back through the city streets toward my office and the life I had built without her approval. My brother's reckoning came differently. He called me a week after my lunch with our mother, his voice stripped of the arrogance I had grown accustomed to. "I need to understand something," he said without preamble. "The financing you provided, was it intended to help us or to gain leverage over us?" "It was intended to generate returns for my investors," I told him honestly. "Your company happened to be a good opportunity. Family had nothing to do with it." "But you could have told us. You could have given us a chance to respond, to understand what was happening. Would you have listened?" He was silent for a long moment. "Probably not," he admitted. "I would have assumed you were exaggerating or that someone else was really behind it. I would have found a way to dismiss it. Which is exactly why I didn't tell you." He exhaled heavily.
I spent my whole life believing I was the successful one, the one who carried on Dad's legacy and built on what he started. And the whole time you were quietly becoming more successful than any of us. How am I supposed to reconcile that? You don't have to reconcile it, I said. You just have to live with it.
The call ended without resolution, but something had shifted between us. It wasn't friendship or even reconciliation, but perhaps the beginning of an acknowledgement that the story he had told himself about our relative positions was not the only possible version. My father never called. I hadn't expected him to. His pride would not permit him to reach out to the daughter who had proved him wrong, and I had no interest in forcing a conversation he wasn't ready to have. Instead, we communicated through silence, through the absence of the attacks that had once been constant, and through a mutual agreement to keep our distance while we both adjusted to the new reality. The power that had once flowed so naturally toward Richard, Davenport began to dissipate. It wasn't dramatic or catastrophic, but it was steady, like water finding new channels when an old path becomes blocked. His company was still successful, and his reputation was still substantial, but the aura of invincibility that had surrounded him for decades was gone. And in its place, something new was growing. It wasn't my power over him, nothing so crude as dominance or revenge, but a simple equality. It was the recognition that I was no longer his dependent, no longer his disappointment, and no longer the failure he could point to as evidence of his own superior judgment. I had become someone he had to take seriously. That was revenge enough. The morning after everything changed looked like any other weekday. I woke up at 6, made coffee, scanned the news, and opened my calendar. Meetings were still there. Deadlines hadn't moved. Nothing on the schedule suggested that a family hierarchy had quietly collapsed the night before. Still, something was different. Late that morning, my phone buzzed. It was a message from my father. It wasn't an apology, and it wasn't an invitation. It was just a short note saying we should talk at some point when it was convenient for me. The wording mattered. He was asking, not instructing. That alone told me more than any speech could have. I replied that I would reach out when I had time. I meant it not because I felt obligated, but because I no longer felt the need to avoid him. Hiding had served its purpose. It wasn't necessary anymore. Over the next few months, things shifted in small, unremarkable ways. My brother became quieter in meetings and more careful with his words. He asked questions instead of assuming he already knew the answers. It wasn't a transformation, just an adjustment, but it was noticeable. My mother became the point of contact between us. She passed along updates, suggested lunches, and mentioned events without pressure. For the first time, she didn't try to frame reconciliation as something I owed. She let the distance exist without trying to close it. My father stayed distant, proud, controlled, and careful. But the public remarks stopped. The dismissive jokes disappeared. When we were in the same room, he treated me with formality and restraint. We didn't revisit the past or discuss business. We acknowledged each other's presence and left it at that. That was enough. Work continued the way it always had. The regulatory review closed without findings. Our disclosures were validated. Investors stayed and deals closed. The company moved forward unaffected by family revelations that had once felt enormous. The real change wasn't external. For years I had managed two versions of myself, one for my family and one for the world I actually lived in. Keeping them separate had required constant effort, careful omissions, and strategic silence. That effort is gone now. I didn't have to explain or conceal anything. I could simply answer questions directly and let the facts stand on their own. I thought back to what my father had shouted that night, that I would be nothing without them, and that I wouldn't last a week. He was wrong about the outcome. But he was right about one thing: walking away had consequences. It forced me to build something on my own terms, without approval and without a safety net. That work shaped me more than comfort ever could have. I no longer needed that conflict to keep going. The work had its own momentum now. On the anniversary of the gala, my father hosted another event. It was smaller and quieter. He invited me directly, not through my mother, and not as an afterthought. I went. The evening was restrained. There was no spectacle and no grand statement. He spoke briefly, thanked the guests, and kept the focus on the event. When his speech ended, he met my eyes across the room and nodded once. It wasn't an apology, and it wasn't warm. It was an acknowledgement. Later, we spoke for a few minutes. He asked about my work, and I answered. He listened without interrupting. When the conversation ended, he said something he had never said before. "I was wrong about you." That was all. It didn't erase the past or repair everything, but it was honest. I left that night without needing anything more from him. The point had never been to embarrass my family or take something from them. It was about dismantling the version of me they had relied on for years, the failure, the dependent, and the one they could dismiss without consequence. That version no longer existed. If you've stayed with this story, you probably recognize something in it. Maybe you've been underestimated by the people who were supposed to know you best. Maybe you've kept parts of your life small to avoid conflict. Maybe you've been told directly or indirectly that you wouldn't make it on your own. You don't have to prove anything to people who have already decided who you are. Sometimes the most effective response is silence. Sometimes it's distance. Sometimes it's building a life that speaks for itself. If this story resonated with you, feel free to share your thoughts in the comments. I read them. And if you want to hear more stories like this one, you know what to do. They said I would be nothing without them. I kept going anyway. My brother chose his own wedding as the venue to humiliate me. He didn't lower his voice, and he didn't hesitate. In front of a room full of guests, he pointed me out and laughed, telling everyone I was just an illiterate cleaner who shouldn't be trusted with anything that required actual thought. My father stood right beside him wearing a smile as he added that I had always been an empty-headed child anyway. A few people laughed. Others looked away uncomfortable. No one told him to stop. I stood there in a plain dress, hands folded tightly in front of me, occupying the exact space my family had decided I belonged on the periphery of the room, easy to ignore, and even easier to mock. The music continued to play. Glasses clinked in celebration. The ceremony moved forward as if nothing had happened. That was the part that cut the deepest. Not the words themselves, but how normal the cruelty seemed to all of them. This story is fictionalized for dramatic effect. What happened next didn't begin with me speaking at all. It started when someone else finally looked my way. The wedding planner guided the guests toward the main hall, and I watched my brother shake hands with men in expensive suits, his smile wider than I had ever seen it. Daniel had always known how to work a room. He had inherited that from our father. The charm, the effortless confidence, the ability to make every person feel like they were the center of his world. At least everyone except me. I found a corner near the back of the hall where the light was dim and the noise of conversation was muffled. A server passed by with a tray of champagne flutes, and I took one just to have something to hold. The bubbles rose to the surface and vanished one by one, much like the words I had swallowed over the years. The guests around me chatted about the venue, the floral arrangements, and the impressive guest list. I caught fragments of talk about Daniel's new business venture, the investors he had courted, and the future he was building for himself. No one asked me a single question. No one even looked in my direction long enough to wonder who I was. That was by design. I had received the wedding invitation 3 months earlier at my small apartment in Philadelphia. There was no personal note tucked inside, no follow-up phone call, no message asking if I needed help with travel. It was just a formal card with gold lettering and a date circled in my calendar like a prison sentence I was forced to serve. My father called me 2 days after the invitation arrived. His voice was clipped and efficient, the tone he reserved exclusively for me. He told me it would look strange if I didn't attend. He said people would ask questions. He said I should come stay quiet and not make things difficult for Daniel on his special day. I asked him what he meant by difficult. "You know exactly what I mean," he said. The conversation lasted less than 5 minutes. Daniel called me once a week before the wedding. He didn't ask how I was doing or if I was looking forward to the event. He simply told me there would be important people at the reception, investors, partners, potential clients. He said the wedding was as much about business as it was about love. Then he paused and added that I should probably dress simply. Nothing that would draw too much attention. Nothing that would prompt people to ask questions about what I did for a living. I told him I understood. He said good and hung up. I had been working as a cleaner for the past 4 years. Not the kind of cleaner my family imagined when they used the word like a slur, not someone scrubbing toilets in gas stations or mopping fast food floors. I worked for a high-end service that contracted with luxury hotels and corporate headquarters. I held certifications. I had regular clients who requested me by name. I earned a decent living, paid my rent on time, and had health insurance for the first time in my adult life. But none of that mattered to my family. To them, I was still the daughter who had failed to live up to expectations, the one who had dropped out of college after 2 years, the one who had taken jobs they considered beneath our family's dignity. It was the cautionary tale Daniel could point to whenever he wanted to feel better about his own choices. I watched him now standing at the center of the reception hall with his new wife Claire by his side. She was beautiful in the way that expensive things are beautiful, polished, precise, and perfectly arranged. Her dress likely cost more than I earned in 6 months. Her smile never wavered, even when she caught my eye from across the room and quickly looked away. I had met Claire only twice before the wedding. Both times, she had been polite in the way people are polite to service workers, distant, efficient, and careful not to establish any connection that might complicate things later. She knew what Daniel had told her about me. She had already made her decision about who I was. The ceremony had been brief and elegant. Daniel and Claire exchanged vows before a minister who spoke of partnership, commitment, and building a life together. I sat in the back row far from the family section, watching my father beam with pride at his son. At one point, he turned to the guests near him and said something that made them laugh. I couldn't hear the words, but I saw the way he gestured toward Daniel, his chest swelling with satisfaction. He had never looked at me that way, not once. After the ceremony, the guests filed into the reception hall for cocktails. I found my corner and stayed there watching the room arrange itself into familiar hierarchies. The important people gravitated toward the center where Daniel and Claire held court. The less important guests orbited around them like satellites hoping to catch a momentary flicker of attention. And people like me, people who didn't fit neatly into any category, found the edges and made ourselves small. That was when Daniel made his speech. He had been drinking champagne loosened by the alcohol and the adoration of his guests. Someone asked him to say a few words, and he obliged without hesitation. He talked about his journey, his successes, and his vision for the future. He spoke of the values our father had instilled in him: hard work, discipline, and the importance of making the right choices. Then he pointed at me. He said my name like it was a punchline. He said I was proof of what happened when someone didn't take life seriously. He said I had always been the dreamer in the family, the one with my head in the clouds, the one who couldn't be trusted with anything that required actual thinking. He called me an illiterate cleaner and laughed, and a few of the guests laughed along with him. My father nodded and added his own commentary. He called me an empty-headed child, the one they had always worried about, the one who had never quite figured out how to succeed. He said it with the tone of someone sharing a mildly embarrassing family anecdote, not overtly cruel, just honest, merely stating facts that everyone already knew. I stood there with my champagne flute and felt the room shrink around me. I felt the eyes that flickered in my direction and then quickly darted away. I felt the silence of all the people who heard what was said and chose to say nothing. And then I felt something else, a different kind of attention. I looked up and saw a man standing near the front of the room. He was older, distinguished, with silver hair, and the kind of quiet authority that made people step aside without being asked. He wasn't laughing. He wasn't looking away. He was looking directly at me, his expression unreadable, his eyes steady and focused. I didn't know his name yet. I didn't know why he was watching me. But I recognized the quality of his attention. It felt different from everyone else's. It seemed to be asking a question rather than delivering a judgment. The music started up again. The conversation resumed. Daniel moved on to his next toast, his next handshake, his next performance. But the man kept looking at me, and for the first time that night, I didn't look away. The morning of the wedding, I woke up early and stayed still, staring at the ceiling longer than necessary. The hotel room was modest. I had paid for it myself, I chose this place specifically because it was 3 miles away, far enough that no one in my family would expect me to be available for last-minute errands or family photographs. My phone rang at 7:30. I didn't need to check the screen. My father's voice was calm and careful, the tone he used when he wanted obedience without asking for it directly. After a brief greeting, he reminded me to be appropriate. He said there would be guests who didn't know our family's situation. He said it would be best if I didn't give anyone a reason to ask questions. I asked him what questions he meant. "You know exactly what I mean," he said. "Keep a low profile. Let Daniel have his day. This is important for the family, Hannah. Think about that." The call ended in under 3 minutes, but the message was familiar. I was not a daughter to be supported. I was a liability to be contained. Daniel called 20 minutes later. His voice carried the effortless charm of someone who had never doubted his place in the world. He said he was glad I was coming, but the warmth was purely professional. He reminded me the wedding wasn't just a celebration, it was an opportunity, business. He mentioned investors and partners, people who mattered. He suggested I be a quieter version of myself and advised me not to talk about work. "People might not understand why someone from our family would choose to do what you do," he said. I told him I understood. He hung up satisfied. My family had always treated my job as proof that something had gone wrong with me. To them, the word cleaner was enough. No details required, no recognition of the fact that I had worked my way up to handle luxury contracts. In their eyes, I just cleaned up other people's messes for a living. What they chose to forget was that before that job, I had spent years working as a language consultant. I learned Arabic in Morocco. I had been fluent enough to navigate negotiations worth millions of dollars. They had never taken it seriously. They called it a phase, and when that firm eventually downsized, they called it a failure. I tried to explain that skills don't disappear just because a job does, but they weren't interested in explanations. They had already decided who I was, and nothing I said could change their minds. So I stopped trying. I took the cleaning job because I needed the income. Time passed. The temporary became permanent. And eventually my family's version of me became the only story anyone remembered. By the time I finished getting dressed, I knew exactly how the day would go. I would be quiet. I would stay in my designated corner. I would not contradict the story they planned to tell. The wedding wasn't about me. It was about the image they wanted to project to the world. I didn't know yet that by the end of the night, that image would shatter and their story would finally collapse on its own. The venue was a converted estate on the outskirts of the city, the kind of place that made people feel important just by breathing its air. Stone pathways wound through manicured gardens, and waiters in white jackets moved like ghosts among the guests, offering champagne and small bites arranged like museum exhibits. Everything had been designed to impress, and it was working. I arrived exactly on time, which made me the first person the parking attendant had to redirect. He looked at my 12-year-old Honda with its dented bumper and pointed toward a gravel lot behind the main building far from the entrance where the Ferraris and Mercedes were being displayed. I didn't argue. Arguing with someone who has already assessed your value is a waste of breath. Inside the reception hall was a sea of country club smiles and corporate handshakes. They greeted each other with the easy familiarity of people who share the same tax bracket and vacation codes. I stood near the entrance feeling less like a sister and more like an anthropologist studying a foreign tribe. A wedding planner approached me checking a clipboard with a professional, distant smile. She asked my name, found it at the very bottom of her list, and pointed toward a table near the service kitchen far from the raised platform where the wedding party would hold court. I sat down alone. The other chairs at my table remained empty for a long time. I had been relegated to the obligatory section, the margin of the celebration where guests were acknowledged but not celebrated. My position on the social map was clear. I was a footnote in Daniel's success. The ceremony in the garden was beautiful. Daniel and Claire stood under a floral arch, their faces radiant. When they exchanged vows, their voices carried clearly through hidden speakers, ensuring that every important person in the room heard their promises of partnership and prestige. I watched my father in the front row. His back was straighter than I'd seen it in years, his chest swelling with pride. He had always believed Daniel was destined for greatness, and this wedding was the ultimate confirmation of his faith. I sat behind a large woman in a purple hat, invisible, watching a life I was never invited to join. After the ceremony, I found a spot near a window with my wine. Outside, the photographers were arranging the official family portrait. Daniel, Claire, and my father stood at the center glowing. I was not called. I was not asked. I stood behind the glass watching them capture a memory that intentionally left me out. A woman in expensive silk approached me briefly, mistaking me for a guest of status. "How do you know the couple?" she asked. "I'm Daniel's sister," I said. The recognition in her eyes died, instantly replaced by a careful, polite neutrality. "Oh," she murmured. "I didn't realize Daniel had a sister. He never mentioned—" She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. She excused herself to find someone more relevant, leaving me with the silence of a room that simply had no space for me. Dinner was a grand affair of fine china and strategic networking. As the plates were cleared, the master of ceremonies invited Daniel to say a few words. My brother rose with the effortless grace of a man who owned the room. He began with a speech about his journey, about discipline, making the right choices, and the importance of surrounding oneself with winners. The guests listened with rapt attention, nodding at his jokes and applauding his vision. He was charming, eloquent, and perfectly in control. Then the tone shifted. He looked across the room, his eyes finally landing on me in my dark corner. "Success is about choices," Daniel said, his voice amplified and steady. "And my sister Hannah is here to remind us of that. We love her, but she's always been the cautionary tale of the family, the dreamer, who never quite figured out how to function in the real world." The room grew quiet. He didn't need to shout. The silence made his next words feel like a gavel hitting a block. "She ended up exactly where her choices led her, an illiterate cleaner. Someone who handles the messes, so people like us don't have to." A few people chuckled, that uncomfortable, polite laughter of guests who don't want to seem rude by not getting the joke. But most just stared. The word cleaner hung in the air like a stain on the white tablecloths. My father stood up then, placing a hand on Daniel's shoulder. He didn't look at me. He looked at the crowd. "Daniel is right," he added, his voice thin but firm. "She's always been an empty-headed child. We tried to help her, but some people simply can't be saved from themselves." The verdict was in. It was a public declaration of my worthlessness delivered by the two people who were supposed to know me best. They hadn't just insulted me. They had defined me in front of every potential employer and peer in the city. I sat at my table feeling the weight of 100 gazes. Some eyes held pity, others held a cold dismissal. I felt the story of my life being written by people who didn't even know my last name. Claire sat at the head table, her smile perfectly frozen. She didn't look away, but she didn't speak up either. She was a practical woman, and practical people don't defend those who have nothing to offer. Daniel raised his glass for a final toast, and the room dutifully followed. The clinking of crystal sounded like a closing door. I stayed in my seat, shrinking into myself, waiting for the moment to pass so I could disappear forever. But through the crowd, I felt a different kind of gaze. I looked up and saw the man with the silver hair. He was standing near the front, close enough to have heard every word. He wasn't laughing. He wasn't nodding. He was just watching me with a steady, intense focus, as if he was looking for something beneath the cleaner my family had just described. For the first time that night, the silence didn't feel like a weight. It felt like a question. I noticed the change before I understood its cause. Conversations around me grew quieter. Guests straightened their posture and adjusted their expressions. The casual atmosphere of the reception shifted into something more formal, more watchful, and more aware. Then I saw him clearly for the first time. The man who had been watching me was moving through the room, and the guests were parting for him like water around a stone. He didn't push or ask for space. He simply existed, and the room reorganized itself around his presence. His name rippled through the crowd in fragments. "Jonathan Reed, Jonathan Reed." I heard it whisper between clusters of guests who glanced at him and then quickly looked away, as if making eye contact might reveal something they weren't supposed to know. I knew the name. Everyone in certain circles knew the name. Jonathan Reed was a legend in international business, a man who had built a fortune on deals that spanned continents, who spoke 6 languages fluently, and who had the ear of presidents and prime ministers. His company had investments in energy technology, infrastructure, and a dozen other sectors I couldn't keep track of. When Jonathan Reed walked into a room, the room paid attention. Daniel noticed him immediately. I watched my brother's expression transform from confident host to eager supplicant in the space of a heartbeat. He excused himself from his conversation and moved toward Jonathan with a smile that was just slightly too wide a handshake that lasted just a moment too long. My father followed close behind his own expression, a carefully calibrated mixture of warmth and deference. He introduced himself as Daniel's father, mentioned their family's long history in the community, and hinted at values and traditions that might appeal to a man of Jonathan's stature. Jonathan listened with the patience of someone who had heard this kind of approach many times before. He nodded at the right moments and made appropriate sounds of interest, but his attention seemed to float above the conversation, landing briefly on details and then moving on. I watched from my corner and tried to figure out why a man like Jonathan Reed was at my brother's wedding. The guest list had included business associates and investors, but Jonathan was in a different category entirely. His presence here suggested either a connection I didn't know about or an agenda I couldn't guess. Daniel was explaining his latest business venture, now his hands moving as he described market opportunities and growth projections. He spoke with the confidence of someone who believed his own intelligence was obvious to everyone, and perhaps to most people it was. But Jonathan's expression gave nothing away. He listened without responding, assessed without judging, and watched without revealing what he saw. Then Daniel made a mistake. He was trying to establish rapport, to create a connection that would make Jonathan see him as more than just another ambitious young man with a business plan. He started talking about family, about traditions, about values, and about the different paths people took in life. He gestured across the room toward my table and laughed. "That's my sister over there," he said. "The cleaner. She's proof that not everyone in the family got the same drive. Some people just don't have what it takes." He said it casually, like a throwaway observation meant to demonstrate his own superiority by contrast. He expected Jonathan to laugh along, to nod in understanding, and to share the assumption that people who cleaned for a living were inherently less valuable than people who made deals. Jonathan didn't laugh. His expression didn't change at all. He simply looked at Daniel for a long moment, then turned his gaze toward me. Not with curiosity or pity or judgment, just attention. Pure, focused attention that seemed to take in everything about me in a single glance. I felt exposed under that gaze. I felt seen in a way I hadn't been seen all evening, as if someone had finally noticed that the character my family had created didn't match the person actually sitting at the table. Daniel kept talking, trying to fill the silence his joke had created. He shifted to another topic, mentioned a partnership he was hoping to develop, and asked if Jonathan might be interested in discussing opportunities. His voice had an edge of desperation, now the sound of someone who had lost control of a conversation and was scrambling to get it back. Jonathan interrupted him with a raised hand. "Excuse me," he said. "I need to attend to something." He didn't explain what. He simply turned and walked away, leaving Daniel standing with his hand extended and his mouth open. My father tried to salvage the moment, saying something about how busy important men must be, but the damage was done. Jonathan Reed had dismissed them, and everyone nearby had seen it happen. I watched Jonathan move through the room, greeting guests with brief nods and shorter conversations. He seemed to be making his way around the perimeter of the hall, and I realized with a start that his path was bringing him closer to my table. He stopped a few feet away and turned to face me. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The noise of the reception continued around us, but it felt distant, muffled, as if we were standing in a bubble of silence that separated us from everyone else. His eyes were sharp and intelligent, the eyes of someone who had made difficult decisions and lived with their consequences. But there was something else in them too, something that looked almost like recognition. "Do I know you?" he asked. His voice was quiet, almost conversational, but it carried the weight of genuine curiosity. "I don't think so," I said. He studied my face for another moment, then nodded slowly. "Perhaps not," he said, "but you seem familiar somehow." He didn't elaborate. He didn't explain what about me seemed familiar or what memory he was trying to access. He simply stood there watching me with that steady, assessing gaze, as if waiting for something to click into place. Then Thomas appeared at his side, a younger man in an expensive suit, who seemed to serve as Jonathan's assistant or advisor. He murmured something in Jonathan's ear, and Jonathan nodded without taking his eyes off me. "We should talk later," Jonathan said, "if you have time." Then he turned and walked away, leaving me sitting alone at my table with my heart beating faster than it had all evening. I didn't know what had just happened. I didn't know why Jonathan Reed wanted to talk to me or what he thought he recognized when he looked at my face. But I knew something had shifted. The story my family had been telling about me was the only story anyone had heard all night. Daniel's speech had established the narrative, and my father's comments had confirmed it. I was the illiterate cleaner, the empty-headed child, the cautionary tale. But Jonathan Reed hadn't accepted that story. He had looked at me and seen something else, something that didn't fit the character my family had created. And now he wanted to talk. I sat at my table and watched the reception continue around me. Daniel was trying to recover from his dismissal by Jonathan working the room with renewed energy and reasserting his position at the center of attention. My father had retreated to a group of older men who seemed sympathetic to his concerns about the younger generation. They didn't notice me anymore. They had delivered their verdict and moved on. But someone else was paying attention now, and that made all the difference. The evening had shifted into its later phase. Dessert had been served and cleared away, and the guests had broken into smaller groups scattered throughout the reception hall. The music was softer now, background noise, rather than an invitation, and conversations had grown more intimate, more strategic. I watched from my corner as Jonathan Reed and Thomas moved to a quieter section of the room near the windows that overlooked the garden. They stood close together, speaking in low voices that didn't carry, and I saw Jonathan gesture occasionally with the economy of movement that characterized everything he did. Then I heard them switch languages. The Arabic was fluid and natural, the kind that came from years of practice rather than academic study. They discussed something I couldn't quite make out from across the room, but I caught fragments, numbers, names, references to documents, and timelines. It was clearly business, something important enough to warrant privacy, even in a room full of people who couldn't understand what was being said. Daniel noticed the language shift. I saw him glance toward Jonathan and Thomas with an expression that tried to look knowing, but succeeded only in revealing his ignorance. He laughed too loudly at something a nearby guest said, then made his way toward the window where Jonathan was standing. "Excuse me," Daniel said, inserting himself into the conversation with the confidence of someone who believed his presence was always welcome. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important." Jonathan paused mid-sentence and looked at Daniel with the patience of someone who had been interrupted many times before and had learned to accept it as the cost of success. "Not at all," Jonathan said. "We were just discussing some details." "It sounded complicated," Daniel said. "What language was that?" "Arabic," Thomas answered. Daniel nodded, as if this confirmed something he had suspected. He made a comment about how impressive it was to speak multiple languages, how useful it must be in international business, and how he had always meant to learn something beyond Spanish, but had never found the time. Jonathan listened without responding. His expression remained neutral, but I thought I detected a slight tightening around his eyes, the look of someone who was being patient, but wouldn't be patient forever. Then Daniel made another mistake. He gestured toward me across the room and laughed. "My sister wouldn't know what to do with a language like that," he said. "She can barely handle English, probably thinks Arabic is just squiggles." He said it as a joke, expecting Jonathan to laugh along, or at least smile in acknowledgement. He was trying to create a shared moment of superiority, a bond based on mutual recognition of who mattered and who didn't. Jonathan didn't laugh. He looked at Daniel for a long moment, then turned his gaze toward me. His expression was thoughtful, almost curious, as if he was reconsidering something he had assumed. Thomas said something in Arabic, a brief observation that made Jonathan nod slowly. I was too far away to hear the exact words, but I understood the tone. They were discussing something about me, or about what Daniel had said, or about the situation in general. Daniel stood there with his smile frozen on his face, clearly aware that something had shifted but unsure what. He made another attempt at conversation, mentioning a project he was working on and suggesting that Jonathan might be interested in hearing more about the opportunities in his sector. Jonathan held up a hand. "Another time, perhaps," he said. "We have some things to discuss." He turned back to Thomas and resumed speaking in Arabic, effectively dismissing Daniel from the conversation. Daniel stood there for a moment longer, his smile fading, then retreated to find my father and share his confusion about what had just happened. I watched from across the room and felt something I hadn't felt all evening: hope. Jonathan and Thomas continued their conversation in Arabic, and I listened to the fragments I could hear. My own Arabic was rusty from lack of practice, but it came back to me as I focused the patterns and rhythms I had learned during my years as a language consultant, the vocabulary that had once been as familiar to me as English. They were discussing a deal, something significant, something that had been in negotiation for a while. There were concerns about cultural protocols, about communication challenges, and about finding someone who could bridge the gap between American business practices and the expectations of their partners in the Middle East. I heard Jonathan mention a phrase I recognized from my consulting days, a particular term that referred to a type of business relationship built on personal trust rather than contracts. He said they were struggling to find someone who understood both the language and the culture well enough to help navigate the final stages of the negotiation. Thomas agreed and mentioned that they had tried several consultants, but none had been quite right. They needed someone with genuine fluency, someone who understood the nuances, someone who could communicate respect and sincerity in ways that translation alone couldn't capture. I sat at my table and felt the weight of what I was hearing. They were looking for exactly the kind of person I had been, the kind of person I still was underneath the cleaning uniform and the family narrative that had buried my real skills and experience. Jonathan glanced in my direction again, and this time his expression was different. He was studying me with the intensity of someone who was putting pieces together, connecting dots that hadn't been visible before. He said something to Thomas in Arabic too quietly for me to hear. Thomas turned and looked at me. His expression shifted from curiosity to something more focused, more intent. Then Jonathan started walking toward me. My heart was beating fast now, faster than it had all evening. I didn't know what was about to happen, but I knew something was different. The story my family had told about me was about to be tested against reality, and I wasn't sure what the result would be. Jonathan stopped at my table and looked down at me with that steady, assessing gaze. "May I sit?" he asked. I nodded, not trusting my voice. He sat down across from me and folded his hands on the table. Thomas remained standing nearby, watching with the alertness of someone who had learned to pay attention to everything. "I apologize for my directness," Jonathan said, "but I need to ask you something." I waited. He spoke a sentence in Arabic, a complete grammatically correct sentence that asked whether I understood what he was saying. I looked at him for a long moment, and then I answered him in Arabic. His expression didn't change, but I saw something shift in his eyes, something that looked like confirmation. He asked another question, this time more complex, using vocabulary that would have been challenging for someone who had learned the language casually or briefly. I answered that question too. Thomas moved closer. His own expression transformed from curiosity to something approaching amazement. Jonathan asked me a third question this time, about a specific business concept that required not just language skills, but cultural understanding. I answered him completely and correctly. The silence that followed was different from any silence I had experienced that evening. It wasn't the silence of dismissal or the silence of judgment. It was the silence of recalculation of assumptions being revised, of a story being rewritten in real time. Jonathan leaned back in his chair and looked at me with new eyes. "How long have you been fluent?" he asked. "Almost 15 years, I said. He nodded slowly as if this confirmed something he had suspected. "And you work as a cleaner now?" I looked at him directly and felt for the first time that evening that I didn't need to defend myself or explain my choices. "Yes," I said. "I do." Jonathan studied me for another long moment, then turned to Thomas and said something in Arabic that I understood completely. He said, I think we may have found exactly what we were looking for. The change in the room was subtle but unmistakable. Conversations near our table had grown quieter, and I noticed guests glancing in our direction with expressions of curiosity and speculation. Jonathan Reed was sitting at my table talking to me, and that simple fact had disrupted the social order of the entire reception. Daniel noticed. I saw him across the room, his attention pulled away from whatever conversation he had been having, his eyes fixed on the scene at my table. He started moving toward us, weaving through the crowd, with the determined expression of someone who sensed something had gone wrong and needed to fix it. My father followed close behind his face, showing the same mixture of confusion and concern. Jonathan saw them coming, but didn't stand up or make any move to meet them halfway. He continued sitting across from me, his posture relaxed, his attention undivided. "Jonathan," Daniel said as he reached our table. His voice was bright, perhaps too bright. "I see you've met my sister." Jonathan nodded without looking at him. "We've been having an interesting conversation." Daniel's smile faltered slightly. He glanced at me with an expression I couldn't quite read, suspicion perhaps, or worry that I had said something embarrassing. "I hope she hasn't been boring you with stories," Daniel said. "Hannah doesn't always understand when people are being polite." Jonathan turned his gaze toward Daniel, and the temperature around our table seemed to drop several degrees. "On the contrary," Jonathan said, "your sister has been remarkably informative." Daniel's smile disappeared entirely. He looked at me again, his expression now openly confused, trying to figure out what I could possibly have told Jonathan Reed that would merit the word informative. My father stepped forward, placing a hand on Daniel's shoulder in the gesture of paternal support I had seen so many times before. "Jonathan," he said, "I hope there hasn't been any misunderstanding. Hannah means well, but she doesn't always express herself clearly. If she said anything confusing—" Jonathan held up a hand and my father stopped mid-sentence. "There's no misunderstanding," Jonathan said. "In fact, I think things are becoming quite clear." He turned to Thomas, who had been standing nearby throughout this exchange, and said something in Arabic. The words were spoken at normal volume, clearly audible to everyone at the table, but they might as well have been code. Daniel and my father stood there with blank expressions, understanding nothing. I understood everything. Jonathan had asked Thomas to confirm a detail about the negotiation they had been discussing earlier, a specific cultural protocol that was causing difficulty with their partners. Thomas answered with a brief explanation of the problem, and Jonathan nodded thoughtfully. Then he turned to me and asked a question in Arabic. The question was technical, specific, the kind of thing only someone with genuine expertise would know how to answer. It concerned the appropriate way to address a concern that had been raised by the other party in the negotiation, a matter of honor and respect that couldn't be resolved through standard business channels. I answered him in Arabic. My answer was detailed and precise. I explained the cultural context behind the concern, suggested a framework for addressing it that would satisfy both parties, and referenced similar situations I had helped navigate during my years as a consultant. The silence that followed was profound. Daniel and my father stood frozen, their expressions showing the dawning realization that something was happening they didn't understand. They had heard me speaking, had seen Jonathan and Thomas nodding along, but the words themselves were meaningless to them. Jonathan turned to face Daniel. "Your sister," he said, "speaks fluent Arabic." Daniel blinked. "What? Fluent Arabic?" Jonathan repeated. "Better than many of the consultants we've worked with over the years, and she has expertise in exactly the kind of cultural negotiation we've been struggling to find help with." Daniel looked at me as if seeing me for the first time. "That's impossible," he said. "Hannah doesn't speak Arabic. She's a cleaner." Jonathan's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes hardened. "Those two things," he said, "are not mutually exclusive." My father stepped forward again, his face showing the strain of trying to reconcile what he was hearing with what he believed he knew about me. "There must be some mistake," he said. "Hannah doesn't have those kinds of skills. She dropped out of college. She never finished anything she started. She's—" He stopped himself, perhaps realizing how his words sounded in the presence of someone like Jonathan Reed. Jonathan stood up from the table. He moved slowly, deliberately, with the controlled grace of someone who knew that every gesture carried weight. He looked at Daniel, then at my father, then at me. "I've built my career on recognizing potential that others overlook," he said, "and on being willing to challenge assumptions that most people take for granted." He turned to Thomas and nodded. "We should discuss this further," he said to me, "but not here, not tonight." He reached into his jacket pocket and withdrew a business card which he placed on the table in front of me. "Call my office tomorrow," he said. "We have a project that requires someone with your particular combination of skills, if you're interested." I picked up the card and looked at it. The name Jonathan Reed was printed in simple black letters with a phone number and nothing else. "I'm interested," I said. Jonathan nodded. "I thought you might be." He turned and walked away from the table, Thomas following close behind. They moved through the crowd with the same easy authority they had shown all evening, and the guests parted for them automatically, instinctively recognizing power when they saw it. Daniel and my father stood at my table, staring at me with expressions that mixed shock, confusion, and something that might have been the first stirrings of understanding. I didn't explain anything to them. I didn't try to fill the silence with words they wouldn't have believed anyway. I simply sat there with Jonathan Reed's business card in my hand and waited for them to figure out what had just happened. Daniel spoke first. "You speak Arabic," he said. "Since when?" I looked at him evenly. "Since before you started telling everyone I was illiterate," I said. The words landed like stones dropped into still water. I saw the ripples spread across Daniel's face, the realization that his narrative about me had been fundamentally wrong, that he had humiliated me in front of a room full of people based on assumptions that had just been proven false. My father's expression was harder to read. He stared at me as if I had transformed into someone else entirely, as if the daughter he thought he knew had been replaced by a stranger wearing her face. "Why didn't you say anything?" he asked. "All these years, why didn't you tell us?" I looked at him for a long moment before answering. "I did tell you," I said. "You just didn't listen." Then I stood up from the table, tucked Jonathan Reed's business card into my purse, and walked away. Behind me, I heard Daniel calling my name. I heard my father saying something about needing to discuss this, about there being some explanation. But I didn't stop and I didn't turn around. The evening wasn't over yet. But the story my family had been telling about me was finished. The morning after the wedding, I woke up in my hotel room with a strange feeling of lightness. The heaviness that had pressed down on me for years, the weight of my family's expectations and disappointments, seemed to have lifted somehow. Not entirely, not completely, but enough that I could breathe more easily. Jonathan Reed's business card sat on the nightstand where I had placed it the night before. I looked at it for a long moment, still not quite believing what had happened. A man whose name was synonymous with international success had recognized something in me that my own family had spent years denying. He had offered me an opportunity that could change everything. I got dressed and went down to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. The room was nearly empty at this early hour, and I found a table by the window where I could watch the parking lot and think about what came next. My phone buzzed with a text message from my father. He wanted to talk. He said it was important. I stared at the message for a while without responding. I wasn't sure what there was to say. The events of last night had revealed a truth that my family had worked hard to bury, and I didn't know how they would handle that revelation. Would they apologize? Would they try to explain away what had happened? Would they pretend nothing had changed? A second message arrived from Daniel. He was more direct. He said we needed to discuss what had happened with Jonathan Reed. He said there might have been some misunderstanding that could affect his business relationships. I put down my phone and finished my breakfast. At 10 o'clock, I called the number on Jonathan Reed's business card. A professional voice answered and asked how she could direct my call. I gave my name and explained that Mr. Reed had asked me to contact his office. There was a brief pause, and then the voice became warmer. "Ms. Mitchell, of course. Mr. Reed mentioned you would be calling. He asked me to schedule a meeting at your earliest convenience. Would this afternoon work for you?" I said yes. The meeting was set for 3 o'clock at Jonathan's office downtown. I had 4 hours to prepare myself for a conversation that could reshape my entire life. I spent the morning reviewing everything I could find about Jonathan's current projects and the deal he had mentioned. The internet provided some information, news articles about his company's expansion into Middle Eastern markets, press releases about partnerships and investments, but the details were vague, carefully managed to reveal nothing of substance. What I did know was that Jonathan's company had been working on a major infrastructure project in the Gulf region for the past 2 years. The deal was reportedly worth several $billion and involved partnerships with government entities and private investors across multiple countries. It was exactly the kind of complex cross-cultural negotiation that required precisely the skills I had developed during my years as a language consultant. At 2:30, I drove downtown and found parking near the building where Jonathan's company was headquartered. The building was tall and modern, all glass and steel, the kind of structure that announced its importance without needing to say a word. The lobby was cool and quiet, staffed by security personnel who checked my identification and directed me to an elevator that would take me to the executive floor. I rode up alone, watching the floor numbers climb, feeling my heartbeat accelerate with each passing floor. The elevator doors opened onto a reception area decorated with understated elegance. A woman at the desk smiled and led me to a conference room with floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over the city. Jonathan was already there, seated at the head of a long table with Thomas beside him. They both stood when I entered, and Jonathan gestured to a chair across from him. "Thank you for coming," he said. "Please sit down." I sat. Jonathan studied me for a moment with those sharp, assessing eyes. "I've done some research since last night," he said. "Your background is more interesting than your family led me to believe." I waited without responding. "You worked for a firm called Meridian Consulting for 3 years," he continued. "You specialized in cross-cultural communication and language services for clients doing business in the Middle East. You were considered one of their best consultants until the firm downsized and eliminated your position." "That's correct," I said. Jonathan nodded. "And since then, you've been working as a cleaner." "Yes." "Why?" The question was direct, without judgment, and genuinely curious. I took a breath before answering. "Because I needed work," I said, "and cleaning was available when nothing else was. I had bills to pay, and I couldn't afford to wait for the right opportunity to come along." Jonathan's expression didn't change, but I thought I saw something like approval in his eyes. "A practical decision," he said. "A necessary one," I corrected. He smiled slightly, the first genuine smile I had seen from him. "Ms. Mitchell," he said, "I'm going to be direct with you. We have a problem, and I believe you might be the solution." He explained the situation in detail. The infrastructure project he was working on had reached a critical stage. The partners in the Gulf were becoming concerned about certain aspects of the agreement, not the financial terms, but the cultural implications. They felt that the American team didn't fully understand their values, their traditions, and their way of doing business. "What they want," Jonathan said, "is someone who can speak to them in their own language, literally and figuratively. Someone who understands that business in their world is built on personal relationships, not just contracts." He looked at me directly. "They want someone they can trust," he said. "And trust in their culture is earned through respect, through understanding, and through demonstrating that you value what they value." I nodded slowly, beginning to understand where this was going. "You want me to serve as a cultural liaison," I said. "I want you to do more than that," Jonathan said. "I want you to help us close this deal. The language component is important, but it's not the most important thing. What matters is whether you can help us build the kind of relationship that makes a multi-billion-dollar partnership possible." He leaned forward slightly. "I've seen your work from your Meridian days," he said. "I've spoken to some of your former colleagues. They speak very highly of you." He paused. "So the question is simple," he said. "Are you interested?" I looked at him across the table and felt something shift inside me. For years, I had accepted the story my family told about me, the failure, the disappointment, the cautionary tale. I had buried my skills and my experience under a cleaning uniform and tried to forget who I had been. But that person was still inside me. She had been waiting all this time for someone to see her. "Yes," I said. "I'm interested." Jonathan smiled again and extended his hand. "Welcome to the team, Ms. Mitchell," he said. I have a feeling this is going to be the beginning of something remarkable. I shook his hand and felt for the first time in years like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. 3 weeks after my meeting with Jonathan Reed, I stood in a conference room in Dubai, looking out at a skyline that seemed to reach toward the stars. The buildings glittered in the afternoon sun, monuments to ambition and possibility. I felt impossibly far from the wedding reception where my family had declared me worthless. The negotiations had been intense. For days I had worked alongside Jonathan and Thomas, navigating the delicate cultural protocols that determined whether the deal would succeed or fail. My role was exactly what Jonathan had described, bridging the gap between American business practices and the expectations of our partners. I wasn't just translating words, I was translating intent. The partners had been skeptical at first. They were used to consultants who spoke textbook Arabic, but lacked the deeper understanding of honor and relationship. Everything shifted during our second day of meetings. Ahmad, the senior partner, asked about our commitment to a long-term partnership. It was a test. He wanted to know if we saw this as a transaction or a relationship. I answered him in fluid Arabic, using phrases that demonstrated a genuine respect for his values. I spoke about trust built over time and the honor of working with partners whose reputation matched their ambitions. Ahmad listened in silence. When he turned back to me, his face had transformed. "You understand," he said in English. "You truly understand." "I do," I replied. "And so does Mr. Reed. That's why he brought me here." By the end of the week, we had an agreement in principle. That night, Jonathan hosted a dinner at an exclusive rooftop restaurant. He raised a glass of sparkling water and proposed a toast. To Hannah Mitchell, who has proven once again that the most valuable people are often the ones others overlook. I felt my face warm as the team raised their glasses. Later, Jonathan leaned back, watching me with that familiar steady gaze. "I have a confession," he said. "When I first saw you at that wedding, I knew you belonged somewhere else entirely. There was something about you that didn't fit the story your brother was telling." He leaned forward, his voice dropping an octave. "Your family made a mistake. They saw what they expected to see, and they never bothered to check if their story was true. But stories only have power as long as people believe them. Once you stop believing, the whole narrative falls apart." I thought about my brother standing at his wedding reception pointing at me and laughing, my father nodding along as if every word were true, and the guests who accepted their version of me without question, and then I looked at where I was now. The story had fallen apart, and in its place, a new one was being written. I returned to the United States a week later, stepping off the plane with a signed contract and a new position as Jonathan Reed's Senior Cultural Liaison. The title came with a salary that was more than I had earned in the previous 5 years combined, along with travel opportunities and professional responsibilities that matched my actual capabilities. The news traveled fast. My phone had been buzzing with messages throughout the flight congratulations from former colleagues who had heard about my involvement in the deal, interview requests from business publications, and LinkedIn notifications from people I hadn't spoken to in years, and messages from my family. Daniel had texted 3 times, each message more urgent than the last. He said he needed to talk to me about what had happened. He said there were things that needed to be clarified. He said our father was very upset and wanted to understand the situation. My father had called twice, but hadn't left voicemails. I didn't respond to any of them. The first few days back were busy with paperwork and logistics, setting up my new office, meeting team members, and reviewing upcoming projects. I threw myself into the work with an energy I hadn't felt in years, grateful to have something concrete and demanding to focus on. But I knew I couldn't avoid my family forever. And on the 4th day back, I received a text from my father that was different from the others. "I need to see you," it said. "Please." I stared at the message for a long time before answering. "Fine, tomorrow afternoon." The meeting was at my father's house, the same house where I had grown up, where Daniel and I had played in the backyard, and where our mother had cooked dinner every night until cancer took her when I was 15. I hadn't been back in almost 2 years, and pulling into the driveway felt like traveling backward in time. My father answered the door. He looked older than I remembered, smaller somehow, as if the past few weeks had taken something out of him. "Thank you for coming," he said. Daniel was in the living room, sitting on the couch where we had watched television together as children. He stood up when I entered, but he didn't move toward me or try to embrace me. "Hannah," he said. "Daniel," I said. We stood there in awkward silence, 3 people who shared blood but not understanding. My father gestured toward a chair. "Please," he said. "Sit down." I sat. The conversation that followed was painful in ways I had expected and in ways I hadn't. My father began by saying he didn't understand what had happened at the wedding. Not my humiliation, which he still seemed to view as minor, but Jonathan Reed's interest in me. He asked how I had fooled such an important man into thinking I was qualified for a job that was clearly beyond my abilities. "I didn't fool anyone," I said. "I have the qualifications. I've always had them." Daniel shook his head. "That's impossible," he said. "You dropped out of college. You've been cleaning houses for years. You can't just suddenly be fluent in Arabic and an expert in international business." I looked at him for a long moment. "I didn't suddenly become anything," I said. "I've been fluent in Arabic for 15 years. I worked as a cultural consultant before Meridian downsized. You knew about all of this, but you chose to forget it because it didn't fit the story you wanted to tell." Daniel's face flushed. "That's not fair," he said. "You never told us." "I told you constantly," I interrupted. "You just didn't listen. Every time I mentioned my work at Meridian, you changed the subject. Every time I tried to explain what I actually did, you made jokes about me not being practical. You didn't forget. You chose not to know." The room was silent. My father spoke next, his voice quieter than before. "Why didn't you say something at the wedding?" he asked. "When Daniel made those comments, why didn't you correct him?" I looked at my father with an expression that mixed sadness and something harder. "Because I've spent my entire life trying to correct you," I said, "and it never worked. You decided who I was when I was a child, and nothing I've done since then has changed your mind, so I stopped trying." I stood up. "The difference now," I said, "is that someone else finally saw me for who I really am, someone who actually matters in the world you care about, and now you can't pretend anymore." Daniel stood up too. "Hannah, wait," he said. "We need to talk about this." "There's nothing to talk about," I said. "You made your feelings clear at your wedding in front of everyone. You called me illiterate. You called me an embarrassment. You used me as a prop to make yourself look better." I moved toward the door. "I'm not angry anymore," I said. "I was for a long time, but I'm not now. I just don't have anything left to prove to you." Daniel followed me. "What about Jonathan Reed?" he asked. "What did you tell him about me?" I turned to face him. "I didn't tell him anything," I said. "You did that yourself at the wedding. He was watching when you humiliated me. He heard every word." Daniel's face went pale. "He saw you treat me like I was worthless," I said. "And then he saw me demonstrate exactly how wrong you were. I didn't have to say anything. You made the introduction yourself." I opened the door. "Goodbye, Daniel. Goodbye, Dad." I walked out into the afternoon sunlight and got into my car. Behind me, I heard Daniel calling my name. I heard my father saying something about family and forgiveness and working things out. But I didn't stop. I had spent years waiting for my family to see me as I really was. I had hoped that someday, somehow they would recognize the person I had become and give me the acknowledgement I had always craved. Now I understood that I didn't need their recognition anymore. I had found people who saw my value without being forced to see it. I had built a career that reflected my actual abilities. I had proven to myself and to the world that the story my family told about me was fiction. Their opinion didn't matter anymore, and that was the real victory. Not the job, not the money, not even Jonathan Reed's respect. The victory was finally being free. The months that followed were the most fulfilling of my professional life. I traveled to 4 countries on 3 continents, working on projects that utilized every skill I had developed over the years. I built relationships with partners who respected my expertise and sought my counsel. I earned promotions and recognition that I had once thought impossible. And I heard through various channels about the consequences my family was facing. Daniel's business had hit a rough patch. Not a catastrophic failure, but a series of setbacks that damaged his reputation and cost him opportunities he had counted on. Some of it was bad luck, the kind of random misfortune that affects everyone eventually. But some of it I learned was connected to what had happened at his wedding. Word had spread through the business community about how he had treated his sister, the sister who turned out to be a respected consultant working with Jonathan Reed on some of the biggest deals in the industry. People who had seen his behavior at the reception told others. The story grew and changed as stories do, but the core remained the same. Daniel Mitchell had publicly humiliated a family member who turned out to be more accomplished than he was. In the world of business relationships and reputation management, that kind of story had consequences. Not dramatic ones, not the kind that made headlines, but the slow erosion of trust and respect that came from people deciding they didn't want to be associated with someone who had such poor judgment. My father's circle of friends and colleagues had also shifted. Some of the people who had witnessed his comments at the wedding had quietly distanced themselves, uncomfortable with the memory of laughing along at someone who had been so thoroughly vindicated. I took no pleasure in their difficulties. Whatever satisfaction I might have felt was overshadowed by the fundamental sadness of the situation, a family so invested in its hierarchy that it had destroyed any possibility of genuine connection. Then 6 months after our last conversation, Daniel called me. His voice was different than I remembered, quieter, more uncertain. He asked if we could meet just the two of us to talk. I almost said no. I had built a new life, one that didn't require his approval or his presence. I had moved on from the pain of that wedding night and the years of dismissal that had preceded it. But something in his voice made me hesitate. "Fine," I said. "One meeting." We met at a coffee shop in a neighborhood neither of us lived in, a neutral territory where we could talk without the weight of family history pressing down on us. Daniel looked older than he had at the wedding. Thinner, more tired, with lines around his eyes that hadn't been there before. He ordered coffee and then sat across from me in silence for a long moment. "I don't know where to start," he said finally. "Then just start," I said. He took a breath. "I've been thinking about the wedding," he said. "About what I said. About what Dad said." He looked down at his coffee. "I told myself it was just a joke," he said. "That you knew I didn't really mean it. That everyone understood it was just family teasing." He shook his head. "But it wasn't," he said. "I meant every word. I believed it. I believed you were exactly what I said. You were a failure who had wasted her potential." He looked up at me. "And I was wrong," he said. "Completely wrong. About you, about your abilities, about everything." I listened without responding. "The thing is, Daniel," I continued, "I don't know why I believed those things. You told me about your work at Meridian. You told me about your language skills. You tried to explain what you actually did, but somehow in my mind it never registered. I kept seeing you as the kid sister who couldn't keep up, who needed to be guided, who had failed where I had succeeded." He paused. "I think I needed to see you that way," he said. "I think I needed someone to be less successful than me so I could feel better about my own life." I took a sip of my coffee and considered his words. "That's probably true," I said. Daniel flinched slightly, as if he had hoped I would contradict him. "I'm sorry," he said. "I know that probably doesn't mean much after everything that happened, but I am. I'm sorry for what I said at the wedding. I'm sorry for the way I've treated you for years. I'm sorry for not seeing you as you really are." I looked at him across the table, my brother, the golden child, the one who had always been praised and favored and celebrated. He looked lost now, uncertain, like someone who had woken up to find that the map he had been following didn't match the territory. "I appreciate you saying that," I said, "and I believe you mean it, at least right now." Daniel nodded. "But I have to be honest with you," I continued. "I don't know if this changes anything between us. You spent years building a story about who I was, and you told that story to everyone who would listen. Some of those people still believe it. Some of them always will." I set down my coffee cup. "And even if they didn't,"
I said, "I'm not sure I want the kind of relationship where I have to constantly prove my worth to be treated with basic respect. I did that for too long already." Daniel's expression was painful, but he didn't argue. "So, where does that leave us?" he asked. "I don't know," I said honestly. "Maybe we start over slowly and see what happens. Maybe we stay polite strangers who share a last name. Maybe something in between." I stood up. "But I can tell you one thing," I said. "I'm not going back to being the person you thought I was. That version of me never existed except in your imagination, and I'm done pretending otherwise." Daniel stood up too. "I understand," he said. "And for what it's worth, I hope we can find our way to something better." I nodded. "Maybe we can," I said. "Maybe." I left the coffee shop and walked out into the sunshine. The conversation hadn't resolved anything definitively, but it had shifted something between us. Whether that shift would lead to reconciliation or simply to a more honest distance, I couldn't say. What I could say was that I had spoken my truth clearly and without apology. I had set boundaries that I would maintain, and I had refused to pretend that the past could be erased with a single conversation. That was enough. For now, that was enough. The morning light filtered through the windows of my apartment, casting long shadows across the floor. I had been awake for hours, sitting in the comfortable chair by the window, watching the city come alive below me. It had been a year since my brother's wedding. A year since I had stood in that reception hall and felt the weight of my family's judgment pressing down on me. Everything had changed since then, and yet, in the ways that mattered most, I was still the same person I had always been. There was a strange paradox to transformation. My circumstances had shifted dramatically, a career that fulfilled me, colleagues who respected me, and financial security. But the skills that earned these rewards were not new. The Arabic fluency, the cultural understanding I had developed these years ago, they had been inside me all along, waiting to be valued. What had changed was not my abilities. What had changed was who was paying attention. My father and I had reached an uneasy detente. He had apologized, eventually admitting he had failed to see what was right in front of him. Daniel and I had dinner once a month for a while after that. The conversations were careful, avoiding the minefields of our shared history. We were building something new slowly, though I had stopped needing the validation they could never quite give. I was free, not just from them, but from the weight of their expectations. I stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the city stretching toward the horizon. If I could speak to those still living through their own versions of my story, I would tell them this. The story others tell about you is not the truth. It is their story shaped by their own limitations. Your value exists whether or not anyone notices. It grows every time you develop your skills and become more fully yourself. The best response to those who underestimate you is not anger. It is simply becoming undeniable. I remembered the way Jonathan Reed had looked at me that night at the wedding, seeing through the story my family was telling and recognizing that it didn't match the person standing in front of him. That recognition had been a gift, but the person he recognized had been there all along. She had just been waiting, and now she was free. If you've ever felt unseen, remember their blindness says nothing about your worth. Your value is yours alone, and someday if you keep growing, someone will see what they've been missing. When that happens, you won't need to say a word. Your life will speak. The night my father celebrated his 70th birthday, he raised his glass high and didn't even bother to look in my direction. "She deserves absolutely nothing," he declared, his voice flat and dismissive. "A total nobody. She never even bothered to build a career." The banquet room erupted in laughter. He turned his back on me and faced my brother instead, announcing his birthday gift, a $1 million villa. Applause followed immediately. My mother nodded along in quiet approval. My sister-in-law clapped harder than anyone else in the room. No one spoke my name. Daniel leaned toward me, his voice a calculated mix of pity and condescension. "Don't look so crushed, Clara. Father is right about the business, but I've already talked to him. Once I take over the estate, I'll find a small place for you in the company, maybe a desk in the back. We won't let you starve even if you are a disappointment."
He patted my shoulder, the kind of pat one gives a stray dog, before turning back to toast his $1,000,000 villa. I stayed silent. I waited for my moment to leave. The banquet hall was designed to impress crystal chandeliers, starched white tablecloths, and servers in black vests moving like shadows between the guests. I had arrived early as instructed. I wasn't there as a guest of honor, but as someone expected to help coordinate. Be useful. Be invisible. My mother had called 3 days earlier to remind me to check on the caterers and the flowers. She never asked if I wanted to come. She simply assumed I would. I always did. The guest list was filled with my father's business associates, golf club friends, neighbors from their gated community, and relatives I only saw at funerals and milestone birthdays. Most of them didn't know me. As I moved through the room before the speeches began, I caught fragments of conversation. Richard's daughter, the younger one. I thought she lived out of state. Does she even work? I've never heard anyone mention what she does. I did not correct them. I did not introduce myself. I had learned long ago that my presence at family gatherings was tolerated rather than welcomed. My role was to fill empty space to round out the family portrait for the photographers and to disappear the moment the camera stopped clicking. My brother Daniel stood near the front of the room with his wife Christine. They looked as though they had been styled for a magazine cover. Daniel wore a tailored navy suit with an impeccable cut. Christine's dress had that understated elegance that whispered quiet money. Together they received congratulations, handshakes, and warm embraces from nearly everyone who entered. No one approached me with that same enthusiasm. A few people offered polite nods. One woman asked if I knew where the restrooms were. Another mistook me for an event coordinator and asked about the dessert options. When my father finally made his announcement about the villa, I was standing near the back wall, close enough to hear every word, far enough to remain unseen. He had waited until most guests had finished their main course, until the champagne had flowed long enough to loosen tongues and heighten emotions. He stood at the head table with my mother at his side, both of them beaming with the satisfaction of people who believed they had earned everything they possessed. "I want to thank everyone for being here tonight," my father began. 70 years, I never thought I'd make it this far, but here I am surrounded by the people who matter most. He paused for effect, and the room went quiet. I've been blessed with a wonderful wife, a successful son, and a beautiful daughter-in-law who has given us 2 perfect grandchildren. Our family isn't perfect, but we've built something I'm proud of. And tonight I want to announce something truly special, a gift that represents everything our family stands for. Daniel, Christine, please come up here. My brother and his wife walked to the front, their smiles polished and practiced. My father reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a set of keys. "This is the key to your new home, a villa in Scottsdale, 4 bedrooms, a pool, a view of the mountains. You've earned it, son, for everything you've done for this family, for the business, for our name. This is my way of saying thank you." The applause was immediate and sustained. Christine covered her mouth with her hand, performing surprise, as though she had not known about the gift for weeks. Daniel embraced our father with the kind of warmth that cameras loved, while my mother wiped a stray tear from her eye. I stood frozen watching the celebration unfold, waiting for someone to turn around and acknowledge that I was still in the room. No one did. It was during the applause that someone asked my father a question I could not quite hear. His response, however, carried across the room with perfect clarity. "Clara," he said, "she deserves nothing. A nobody. She never built a career. Unlike Daniel, she never understood what it takes to succeed in this family." More laughter followed. A few sympathetic glances were sent my way, only to be quickly averted. My mother did not flinch. Christine clapped even louder, as if to emphasize the point. As I reached the door, it opened. A man I did not recognize stepped inside. He was not family. He had not been invited. He was older, perhaps, in his early 60s, with silver hair and a dark suit that looked expensive but not ostentatious. He carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone accustomed to being in rooms full of powerful people. He scanned the crowd once, then looked directly at me. "Excuse me," he said, his voice low but clear. "Are you Clara Whitmore?" The laughter died away instantly. "I'm Thomas Harrington," he continued. I'm a senior editor with Forbes. I apologize for interrupting your family's celebration, but I need to speak with you. Urgently. The conversations around us faltered. People turned to stare. My father, still standing at the front of the room, with the villa keys in his hand, stared at the stranger with an expression I had never seen on him before. Fear. The applause for Daniel's villa had barely faded when the whispers began. I could feel them moving through the room like ripples across still water, small disturbances that grew larger the further they traveled from their source. The Forbes editor's arrival had disrupted the carefully orchestrated celebration, and now every guest seemed to be recalculating the evening's social mathematics. I did not move from my spot by the back wall. Thomas Harrington had excused himself briefly to take a phone call, promising to return in a few minutes with important information. His departure left me standing alone in a room full of people who had spent the last 3 hours ignoring me completely. My father had returned to his seat at the head table, but his posture had changed. The confident patriarch, who had just been distributing million-dollar gifts, now sat with his shoulders slightly hunched, his eyes repeatedly darting toward the door where Harrington had exited. My mother leaned close to whisper something in his ear. He shook his head sharply, a gesture that silenced her immediately. Daniel and Christine remained near the front, accepting congratulations from a steady stream of well-wishers. But I noticed that my brother's smile had grown rigid, his eyes tracking the same door our father watched. Christine kept touching his arm, a gesture that looked supportive, but seemed designed to hold him in place. The celebration continued around me, but something fundamental had shifted. The arrival of a Forbes editor asking specifically for the daughter who had just been publicly dismissed created a narrative inconsistency that no one in the room could resolve. I watched as guests glanced in my direction, then looked away, then looked back again, as if trying to determine whether I had suddenly become someone worth knowing. My earliest memories of Daniel revolved around comparison. He was 4 years older, which meant he reached every milestone first. He walked first, talked first, went to school, first graduated first. By the time I arrived at each achievement, the celebration had already happened. My parents had already documented Daniel's first steps, his first words, his first day of kindergarten. When I did those same things, the response was polite acknowledgement rather than genuine excitement. The pattern continued through my childhood and adolescence. Daniel played football and made the varsity team as a sophomore. I joined the debate club and won regional competitions, but my trophies gathered dust in my bedroom, while Daniel's were displayed in the living room. Daniel got accepted to our father's alma mater and received a car as a graduation gift. I earned a full academic scholarship to a school across the country and received a handshake. The party continued for another hour after Harrington's initial appearance. I watched my family perform their roles with the precision of actors who had rehearsed the same play for decades. My father held court at his table, dispensing wisdom and accepting tributes. My mother circulated among the guests, ensuring everyone felt welcomed and impressed. Daniel and Christine posed for photographs with their new keys, their smiles never wavering. No one asked me to join any of these rituals. No one checked to see if I was still in the room. At one point, my mother approached me briefly, her expression tight with controlled irritation. "Clara, the caterers need someone to check on the dessert service. Could you handle that? You're not doing anything else?" I nodded and moved toward the kitchen, where the servers were preparing trays of miniature cheesecakes and chocolate mousse. They looked startled when I entered, probably because guests were not supposed to be in the service area. I explained that I was just checking on things, and they relaxed, assuming I was a coordinator rather than a family member. The head caterer, Maria, was efficient and organized. She did not need my help, but I stayed for a few minutes anyway, watching her team work with quiet professionalism. The kitchen was the only place in the building where I did not feel like an intruder. When I returned to the main room, I found my father engaged in conversation with several business associates. They were discussing the villa, praising my father's generosity and Daniel's achievements. One man mentioned real estate values in Scottsdale. Another talked about investment portfolios and generational wealth. I stood close enough to hear, though no one seemed to notice my presence. "You must be proud," one of the men said to my father. "Daniel has really made something of himself." My father nodded, his chest expanding with satisfaction. "He has my work ethic, Same drive, same determination. You can see it in everything he does. And your daughter, the man asked, glancing around as if just remembering I existed. What does she do? My father's expression flickered briefly before settling into something between dismissal and disappointment. Clara. She's still figuring things out. Always been more of a dreamer than a doer, if you know what I mean. Some people just don't have what it takes to succeed in the real world. The men nodded sympathetically, as if my failure to meet my father's standards was a tragedy they could all understand. Then the conversation moved on to golf handicaps and stock portfolios, and I was forgotten again. Instead, I walked toward the windows overlooking the parking lot where expensive cars waited to carry their owners back to their expensive lives. The night was clear and cold, the kind of winter evening that made breath visible and stars sharp. My mother found me there a few minutes later. Clara, why are you standing alone? People will think something is wrong. I did not turn to look at her. People don't think about me at all. She sighed, a sound weighted with years of accumulated frustration. Don't start this tonight. Your father's celebration isn't the time for your self-pity. I'm not feeling sorry for myself. I'm stating a fact. No one in this room cares whether I'm here or not. That's not true. We invited you, didn't we? I finally turned to face her. You invited me to check on the caterers and make sure the flower arrangements looked right. That's not the same as wanting me here. My mother's jaw tightened. You need to understand something, Clara. Your father and I have limited resources. We can't give everything to everyone equally. Daniel has responsibilities, obligations, a family to support. He needs the villa more than you do. I didn't ask for a villa. Then what's the problem? I did not say any of this. I just looked at her until she grew uncomfortable and excused herself to greet someone more important. The caterers began clearing plates as the evening stretched toward its inevitable conclusion. Guests lingered in small clusters, their conversations growing louder with each passing glass of champagne. I remained near the windows, watching the social dynamics of the room with the detached observation of someone who had long ago accepted her position as an outsider. The story of my father's announcement had already begun its transformation into legend. I overheard fragments as they circulated, each retelling slightly different from the last. In one version, Daniel had earned the villa through years of dedicated service to the business. In another, my father had been planning the gift for months, keeping it a secret until the perfect moment. In every version, the villa was proof that hard work and loyalty were rewarded in our family. No one mentioned what my father had said about me. No one questioned whether his assessment was accurate. A woman I vaguely recognized from my parents' neighborhood approached me as I stood by the windows. She was older, well-dressed, with the kind of preserved elegance that suggested regular visits to expensive dermatologists. Her smile had the quality of someone about to offer sympathy they did not actually feel. "You must be Clara," she said, positioning herself beside me as if we were old friends. "Your father mentioned you in his speech." I nodded, waiting for the inevitable follow-up. "It must be difficult," she continued, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Having a brother like Daniel. He's accomplished so much. Hard to live up to, I imagine." "I'm not trying to live up to him." She laughed, the sound tinkling and artificial. "Of course not, dear. Everyone finds their own path. Some paths are just longer than others." She patted my arm with a condescension that left no room for response, then drifted away to join a conversation with people who actually mattered to her. I watched her go, feeling that familiar sensation of being weighed and found wanting by someone who knew nothing about me. People I did not know approached me to offer variations on the same theme. They acknowledged my existence in ways that reinforced my insignificance. They asked questions designed to confirm assumptions they had already made. What did I do for work? Was I married? Did I have children? Each question came loaded with expectations of failure, and each answer I gave seemed to satisfy their need to categorize me as someone who had not achieved what she should have. I stopped engaging after the third or fourth conversation. I gave short answers or no answers at all. My sister-in-law Christine made her way toward me during a lull in the congratulations. She walked with the careful grace of someone who had learned to move in expensive shoes, her smile fixed in place like a mask she had forgotten how to remove. "Clara," she said, stopping close enough that I could smell her perfume, a heavy floral scent that filled the space between us. "I just wanted to say, don't take what your father said too personally. You know how he gets when he's had a few drinks." He wasn't drunk." Christine's smile flickered but held. "Well, he gets carried away sometimes. The villa was a surprise for us, too. We had no idea he was planning something so generous." I looked at her steadily. "You knew about the villa 3 weeks ago. Daniel mentioned it when you came to pick up the kids from my apartment." Her expression shifted, the mask slipping just enough to reveal something harder underneath. "That was different. We knew he was considering it. We didn't know he'd announce it tonight." "Does the timing matter?" Christine's composure cracked further. "Look, Clara, I'm trying to be nice here. I know things haven't been easy for you, but that's not our fault. Daniel worked hard for everything he has. Your father recognizes that. Maybe if you'd made different choices." "Different choices?" I repeated. "Yes, career choices, life choices. You can't blame us for the fact that you haven't figured out what you want to do with your life." I did not correct her. I did not offer evidence to the contrary. I simply looked at her until she grew uncomfortable enough to excuse herself and return to her husband's side. I excused myself from the main room and found a quiet corner near the coat check. The attendant, a young woman likely working her way through college, looked up from her phone with professional alertness. "Can I help you find something?" "No," I said. "I just need a minute." She nodded sympathetically, the way people do when they recognize someone trying to hold themselves together. "Rough night." "Something like that." She went back to her phone, giving me the privacy I needed. I stood in the quiet space, breathing slowly, reminding myself that this evening was temporary. When I returned to the main room, I found that the dynamics had shifted again. The Forbes editor, Thomas Harrington, had returned from his phone call. He stood near the entrance, scanning the crowd with the focused attention of someone looking for a specific person. Our eyes met across the room. He began walking toward me, his expression unreadable. The conversations around us continued, but I noticed that people were beginning to watch. The same guests who had spent the evening ignoring me were now tracking the Forbes editor's movement, trying to understand why someone from a major financial publication would have any interest in the family's overlooked daughter. My father noticed too. From his position at the head table, he watched Harrington approach me with an expression that combined suspicion and something I had never seen on his face before: genuine concern. Thomas Harrington reached me just as the string quartet my father had hired began playing a waltz. The music provided convenient cover for our conversation, muffling our words from the curious ears around us. "Miss Whitmore," he said, keeping his voice low, "I apologize again for the intrusion. I know this isn't the ideal setting for what I need to discuss." "What do you need to discuss?" He glanced around the room, noting the attention we were attracting. "Perhaps somewhere more private. This conversation shouldn't happen in the middle of your father's celebration." "This isn't my celebration." Something shifted in his expression, a flicker of understanding that suggested he had already formed opinions about my family dynamics. "Nevertheless, is there somewhere we could speak without an audience?" Before I could answer, my father appeared beside us. He moved with the forced casualness of someone trying to assert control over a situation he did not understand. "Everything all right here?" he asked, directing the question at Harrington rather than me. "I don't believe we've met. Richard Whitmore." Harrington shook his hand with professional courtesy. "Thomas Harrington, Forbes." My father's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. "Forbes, I wasn't aware anyone from the press had been invited tonight." "I wasn't invited, Mr. Whitmore. I'm here on business." "Business? What kind of business would bring Forbes to my birthday party?" Harrington looked at me, then back at my father. "Business with your daughter, actually." The statement hung in the air between us. My father's confusion was visible, his eyes narrowing his brow, furrowing his mind, clearly struggling to reconcile the idea of Forbes having business with the daughter he had just publicly dismissed as a nobody. "Clara." He laughed, but the sound was hollow. I think there might be some mistake. Clara doesn't have any dealings with Forbes." "No mistake," Harrington said evenly. "Actually, Mr. Whitmore, I've been chasing a shadow for months. My investigation into the sudden shift in the city's commercial landscape led me here. I need your daughter to confirm a few high-stakes details before our lead story goes to print at midnight. It's a matter that will redefine the name Whitmore forever." My father's face hardened. He did not see a secret billionaire. He saw a liability. "What has she done now? If she's involved in some legal mess or debt, I won't have it ruining my reputation tonight. Clara, tell this man whatever trouble you've caused and get out." Daniel appeared next, Christine trailing behind him. The golden sun had sensed a threat to the evening's narrative and came to support his father. "What's going on?" Daniel asked, positioning himself beside our father in a display of family solidarity. "This gentleman from Forbes claims he has business with your sister," my father said. "I was just explaining that there must be some kind of misunderstanding." Daniel looked at me with the particular expression he reserved for moments when I had done something embarrassing. "Clara, what is this about?" "I don't know yet," I said honestly. "Mr. Harrington hasn't told me." "Then maybe you should ask him to leave. This is Father's birthday, not some business meeting." Harrington remained unruffled by the family's united front. "I understand this is an inconvenient time. I wouldn't be here if the matter weren't urgent. We're publishing a story tomorrow morning, and I need to speak with Miss Whitmore before it goes to print." "A story about what?" my mother demanded. "As I said, that's confidential until Miss Whitmore and I have a chance to discuss it." The impasse stretched for several seconds. Guests nearby had stopped pretending not to listen. The string quartet played on their waltz, providing an absurd soundtrack to the growing tension. I made a decision. "There's a small conference room down the hall," I said. "We can talk there." My father grabbed my arm, not roughly, but firmly enough to make his objection clear. "Clara, you don't have to do this. We don't know who this man really is or what he wants." "He's shown me his credentials," I said, gently removing my arm from his grip. "And whatever he has to say, I'd rather hear it in private than in front of all your guests." "We should come with you." "No." The word surprised him. I could count on one hand the number of times I had directly refused my father anything. He was so accustomed to my compliance that my refusal seemed to stun him into momentary silence. I used that silence to walk away, Harrington falling into step beside me. "Thank you," he said quietly as we moved through the crowd. "This will be easier to discuss without an audience." I did not respond. I was too aware of the eyes following us, the whispers beginning to spread, the social calculus being recalculated by everyone who had witnessed the exchange. The conference room was small and utilitarian, clearly a space meant for building management rather than elegant gatherings. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, and the furniture consisted of a scratched table surrounded by mismatched chairs. It was a stark contrast to the chandelier-lit ballroom we had just left. Harrington closed the door behind us and gestured for me to sit. I remained standing. "Say what you came to say." He nodded, reaching into his jacket pocket for a leather portfolio. "Miss Whitmore, I'll get straight to the point. Forbes has been working on a feature about anonymous investors who have quietly amassed significant real estate portfolios over the past decade. Our research led us to a holding company called Whitfield Properties. Are you familiar with it?" I said nothing. "I understand if you're reluctant to confirm. Many of our subjects prefer anonymity. But the story is going to be published tomorrow morning regardless. I'm here tonight because we wanted to give you the opportunity to comment before it does." "Why tonight?" I finally asked. "Why not reach out through normal channels?" "We tried. Your representatives have been declining our requests for weeks. When we learned about your father's birthday celebration, we decided to make a final attempt. Tomorrow's issue goes to print at midnight." "What do you want from me?" "Just confirmation. And if you're willing, a brief comment for the article." I turned to face him. "And if I refuse to confirm, we'll publish based on our documentation. We have corporate records, property deeds, financial statements." He spread several documents on the table. Records I recognized a paper trail that led unmistakably to me. "Miss Whitmore, I've been doing this job for 30 years. I've profiled billionaires and titans of industry, but I've never seen anyone build what you've built while remaining so completely invisible. I looked at the documents at the proof of everything I had created while my family was busy dismissing me. No, I said quietly. They don't see. But for the first time that night, the room was not laughing anymore. Harrington gave me 15 minutes to make my decision. He stepped into the hallway to make a phone call, leaving me alone with the documents spread across the conference table. I heard footsteps in the hallway, multiple sets moving with purpose. A moment later, my father opened the conference room door without knocking. My mother and Daniel were close behind, their expressions ranging from confusion to barely concealed alarm. "Clara, what is going on?" my father demanded. "That man won't tell us anything. What does Forbes want with you? He came to verify some information for an article they're publishing tomorrow." "What article? What information? About my work?" My father laughed, the sound sharp and dismissive. "Your work? What work?" "Clara, I don't know what you've told these people, but you need to explain to them that there's been a mistake. You don't have anything Forbes would want to write about." "Richard," my mother said quietly, her tone carrying a warning. "No, this is absurd. Clara doesn't have a career. She doesn't have accomplishments. She's been drifting for years while Daniel built something real. Whatever this is, it's obviously some kind of misunderstanding, and we need to clear it up before it causes problems for the family." Daniel nodded in agreement. "Father's right. Clara, whatever you've gotten yourself into, we can fix it. But you need to tell us what's happening." I sat down at the conference table, suddenly very tired. "I haven't gotten myself into anything," I said, "and there's nothing to fix." "Then why is Forbes here?" Before I could answer, Harrington returned. He paused in the doorway, taking in the scene. My father's aggressive posture, my mother's worried hands, Daniel's protective stance, and me sitting calmly at the table while my family surrounded me like prosecutors around a defendant. "I see we have company," Harrington said mildly. "This is a family matter," my father said. "Whatever you think you know about my daughter, I can assure you, Mr. Whitmore." Harrington interrupted, his tone polite but firm. "With respect, I've done extensive research. I know exactly who your daughter is. She's nobody. She has nothing. I've been supporting her for years while she figured out her life." "Have you?" The question hung in the air. My father's confidence wavered for the first time. "She lived in modest apartments. She's driven used cars. She's never shown any signs of financial success whatsoever." "Appearances can be deceiving, Mr. Whitmore." "What's that supposed to mean?" Harrington looked at me silently, asking permission. I gave a small nod. "It means that while you've been supporting your son with million-dollar villas, your daughter has been quietly building a real estate portfolio worth more than most Fortune 500 executives will accumulate in their lifetimes. Your daughter is the sole beneficial owner of Whitfield Properties, a holding company with assets valued at approximately $1.2 billion. My father's mouth opened, then closed, then opened again without producing sound. My mother went very still. Daniel looked at me with an expression I had never seen before, something between disbelief and the first flickerings of genuine fear. "That's impossible," my father finally managed. "I have the documentation right here." Harrington gestured at the papers on the table. "Corporate records, property deeds, financial statements. Your daughter is the sole owner." My father reached for the nearest document with hands that were not quite steady. He scanned the page, his eyes moving rapidly across numbers and names he did not recognize. Then he looked at me with an expression I had never seen directed at me before. Not disappointment, not dismissal, not condescension. "Clara, how—" I did not answer. "I need to speak with Mr. Harrington privately," I said. "Please leave." "We're not leaving until we understand what's happening," Daniel said. "Daniel, you haven't been interested in what's happening in my life for 15 years. You don't get to start now because Forbes showed up." The words landed harder than I intended. Daniel stepped back as if I had struck him. My mother moved to my father's side, steadying him with a hand on his arm. "Richard, perhaps we should give Clara some space. We can discuss this after—" "No." My father's voice had regained some of its authority, though it sounded hollow. "I want to know how this happened.
I want to know why no one told me."
"Because you never asked," I said quietly. "Because you decided who I was when I was 12 years old, and you never revised that opinion no matter what I did. Because every time I tried to tell you about my life, you compared me to Daniel and found me lacking. Because you just stood up in front of 100 people and called me a nobody." Harrington cleared his throat. "Miss Whitmore, I need your decision about the article. We're running short on time." I looked at my family, at the people who had spent decades treating me as an afterthought, a disappointment, a cautionary tale to be shared at dinner parties. Then I looked at Harrington, at the documents that proved everything I had built at the future that was about to unfold, whether I approved or not. "Publish the story," I said. "I'll give you your comment." No one was celebrating anymore. They were waiting. Thomas Harrington pulled out a small recorder and placed it on the conference table. My family remained frozen in their positions, my father gripping the back of a chair, my mother pressed against his side, Daniel standing near the door with Christine, who had joined us at some point during the conversation. The silver casing of the recorder caught the harsh fluorescent light as it sat motionless between us. Harrington's hand hovered over the device for a moment, his fingers steady while the hum of the building's ventilation system became the only audible sound in the room. No one moved to sit. No one reached for the water pitcher in the center of the table. Harrington nodded, satisfied. "Do you have any comments you'd like included in the article?" "No comment," I said. "The documents speak for themselves." Harrington closed his portfolio with a sharp click that echoed off the bare walls. He moved with deliberate slowness as he retrieved his recorder, his gaze sweeping over the family members who had yet to change their postures. He adjusted his jacket, the fabric rustling in the absolute quiet, before he looked back at me. Harrington stood. "Thank you for your time, Miss Whitmore, and congratulations on your achievements." He left the conference room, closing the door behind him. The silence that followed felt different from the silence before, heavier, more permanent. My father was staring at the spot where Harrington had been standing, his expression empty. My mother had tears running down her face, though, whether from shock or some other emotion I could not tell. Daniel looked at me like I was a stranger he had never met. The ticking of a clock on the far wall seemed to grow louder with every second that passed. My father's chest rose and fell in shallow, irregular breaths, but he remained anchored to his chair. My mother reached up to touch her necklace, her fingers trembling against the metal, but she did not speak or turn toward him. Christine was the first to speak. "How long have you been hiding this?" I did not answer immediately, letting the question hang in the air until it felt brittle. I turned to look at her, my posture unyielding, as she took a small step back toward the door. The distance between us seemed to expand, even though no one had actually moved. "I haven't been hiding anything. I've been living my life. You just weren't paying attention. You let us think you were struggling. You let us believe you needed help. I never asked you for help. You assumed I needed it because that's what you wanted to believe." My father finally found his voice. "Clara, this doesn't make sense. You're saying you built a billion-dollar business without anyone knowing, without any support. How is that possible?" "The same way anyone builds anything, one decision at a time." "But the money, where did the money come from? I never gave you anything beyond what was necessary." "I know." The room went still again. My father's hand dropped from the back of the chair, his shoulders slumping as he stared at the tabletop. Daniel took a half step forward, then stopped, his arms hanging limp at his sides. My father flinched. Daniel stepped forward. "Clara, we didn't know. How could we have known? You never told us." "When exactly should I have told you? At the Thanksgiving dinner where Father compared my apartment to your vacation home? At the Christmas party where Mother told everyone I was still finding myself at 32? At every family gathering where you talked about your promotions and your bonuses, while no one asked me a single question about my life?" I stood up from the table. "I stopped telling you things because you stopped listening, years ago. The person you've been dismissing at every holiday, every birthday, every casual conversation, that person doesn't exist. She never did. You invented her because it was easier than seeing me as I actually am." My mother reached toward me. "Clara, honey, we didn't mean—" "Don't." I stepped back from her hand. Don't tell me what you meant. I know what you meant. You meant every word you said tonight. Father stood up in front of 100 people and called me a nobody who never built a career. That wasn't a mistake. That was what he believed. My father's face had gone pale. I didn't know. You didn't want to know. There's a difference. I walked toward the door, then paused with my hand on the handle. Tomorrow morning, everyone at this party will learn what Forbes learned. They'll read about the daughter Richard Whitmore dismissed as worthless, and they'll see the numbers. They'll make their own assessments. I won't be explaining anything for you. Whatever you tell them is your business, but I'm done being invisible in this family. I'm done. I walked out without waiting for a response. No one had asked her a single question all night. Now, no one dared to speak at all. I returned to the main ballroom to find the celebration continuing in diminished form. Half the guests had already left, likely sensing that the evening had soured without understanding why. The remaining attendees clustered in small groups, their conversations more subdued than before. The string quartet had switched to slower pieces, their music filling silence, rather than inspiring dancing. I walked through the room without stopping to speak to anyone. I did not need to. The atmosphere had already shifted in ways that could not be reversed. I passed a group of business associates near the center of the hall. As I approached, their conversation clipped off abruptly. One man turned his back to examine a floral arrangement, while another suddenly became very interested in the bottom of his empty champagne glass. They did not look up as I moved past them. My family emerged from the hallway a few minutes after me. I watched from across the room as they attempted to rejoin the party, their faces arranged in expressions of normalcy that could not quite mask the shock underneath. My father made his way to a group of business associates near the bar. His voice was loud enough to carry when he laughed at something one of them said, but the laugh sounded forced. The men around him seemed to notice their responses were polite but measured, lacking the warmth that had characterized their earlier interactions. They stood in a loose circle, the spacing wider than it had been earlier in the night. When my father spoke, the men nodded, but their eyes drifted toward the exit or the musicians. No one asked him a follow-up question. Daniel and Christine positioned themselves near the gift table, where they made a show of examining the cards and presents that had accumulated throughout the evening. Christine smiled at everyone who passed, but her eyes kept darting toward me, then away, as if she could not decide whether looking at me was dangerous. She picked up a small gift box, turning it over in her hands repeatedly without looking at the tag. Daniel stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on the double doors at the far end of the room. When a waiter offered them a tray of appetizers, they both declined without looking at the man. My mother stayed close to my father, her hand on his arm, her role as supportive wife apparently the only thing she knew how to perform in moments of uncertainty. She nodded along to conversations without contributing, smiled at people without warmth, and moved through the room like someone walking through a dream that had become a nightmare. I noticed that the guests who remained were behaving differently now. They still ignored me for the most part, but the quality of their ignoring had changed. Before, they had looked past me, as if I genuinely did not exist. Now they were actively avoiding eye contact, deliberately turning away when I moved in their direction, carefully positioning themselves so that engaging with me would not be necessary. A neighbor of my parents, a woman who had spoken to me earlier in the night, stepped behind a pillar as I walked toward the buffet table. Two men standing near the windows broke their huddle and moved in opposite directions as soon as I turned toward them. The murmurs in the room were low, a steady hum that stopped and started in patches depending on where I was standing. I found a seat near the windows and watched the careful dance unfold. A woman who had earlier asked me about the dessert options passed by without acknowledgement. A man who had laughed at my father's nobody comment studiously examined his phone whenever I was in his line of sight. The head caterer, Maria, caught my eye briefly and gave me a small nod that might have been sympathy or solidarity. Maria's team continued to move through the room, clearing half-empty glasses with efficient, quiet motions. They were the only people who did not change their path as I sat there. The guests around me maintained a strict 5-foot radius of empty space, their heads tilted toward each other in urgent, whispered exchanges. My father attempted to restore normalcy by giving an impromptu toast. He stood near the bar and raised his glass, his voice carrying across the room with forced confidence. I want to thank everyone again for being here tonight. This has been an evening I'll never forget. To my family, though, he continued, to loyalty, to the bonds that hold us together through everything. A few guests raised their glasses. Most did not. The toast felt hollow, the words contradicting everything that had happened in the past hour. When he finished, the conversations resumed, but they had a different character now. I overheard fragments as they drifted past me. What do you think that Forbes thing was about? No idea. Something about the daughter, apparently. Didn't he just say she was a nobody? Strange, right? Why would Forbes care about someone who's a nobody? The questions hung in the air unanswered. My family could not explain without revealing what they had learned, and they clearly were not ready to reveal anything. Daniel approached me as the evening wound toward its conclusion. He stood a few feet away, hands in his pockets, looking at me with an expression I could not quite read. "Clara, can we talk?" "We are talking. I mean really talk, about what happened there." "I don't have anything else to say." "Well, I do." He took a breath, organizing his thoughts. "I don't understand how you did this, how you built something this big without any of us knowing. It doesn't make sense." "It makes perfect sense. You just weren't paying attention." "That's not fair." "Isn't it? When's the last time you asked me about my work? When's the last time you showed any interest in what I was doing with my life?" He opened his mouth to respond, then closed it. "Exactly," I said. "You didn't ask because you didn't care, because in your mind I was already defined. I was the unsuccessful sibling who made you look better by comparison. You needed me to be that, so you never looked closely enough to see anything else." Father was wrong to say what he said. I can see that now. You couldn't see it an hour ago. You clapped along with everyone else. He had no response to that. "I'm leaving," I said. "I'll have my assistant contact the family in the morning to coordinate any necessary follow-up regarding the article. You have an assistant. I have a staff, a company, a life you've never asked about." I picked up my purse from the chair. "Tomorrow everyone who was at this party will learn the truth. What you do with that information is your business, but don't expect me to help clean up the mess." I walked away without looking back. Nothing had exploded, but the room would never arrange itself around them again. The Forbes article published at 6 a.m. Eastern, exactly as Thomas Harrington had promised. By 7, my phone had accumulated over 300 messages from numbers I did not recognize. By 8, the major business news networks had picked up the story. By noon, my father's birthday celebration had become a footnote to the larger narrative of a secret billionaire revealed. I watched the coverage from the living room of my apartment, the same modest two-bedroom unit I had occupied for the past 8 years. The same space my family had used as evidence of my failure. The same address they visited once a year to pick up their grandchildren's birthday presents, always with comments about how I should really think about moving somewhere nicer. The news coverage focused primarily on the scale of my holdings and the apparent disconnect between my public persona and my actual worth. My phone rang around 1 p.m. The caller ID showed my mother's name. I let it go to voicemail. The message she left was brief. "Clara, we need to talk. Please call me back." I did not call back. The second message an hour later was longer. "Clara, people are calling. Friends, neighbors. They want to know if it's true. Father doesn't know what to tell them. Please just talk to us." I did not call back. The third message 3 hours after that was my father's voice. "Clara, this is ridiculous. You can't just drop something like this and then disappear. We're your family. We deserve an explanation. Call me." I turned off my phone. The evening news programs ran segments analyzing the Whitmore revelation, as some outlets were calling it. They showed my father's photograph next to mine and noted the irony of his birthday celebration becoming the setting for his daughter's unmasking. One commentator pointed out that Richard Whitmore's own net worth was estimated at around $30 million, a respectable sum, but less than 3% of what his daughter had quietly accumulated. I watched my father's world shrink in real time. The calls from business associates that usually came on Sunday mornings stopped coming. The invitations to golf outings and dinner parties that had been regular features of his social calendar failed to materialize. The people who had laughed at his birthday toast were suddenly unavailable, their responses polite but distant when my father's name came up. Monday morning brought another round of coverage, this time focusing on the properties themselves. Real estate journalists traced the history of my acquisitions, mapping the steady expansion from that first duplex to the current portfolio. They interviewed tenants in my apartment buildings, managers at my commercial properties, contractors who had worked on my developments. The picture that emerged was of a careful, methodical investor who treated employees well, maintained her properties responsibly, and operated with an integrity that surprised observers expecting the usual billionaire excess. The contrast with my family's public behavior at the birthday party was noted frequently. My brother called on Tuesday. I answered because I was curious what he would say. "Clara." His voice was rough, as if he had not slept well. "We need to talk." "Talk. Not on the phone, in person. Can I come over?" "To my apartment. The one you've been using as evidence of my failure for 8 years. Silence on the other end. "That's what I thought," I said. "What do you want, Daniel?" "I want to understand. I want to know how this happened. You want to know how I succeeded while you weren't watching." "That's not," he sighed. "Okay, yes, that's part of it. I don't understand how you did this without any of us knowing. Because you never asked. Because you never looked. Because you were too busy being the golden son to notice that your sister was building something bigger than your entire career. I'm not trying to compete with you. No, you're trying to understand why you didn't see this coming. Because if I could hide something this big from you, what else did you miss? What else don't you know about your own life?" Another silence. "Father's having a hard time," Daniel finally said. "People are calling to ask about you and he doesn't know what to tell them. He's embarrassed." "He should be." "Clara." He stood up at his birthday party and called me a nobody in front of 100 people. People who are now reading articles about how his nobody daughter is worth 40 times what he is. Of course he's embarrassed. He should have been embarrassed before the Forbes article, but apparently that wasn't enough reason. He didn't know. That's exactly the problem. I ended the call without saying goodbye. Nothing had been taken from them directly, but everything that mattered had quietly moved on. The week following the Forbes revelation was a study in silence, not the hostile silence of active rejection, but the passive silence of gradual erasure. My family discovered that their social standing had been built on assumptions that no longer held. I learned about their experience secondhand through mutual acquaintances who had suddenly become eager to share information with me. The same people who had ignored me at my father's party now found reasons to reach out, offering congratulations and asking subtle questions about the family dynamics they had witnessed. I answered none of them, but I listened to what they had to say. My father's golf foursome had rescheduled indefinitely. The reason given was conflicting travel plans, but one of the members had told another acquaintance that they felt uncomfortable playing with Richard after what had happened. They did not know how to act around him anymore. The easy camaraderie of men who considered themselves equals had been disrupted by the revelation that Richard's own assessment of his children had been catastrophically wrong. My mother's book club had met without her. She had been told that the discussion would focus on a novel she had not read, but the real reason was simpler. The other women did not want to discuss the Forbes article in front of her, and they could not meet without discussing it. Daniel's position at the family business, a manufacturing company my father had built over 4 decades, had become awkward. Employees who had previously deferred to him as the heir apparent now looked at him with something like pity. Christine had stopped attending her usual social events. The women in her circle had been texting each other about the Whitmore situation since the story broke, and Christine's presence would have required either ignoring the elephant in the room or discussing it directly. Neither option was appealing. The family's isolation was not complete, of course. They still had their core relationships, their genuine friendships, and their business obligations that required continued interaction. But the broader social network they had cultivated over decades, the dinner party invitations, the charity board positions, the golf outings and club memberships that signified belonging, had contracted noticeably. People were polite, people were correct, people were carefully neutral in ways that communicated more than hostility ever could. My family was experiencing consequences I had not planned and did not particularly want. Their social status was eroding, not because I had attacked it, but because the foundation it rested on, my father's authority, my brother's achievements, the family's collective success, had been revealed as less impressive than everyone had assumed. On Thursday, my father's assistant called my office line. She explained that Mr. Whitmore wanted to schedule a meeting to discuss family matters of mutual importance. She used the formal language of professional communication as if my father were a business associate rather than my parent. I declined the meeting. I did so politely through my own assistant using the same formal language. We had nothing to discuss. Any necessary communication could be handled through appropriate channels. On Friday, my brother showed up at my building. He had apparently learned the address from the Forbes article and decided that showing up in person would be more effective than another phone call. I said no. They escorted him out with professional courtesy. On Saturday, my mother appeared at the modest apartment, the one she thought was my real home. I happened to be there collecting mail that had accumulated since the article was published. I saw her car pull into the lot through the window and had time to decide whether to answer the door. I decided to answer. She looked older than she had at the birthday party, though only a week had passed. The careful makeup and styled hair remained, but something in her posture had changed. She held herself differently, as if she was not sure she deserved to take up space. "Can I come in?" she asked. "For a few minutes." She entered the apartment, looking around as if seeing it for the first time. In a sense, she was. The space that had seemed to her like evidence of struggle now looked like a deliberate choice, a conscious embrace of simplicity by someone who could afford anything. "Clara, I don't know what to say." "Then don't say anything. Your father is devastated. His pride is damaged. That's not the same thing." She sat down on the edge of the sofa, perching rather than settling. "He never meant for things to be this way." "What way?" "This distance between you. He always hoped you'd find your path eventually." "I found my path 20 years ago. He just wasn't looking." "He was wrong. I know that now. We were both wrong." I sat across from her, maintaining distance. "What do you want?" "I want to understand. I want to know why you never told us." "Because you never asked. Because every time I tried to share something, you changed the subject back to Daniel. Because the story you wanted to tell about your family didn't include a successful daughter, so you stopped seeing me as one." "That's not true." "It is true. You made me an example of what happens when someone doesn't follow father's advice. You used me to make Daniel look better. You needed me to be a failure." My mother's eyes filled with tears. "We didn't need you to be anything. We just wanted you to be happy." "No, you wanted me to be happy in a way you could understand. When I chose a different path, you decided I must be lost rather than simply going somewhere you couldn't follow." The tears spilled over. My mother wiped them away with a practiced gesture, maintaining her composure even as it cracked. "Can we fix this?" she asked. "Is there any way to start over?" "I don't know," I said honestly, "but today isn't the day to try." She nodded, accepting the answer without argument. When she left a few minutes later, she did not try to hug me. She did not ask when we could talk again. She just walked to her car and drove away. Nothing had been taken from them directly. But everything that mattered had quietly moved on. The family meeting happened 2 weeks after the Forbes article. My father called it using language that suggested command rather than request. Daniel reported this to me in a voicemail. I did not return. Apparently I had been invited, though the invitation was delivered through my brother rather than directly. I did not attend, but I learned what happened from sources that had emerged since my unmasking. The meeting took place at my parents' house in the formal living room my mother reserved for occasions she considered significant. My father sat in his usual chair, the leather wingback positioned near the fireplace, where he could address the room like a CEO addressing his board. My mother sat on the adjacent sofa. Daniel and Christine occupied matching chairs on the opposite side. My father opened with a speech. He spoke about family loyalty, about discretion, about the importance of presenting a united front to the outside world. He spoke about the media attention and how it needed to be managed carefully. He spoke about Clara, about me, as if I were a problem to be solved rather than a person who had made choices. The speech lasted approximately 10 minutes. When it ended, Daniel asked the first question. "What are we supposed to tell people?" My father did not have an answer. The usual authority in his voice faltered when he tried to respond. He had not prepared for questions. He had expected everyone to accept his analysis and follow his lead the way they always had. My mother intervened with a suggestion. Perhaps they could frame the situation as a happy surprise. Perhaps they could claim they had known about Clara's success all along and had been respecting her privacy. Perhaps the public humiliation at the birthday party could be explained away as a joke gone wrong. Christine rejected this immediately. Too many people had been at the party. Too many had heard exactly what my father had said. Any attempt to rewrite history would be exposed as a lie, making the family look worse rather than better. The discussion devolved from there. The argument was cut short by a realization more painful than any debt. My father stared at the documents Harrington had left on the table. He was not looking at the total value anymore. He was looking at the dates. I had been a billionaire for 5 years. 5 years of him calling me a failure. 5 years of him offering me pity, while I could have bought his entire world 1,000 times over without blinking. "She didn't need us," my father whispered, his voice breaking. "She sat at our table for 5 years listening to us laugh at her, knowing she owned more of this city than I ever dreamed of. She didn't just hide her money, Daniel. She hid herself from us because we weren't worth knowing." Daniel blamed my father for the public comments that had created the contrast. If my father had simply given his toast without mentioning Clara, without calling her a nobody, the Forbes revelation would have been surprising, but not humiliating. The family could have claimed ignorance without looking foolish. My father blamed Daniel for not knowing about his own sister's success. Daniel was supposed to maintain family connections to keep track of what everyone was doing. How could he have missed something this significant happening right under his nose? Christine blamed both of them for excluding her from the conversation. She had always been suspicious of the family's treatment of Clara, she claimed. She had always thought there was more to the situation than met the eye. If anyone had listened to her concerns, perhaps they would have discovered the truth sooner. My mother blamed everyone for arguing instead of finding solutions. The family's reputation was at stake. They needed to work together, not tear each other apart. But working together required a leader, and my father's leadership had been fundamentally undermined. Now the world knew that his assessment of his own daughter had been catastrophically wrong. Daniel apparently asked this question directly. My father had no response. For the first time in anyone's memory, Richard Whitmore had been confronted with evidence of his own fallibility that he could not dismiss or explain away. The meeting ended without resolution. No strategy was agreed upon. No unified message was crafted. The family members returned to their separate lives with the understanding that each would handle their own situation as best they could. The fractures that had always existed beneath the surface of the Whitmore family were now visible to everyone. The structure my father had built over decades, the hierarchy of success and failure, the clear division between those who mattered and those who did not, had collapsed under the weight of its own contradictions. For the first time, no one in that room knew who was supposed to lead. The charity gala, 3 weeks after the Forbes article, was exactly the kind of event my family had always attended. Black tie dress code. The guest list included the same business leaders, community figures, and social arbiters who had been at my father's birthday celebration, the same people who had witnessed my public humiliation and then learned days later that I was wealthier than all of them combined. My invitation arrived through official channels, a formal request from the gala's organizing committee sent to my corporate offices with appropriate deference. They wanted me to attend. More than that, they wanted me to speak. I accepted. I learned from secondary sources that my family had also expected to attend. The gala was a regular fixture on their social calendar, an opportunity to see and be seen, to reinforce their position in the community's upper echelons. They had purchased their tickets months in advance, back when the Whitmore family was still considered important enough to merit prominent seating. Their tickets were returned. The committee cited limited capacity due to unexpected demand. They offered sincere apologies and promised priority consideration for next year's event. The language was polished and professional, conveying the essential message without saying anything directly. The Whitmores were no longer welcome at the table they had occupied for years. I did not learn about this until the night of the gala itself. I arrived at the venue in a simple black dress, the kind of understated elegance that communicated wealth without ostentation. My security team had coordinated with the event organizers in advance. Everything proceeded smoothly. The reaction to my presence was immediate but subtle. Conversations paused when I entered. Eyes tracked my movement across the room. People who had ignored me for decades suddenly found reasons to position themselves in my path, offering greetings and congratulations that carried the careful warmth of those who wanted to be remembered favorably. I did not seek out attention. I simply moved through the space, accepting handshakes and smiles with neutral graciousness. I saw my family once during the evening. They had arrived at the venue despite having their tickets returned, apparently hoping to negotiate their way inside through personal connections. I spotted them near the entrance, engaged in a tense conversation with one of the event coordinators. My father was speaking with the controlled frustration of someone accustomed to getting his way. My mother stood beside him, her expression frozen in social performance. Daniel hung back, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Christine had apparently declined to attend at all. I did not have to say a word to security. In our world, power has its own gravity. The moment my name was printed, my father's status evaporated. The coordinator did not turn them away because I told her to. She turned them away because in the eyes of the elite, a man who could not even recognize a titan under his own roof was a social liability. To associate with him was to admit you were as blind as he was. Our eyes met across the distance. My father, my mother, my brother. All three looked at me with expressions of recognition that came 20 years too late. I did not approach them. I did not wave or nod or offer any gesture of acknowledgement. I simply turned away and continued toward the main ballroom where the evening's program was about to begin. The speech I gave was brief. I talked about affordable housing, the importance of supporting families who were working to build better lives, and the values that had guided my investments over the years. I did not mention my family. I did not reference the Forbes article, the birthday party, or any of the drama that had brought me to this moment. The audience applauded. The nonprofit's director thanked me for years of anonymous support. Photographs were taken. Interviews were declined. When the formal program ended, I slipped out through a side exit, avoiding the crowds who wanted to extend conversations, propose partnerships, or simply bask in proximity to someone the world had suddenly decided was important. My driver was waiting in the designated area. I climbed into the back seat and let the quiet of the vehicle surround me. She had not taken anything from them. She had simply stopped being available. The morning after the gala was quiet. I woke up in my actual residence and watched the sun rise over a city that now knew my name. The coverage of the previous evening's event was already circulating online, my photograph accompanying stories about anonymous philanthropy and the mysterious billionaire who had hidden in plain sight. I made coffee in the kitchen that overlooked the skyline, the same skyline I had watched from the window of my first duplex, calculating how many properties I would need to acquire before I could afford a view like this one. The journey from there to here had taken 20 years, and now it was complete in ways I was still processing. My phone remained off. It had been off since the Forbes article, except for brief periods when I coordinated with my staff about necessary business matters. The messages from my family had accumulated in my voicemail, growing increasingly desperate as the days passed. I had not listened to most of them. I did not need to know what they were saying. The conversation I had been avoiding for decades was not going to happen on their terms. The morning stretched into the afternoon. I read answered emails and reviewed the quarterly reports my CFO had prepared. The business continued operating regardless of the publicity, the properties generating revenue, the investments appreciating the empire I had built.
functioning exactly as it was designed to function. Nothing about my actual life had changed because of the Forbes article. Only the world's perception of that life had shifted. Around 3 in the afternoon, I received a message through official channels. My assistant forwarded it without comment, a formal letter from my father printed on his company's letterhead requesting a meeting to discuss family matters of mutual importance. I considered the letter for a long time. The language was careful, stripped of the authority and condescension that had characterized my father's communication for as long as I could remember. He was asking rather than telling, requesting rather than demanding. The shift in tone acknowledged something he had never acknowledged before, that I had the power to refuse him. I considered the letter, then thought about the monthly allowance Daniel had once offered me. I thought about the administrative desk they had planned for their disappointment of a daughter. I did not send a response. I did not have my lawyers call. I simply dropped the letter into the shredder, not as an act of revenge, but as an act of housekeeping. They had spent 30 years making me nothing, and I was finally giving them exactly what they wanted: nothingness. My silence was not a weapon. It was a boundary they would never cross again. The weeks that followed were a strange kind of peaceful. The media attention faded as newer stories captured the public's interest. My family retreated from public view, managing their embarrassment with whatever private resources they could marshal. The social circles that had once welcomed them slowly closed, not with dramatic exclusions, but with the gradual cooling of invitations and opportunities. I heard through intermediaries that my father had scaled back his involvement in the company, citing health concerns that no one quite believed. Daniel had been given more responsibility, but the transition was awkward. The authority he inherited was shadowed by questions about whether he deserved it. My mother had withdrawn from most of her social activities. She spent more time at home now, more time alone. My family had called me nothing for 30 years. They had defined me by my deficiencies, measured me by their own standards, and found me consistently wanting. And now the world knew different, not because I had proven them wrong, but because the truth had finally become impossible to ignore. I did not need them to apologize. I did not need them to acknowledge their mistakes. I did not need anything from them at all. The wealth I had built was mine, accumulated through my own choices and efforts. The life I had constructed existed independent of their opinions. They had called me nothing, and I finally understood nothing was something they no longer controlled. I read the text message 3 times before letting my phone go dark. Across the parking lot, limousines rolled in one after another, their headlights briefly cutting through the November dusk. A string quartet played somewhere inside the music, drifting out whenever the doors opened. Warm light spilled from the ballroom windows onto the manicured gardens below. 200 guests were inside, celebrating my brother Marcus and his new bride. Every aunt, every uncle, every cousin I had grown up with. Our parents were probably smiling for photos, telling anyone who would listen how proud they were of their son. I was not inside. I had not been invited. The message had come from Marcus himself, sent an hour before the ceremony. Just a reminder, little sister. If you swing by later, wait for the scraps. We'll save you a plate. A laughing emoji followed like a soft cushion placed over something sharp. As if we both understood my role in this family and he was simply naming it out loud. I didn't reply. Another car pulled up to the valet stand. A woman in a silver dress stepped out, laughing at something her husband whispered to her. They linked arms and disappeared through the entrance, swallowed by warmth and light, while I stood alone in the cold. There's a particular feeling that comes with being excluded long enough. At first it stings. Then it confuses you. Eventually it becomes familiar, like an old injury that never healed properly. You stop expecting fairness. You stop being surprised. You learn to stand slightly to the side of things, ready to move if you're in the way. This wasn't the first family gathering I'd been left out of. I thought about my 30th birthday, how my mother called 2 days late because she'd been busy helping Marcus move into a new apartment. I thought about my college graduation, how my father checked his watch throughout the ceremony and left early to catch one of Marcus's games. I thought about holidays where I brought side dishes but never sat at the main table. Family photos where I stood near the edge, half out of frame, like someone forgot I was there when they pressed the shutter. Part of me wanted to be angry and part of me was, but mostly I felt worn down by the waiting, by the hoping, by all the excuses I'd made for people who never felt the need to make any for me.
Inside the ballroom, the music swelled. I could picture Marcus at the center of it all, confident, charming, effortlessly admired. The golden child who could do no wrong, our parents glowing with pride. His new in-laws commented on how seamless everything felt, how polished the evening was, how impressive the whole event appeared. No one was asking where I was. And if they did, I knew exactly how my mother would answer. Oh, you know how she is. Keeps to herself. She's doing fine. I had spent my whole life being fine, learning not to need much, not to ask questions, and to step aside whenever Marcus needed the room. What none of them ever asked, what no one seemed curious about, was what I did with all those years of stepping aside. I looked up at the building across from me, the limestone facade, the tall windows, the quiet precision of a place that ran smoothly because every detail mattered. I knew that building well, better than most people inside it. I knew it in a way you only do when you've spent years paying attention before guests ever noticed them. That knowledge settled in my chest heavy and quiet. Behind me, applause broke out. Laughter followed. Probably the first dance. I imagined Marcus spinning his bride while everyone clapped glasses, raised cameras flashing. I didn't turn around. Later that night at home, I poured a glass of wine and sat alone in my living room. The silence felt different from the cold outside. Less sharp, more honest. I scrolled past photos online, cake cutting, champagne toasts, smiling faces. My absence went unremarked. I finished my wine and set the glass down. For years, I had been the one who filled in gaps no one noticed, the one who smoothed things over, the one who made it work quietly, reliably, without needing credit or thanks. Somewhere along the way, that quiet support had turned into expectation into entitlement. Tonight made that clear. I wasn't fueled by anger, and I didn't feel the need to plead for answers. What settled over me instead was something quieter, heavier, final. That night, the decision didn't arrive in a burst of emotion. It came calmly, deliberately, like a mechanism locking into place after being strained for years. There would be no more explanations, no more quietly absorbing the cost of other people's choices, no more fixing things only noticed once they failed. I had been the invisible solution for so long that they'd forgotten what life looked like without me. They were about to remember. The day after the wedding passed without sound. 14 hours of it. By the time my phone finally lit up, I was lying in the dark staring at the ceiling. The message was from my mother. Short, neutral, carefully phrased. "Are you doing okay over there?" I didn't answer right away. I let it sit glowing softly in my hand. It wasn't a concern. There was no mention of the wedding, no acknowledgement that I hadn't been there, no question about why. It was maintenance, a check to make sure the system was still running. Eventually I typed back, "I'm fine." That word had carried me for most of my life. As long as I was fine, nothing else needed to be examined. No explanations, no discomfort, no adjustments. Being fine was my role. It hadn't started recently. It never did. I was 12 when Marcus got into an elite summer baseball camp. The cost dominated our household for weeks. Dinner conversations turned into strategy sessions, budgets, sacrifices, long-term payoff. His future was discussed like a joint investment. No one asked what I wanted. When the decision was made, my art classes disappeared quietly. My father looked at me and said gently but firmly, "You understand, right? You're the strong one." I nodded. At that age, strength meant staying quiet. The years that followed reinforced it. When Marcus went to college, I worked 2 jobs and stretched my own classes around his needs. When he needed a car, I helped cover the payments. When his first business collapsed, I stepped in so his credit wouldn't take the hit. No one ever asked directly. They didn't have to. Need arrived wrapped in silence and expectation, and I learned to answer before it was spoken. Over time, gratitude faded. Help became background noise. That morning, I opened my banking app without thinking. The story told a story no one else had bothered to read. Years of transfers, quiet bailouts, money that had altered outcomes without acknowledgement. They never asked where it came from. At family gatherings, nothing changed. I still brought side dishes, still sat away from the center, still got described as doing fine. I put the phone down and got out of bed. The day didn't wait. Meetings, calls, responsibilities that had nothing to do with family approval. But my mother's message lingered. Are you doing okay over there? Not we missed you. Not are you hurt. Just confirmation that the backup hadn't gone offline. At work, everything ran smoothly. Contracts reviewed, calls returned. My assistant asked about my weekend. I told her it had been quiet. She didn't know about the wedding. She didn't know I had a brother. That afternoon, Marcus called. His tone was easy, upbeat, like nothing had happened. You should have stopped by, he said. It was great. I told him I hadn't been invited. He laughed it off, blamed the chaos, said I could have just shown up. When I mentioned the text, he brushed it aside as a joke. Then the shift came seamless and familiar. Money was tight. The honeymoon was coming up. Could I help just for a bit? There it was. I told him I'd think about it. The silence on the line was new. You always help, he said, not angry, confused. I repeated myself and ended the call. Afterward, my hands shook. Not from anger, not even from hurt. It felt like pressure releasing, like a structure that had held too much weight for too long finally cracking. They believed I would always be there, always absorb, always respond. For the first time, I wondered what would happen if I wasn't, and the thought didn't scare me. 2 weeks passed after the wedding, and life rearranged itself as if nothing unusual had happened. Marcus and his wife were in Hawaii, their social media a parade of sunsets, ocean views, and carefully staged happiness. Every photo suggested ease, bare feet in sand drinks, sweating on white linen tables, captions about new beginnings. My parents replayed the day, like a highlight reel recounting how stunning everything had been, how impressed the in-laws were, how smoothly it all came together. No one mentioned my absence. No one wondered aloud where I had been. If normal meant selective memory, then yes, normal had returned. The interruption came on a weekday morning. My mother called before I could settle fully into my day, her voice already moving, already filling space. She talked about the weather, about how winter had arrived early this year, about how the house had always struggled with heating. I recognized the pattern immediately. Context first, sympathy next. The request is waiting patiently behind it all. I let her speak until she ran out of momentum. How much I asked. The pause that followed was brief, but it told me everything. 4,000, she said. The repair can't wait. And with everything going on, your father's pension, the wedding costs were just stretched right now. There was a time when that sentence would have triggered movement before thought. A transfer was made while she was still talking. Reassurance layered on top so she wouldn't feel uncomfortable accepting it. I would have minimized the impact, framed it as easy, manageable, nothing worth mentioning again. Instead, I stayed quiet. In the space between us, my office window reflected the city below, cars moving steadily, people carrying their own unseen burdens, each one unaware of mine. The stillness felt unfamiliar, like standing in a place I'd never allowed myself to occupy before. Why wasn't I invited to the wedding, I asked. The question didn't land cleanly. It disrupted the script. Oh, honey, she said, a note of irritation slipping in. Not this again. You know how chaotic things were. Details slipped. Marcus texted me to wait for scraps. He was joking. You know how he jokes. No one asked where I was. We thought you were busy. You're always busy with work. There it was, the familiar reframing. My exclusion turned into my choice. My hurt repositioned as an inconvenience. It was a tone I had learned to recognize early, one that usually pushed me into apology. It didn't work this time. I can't help with the furnace, I said. The silence on the other end was sharper than before. This wasn't a disappointment. It wasn't guilt. It was disorientating. The response didn't compute. What do you mean you can't? She asked carefully. I mean, I won't be helping. But you always do. Maybe that's part of the problem. Her voice hardened. Is this about the wedding? Because that would be incredibly petty. I'm not being petty, I replied. I'm setting a boundary. The call ended without warmth, without resolution. I sat there longer than necessary, aware that something had shifted permanently. For the first time, I had left a problem exactly where it originated. The reaction came quickly. My father called next, confused more than angry. An aunt reached out, concern wrapped in advice. Marcus called from Hawaii, disbelief echoing through the distance, telling me I was acting strange. I responded selectively, repeating the same sentence until it lost its novelty. I can't help right now. I need time. They treated it like a malfunction, temporary inconvenient, bound to correct itself. While they waited, my life continued uninterrupted. Work demanded focus. Vendors needed approval. Budgets required review. Spring bookings filled the calendar. I moved through my days with practiced precision, reminded daily that the structure I'd built functioned without emotional negotiation. During a site visit at the Grand Belmont, I walked through the ballroom while staff adjusted layouts for upcoming events. Everything ran smoothly. Problems were addressed quietly, efficiently, before guests would ever notice them. I remembered standing outside that same building weeks earlier, watching from the cold. The wedding planner called later to thank me for accommodating such a prominent event. She praised the family's enthusiasm and mentioned how thrilled the bride's mother had been with the space. I listened, offered polite acknowledgement, and said nothing more. Professional distance came easily. The invoice did not. 30 days after the event, the remaining balance became due. Marcus had paid the deposit, but the outstanding amount was significant. Not impossible, just inconvenient for someone accustomed to soft landings. I knew his habits well. Spending first. Confidence replacing caution. A reliance on rescue instead of planning. I reviewed the file once. I could have intervened, waived the balance, labeled it generosity instead of habit, preserved the illusion that nothing fundamental had changed. Instead, I forwarded it for processing. No notes, no adjustments, no special handling. The system did what it was designed to do, generated the invoice scheduled delivery, marked the account overdue. The envelope would reach his house within 3 days. At that point, my family still believed I was pausing, not stopping, that I was upset, not resolved. That discomfort would eventually trigger correction. They were waiting for intervention. What they didn't understand was that this wasn't a delay, it was a decision. I shut down my computer as evening settled over the city and left the office without looking back. Somewhere across town, a letter was already moving through the system, and nothing was going to intercept it. The calls began on a Tuesday, not the usual check-ins I had learned to ignore. These were deliberate, coordinated. My phone lit up every hour with names I recognized too well. Relatives who rarely contacted me unless something was wrong or expensive. They weren't asking how I was. They were checking whether the system was back online. My mother called first. Her voice carried that familiar blend of concern and accusation, the tone she used when she wanted something, but needed to sound reasonable about it. "Your father and I have been talking," she said. "We're worried about you. This isn't like you." I leaned back in my chair and watched the city move outside my office window. What isn't like me? This distance, this coldness. She sighed softly, as if the weight of my behavior was exhausting her. "Family has always come first for you." I almost laughed. Family had always come first because I made it so, because I absorbed the impact, because I stepped in before things broke. They had mistaken my reliability for obligation, my silence for consent. "I'm fine," I said, "just busy." There was a pause, then sharper. "Too busy for your own family." "Yes." The word landed heavier than I expected. I hadn't raised my voice. I hadn't explained myself. But it was the first time I had ever refused to soften the truth for her comfort. She hung up shortly after, unsettled. My father called that evening. He didn't waste time on concern. He never did. He preferred authority, the calm, disappointed tone of a man used to being obeyed. "I don't know what's going on with you," he said, "but your mother is upset. Your brother is upset. This thing with the furnace has everyone worried. I know. You've always been the stable one, the one we could count on." His voice hardened slightly. "Don't let some misunderstanding ruin that." "What misunderstanding?" "The wedding," he said, impatient now. Marcus didn't mean anything by that text. You know how he jokes. He told me to wait for scraps, a beat, then dismissal. "You're taking it too personally, and you're asking me to pretend it didn't happen. You're really going to let a joke cause this much damage?" I took a slow breath. "No, I'm letting the family exist without me fixing everything. If that damages, maybe it wasn't as strong as you thought." Silence followed. I could hear him recalibrating, searching for a strategy that would work on the daughter who had never pushed back before. "What do you want?" he finally asked. An apology. "I want to be treated like I matter," I said. "I want to be invited to family events. I want someone to ask how I'm doing without it leading to a financial conversation." "That's not fair," he snapped. "We don't treat you like that. When was the last time you asked about my work?" No answer. "My health?" Nothing. "When was the last time you called just to talk?" The silence stretched long enough to become an answer. "I'm not angry," I said quietly. "I'm just tired. I've been carrying this family for years, and none of you noticed because it was convenient not to." He ended the call saying he needed time to think. Marcus didn't wait that long. He called from Hawaii, his voice sharp and defensive, sunburned confidence barely masking irritation. "What is your problem?" he demanded. "Mom and Dad think you're having some kind of breakdown." "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You're acting weird. You won't help with the furnace. You're being cold to everyone. This isn't you. Maybe you don't know me as well as you think." He scoffed. "I know you're my sister. I know we've always had each other's backs." "Have we?" I asked. "When have you had mine?" There it was. The hesitation. The scramble. "I was always there for you," he said finally. "Name one time." Silence. Then irritation. "This is ridiculous. I'm not going to defend myself. I don't know what got into you, but you need to stop this. The family needs you." "No," I said calmly. "The family needs my money. That's different." I ended the call. Over the next few days, the pattern became impossible to ignore. An aunt called to check in, then pivoted to asking whether I'd reconsider helping with a short-term expense. A cousin texted something cheerful, followed by a subtle hint about bills piling up. Every interaction came with an expectation attached. So I started documenting. Not obsessively, methodically. Dates, names, what was said, what wasn't. I didn't need proof for them, I needed it for myself. To confirm that I hadn't imagined the imbalance, that I hadn't exaggerated the silence where care should have been. The evidence was overwhelming. In that family, I was neither daughter nor sister. I was infrastructure useful, unnoticed, assumed to be permanent. And like all infrastructure, my presence only mattered once it was gone. That night, there was no confrontation, no dramatic meeting, no demand for recognition or accountability. I withdrew instead. The loans stopped. The gifts quietly ended. So did the rescues that had kept everything functioning while my absence went unremarked. I remained polite, civil, available only on my own terms. They mistook the silence for a phase, assumed I would cool down, believed I would eventually return to my assigned place once the discomfort passed. They were mistaken. They just hadn't felt the consequences yet. January arrived without fanfare, dragging ice storms and rolling blackouts behind it. The kind of winter that didn't just inconvenience people, but exposed weaknesses, old pipes, fragile systems, assumptions that only worked when conditions were mild. Streets disappeared under layers of gray slush. The city moved slower, conserving heat, conserving energy, bracing itself. I moved through my days with practiced precision. Mornings began at the office. Afternoons were spent on-site walking through half-finished spaces, listening to contractors debate marble cuts and lighting temperatures details most guests would never consciously notice, but would feel. The Grand Belmont was mid-renovation. Nothing flashy, no expansions, just refinement. Adjustments so subtle they bordered on invisible. Quiet work. Structural work. What I didn't do was reach out to my family. No New Year messages, no just checking in, no instinctive texts asking how they were holding up after the holidays. I didn't ask about the furnace. I didn't ask about the honeymoon. I didn't ask how married life was unfolding for Marcus. For the first time in my adult life, I stopped being the one who initiated. The silence that followed wasn't dramatic. It was revealing. One day passed, then another, then a full week. Nothing arrived in return. No missed calls, no worried messages, no casual updates disguised as care. The absence didn't escalate, it simply remained. Complete. Uninterrupted. I had always believed I was choosing to be quiet when I stepped back. The truth was harsher. If I didn't pull the thread, there was nothing holding the fabric together. 2 weeks in, the realization settled with the dull certainty of a diagnosis you'd suspected but hoped to avoid. My place in the family had never been reciprocal. It wasn't emotional. It was architectural. I was reinforcement, not a relationship. Remove reinforcement and structures don't collapse immediately. They drift. They creak. They separate at the seams. Then the invoices began to surface. Weddings are expensive by design. Marcus and his wife hadn't economized. Premium catering, imported florals, custom photography packages. Every choice reflected confidence, the kind that treats numbers as theoretical until they aren't. All of it flowed through our preferred vendors. All of it ran on standard net 30 terms. By mid-January, those terms expired. My accounts receivable team followed protocol exactly as trained: courteous emails, neutral language, no judgment, no commentary, just a procedure. I gave them a single directive: handle it like any other overdue account, no exceptions, no discretion, no shortcuts. The first call from my mother came on a Thursday afternoon. Her voice was measured carefully, neutral, the tone she used when she didn't yet know what leverage she had. She didn't mention money at first. She asked whether I'd spoken to Marcus. I told her I hadn't. There was a pause. Then she added almost casually that he seemed stressed, that wedding costs had exceeded expectations, that adjusting to married life took time, that she and my father were worried. I listened. I offered sympathetic noises. I didn't offer relief. When the call ended, I stayed seated, hands folded, staring through the glass wall of my office. For years, my body had been conditioned to respond automatically to distress, hear tension, provide solutions. The absence of that response felt unnatural, like holding a breath too long. Guilt arrived on schedule. But beneath it was something heavier: gravity. I began to understand that my help had never strengthened them. It had insulated them. I hadn't been a safety net. I'd been a blindfold. By the end of the month, the venue balance itself triggered escalation. My team issued a formal notice, the kind that referenced timelines and credit reporting. I approved it without comment. Marcus called that night. He skipped pleasantries entirely. "They're threatening collections," he said, his voice tight. "Do you know what that does to credit? I can imagine." "This is insane. The venue's being aggressive. They're enforcing the contract." "You work in this world," he snapped. "You must know someone. Call them. Talk to whoever's in charge." That was the moment I understood something clearly. Marcus had never been curious about how I knew what I knew, or why I navigated spaces he found intimidating with ease. He didn't care about structure, only access. "I can't help with that," I said. A pause. Then disbelief. "You won't, I won't. You've changed." "Yes." I ended the call and turned off my phone. My father called the next day. He approached it differently. Calm, authoritative disappointment carefully wrapped in reason. He said the venue was being unreasonable. He said Marcus was under pressure. He said family doesn't let family drown. I told him evenly that I wasn't pushing anyone underwater. I was simply no longer holding them above the surface. The silence that followed was long. Then he asked, "When did you become like this?" "I didn't," I said. "I just stopped compensating." By February, the tension had spread. Marcus and his wife were arguing. My parents were scrambling. The money they assumed was accessible. The invisible buffer that had always absorbed shock was gone. And still they weren't panicking, because they believed they understood the problem. The wedding planner reached out that week, looping me into a clarification thread. Her tone was professional, precise. "The owner is very particular about compliance," she wrote. "Once notices are issued, there's no discretionary override." My mother latched onto the phrase immediately. The owner. That explained everything. In their minds, the picture was resolved neatly. I wasn't the authority. I was adjacent, a manager, an insider, someone with proximity, not power. It preserved their worldview without forcing a reckoning. They stopped calling me angry. They started calling me hopeful. "You must be high up," my mother said gently one evening. "Not the owner, of course. But it's important." Marcus echoed it days later, frustration softened by relief. "So you're not in charge. You're just involved. Just involved." They relaxed, convinced they'd found the boundary of my influence, confident they finally knew where my reach ended. I didn't correct them, because for the first time they weren't waiting for me to save them. They were waiting for someone else to fail. And I let them wait. By the end of February, the system they had relied on for years was exposed. Bills accumulated, credit tightened. Conversations shifted in tone, less confident, more urgent. I watched it happen without intervening, not detached, just no longer embedded. They still believed this was temporary, that I was withholding help, not removing it, that pressure would eventually trigger a correction. They were waiting, and for the first time I let the waiting do the work. The demand for a family meeting arrived in early February. My mother didn't ask. She informed me, "We need to talk. All of us. This weekend, your father insists." The phrasing was familiar, a decision already made wrapped in concern, so it couldn't be refused without consequence. I agreed, not out of obligation, but curiosity. I wanted to see how they planned to explain what was happening, what version of reality they needed me to accept so everything could return to normal. We met at my parents' house around the same dining table where rules had always existed without being spoken. Marcus sat rigid beside his wife, jaw-tight foot-tapping. My parents positioned themselves together at the head, unified by something that looked like worry, but felt more like authority. I took the chair at the end, where I always sat. My father spoke first. "We're worried about you." "I'm fine, you're not." He leaned forward. "You've been distant, cold. You're not acting like part of this family." I met his eyes. "What does acting like part of this family look like?" He hesitated, being willing to help when things get hard. "I've been helping for 15 years, I said evenly. No one seemed concerned then. My mother stepped in quickly, voice gentler but edged with impatience. "Honey, we've always appreciated you. We just don't understand what's going on." "Is this about the wedding?" "It's about everything," I replied. "The wedding just made it visible. Visible how that I only exist here when I'm useful, when I'm fixing something, paying for something, making things easier for everyone else." Marcus scoffed. "That's not true. We love you." I turned to him slowly. "When was the last time you called me just to talk?" He opened his mouth. I closed it. "When was the last time any of you asked about my life without needing something?" The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was decisive. My father shifted, recalibrating. "Whatever feelings you're having, we can address them later. Right now, there's a practical issue. The venue is escalating. Marcus's credit is at risk. His marriage is under pressure. This is a crisis. I helped through plenty of crises, I said. They just didn't get labeled that way when I was the one absorbing them. So you're going to let your brother suffer because you're upset?" my mother asked. "I'm going to let him experience the outcome of decisions he made without me," I replied. "That isn't punishment. That's the consequence." Marcus slammed his palm against the table. "You're enjoying this. You've always been jealous of me. Now you finally have leverage and you're using it." I didn't raise my voice. "I was never jealous of you. Then why won't you help? Because the help already happened. For years. You just stopped noticing." His wife looked between us, confusion flickering across her face. "What help?" I met her gaze. "Ask him how the numbers worked when they didn't add up." Marcus stared down at the table. The room shifted not dramatically, but perceptibly. My mother's eyes filled with tears. My father looked suddenly tired, as if something he'd been leaning on had quietly moved. "You should have told us," my mother whispered. "Would it have mattered?" I asked. If anyone had wanted to know, they would have asked. No one answered. I stood smoothing my coat. "I'm not angry. I'm just done pretending everything is fine while I disappear. You can handle the wedding bills. You can handle everything else too." I didn't wait for permission. Outside, the cold air felt sharp and clarifying. Behind me, voices rose, overlapping explanations. Frustration. Denial. For the first time, I didn't stay to manage it. By the time I reached home, I understood what they didn't. Nothing had been taken from them. I had simply stopped holding the system together, and it was already starting to wobble. And they still believed they understood where my limits were. March arrived without mercy. The storms came first, sheets of rain that rattled windows, whined, that howled through the streets, cold, that lingered longer than it should have. The city felt tight, compressed, as if everything was being squeezed inward. People stayed home, tempers shortened, bills piled up quietly the way they always do when winter refuses to let go. I stayed busy. Work gave me structure when everything else went silent. Contracts crossed my desk. Site visits filled my afternoons. Expansion plans moved forward indifferent to my family's unraveling. My calendar stayed full, my days orderly. There was comfort in that knowing something in my life still responded predictably when I showed up. At home, the quiet was different. Not peaceful, not resolved. It was the kind of silence that stretches too long, the kind that feels less like calm and more like pressure, building behind a closed door. No calls, no texts, no attempts at small talk disguised as concern. Just absence. They were waiting. I knew that much. Waiting for me to blink. Waiting for the moment I would step back in and restore balance. Waiting for the system they depended on to restart itself. Bits of information reached me anyway. An aunt mentioned Marcus had been stressed. A cousin hinted that the wedding bills hadn't been settled. Someone else let slip that collections had been mentioned quietly at first, then more urgently. Marcus's credit score had taken a hit. His in-laws, once dazzled by the spectacle of the wedding, were starting to ask uncomfortable questions about finances they'd assumed were solid. My parents were struggling too. The furnace repair had gone on a credit card. Other expenses were stacking up the mundane ones they'd never worried about before: groceries, insurance, car maintenance, things that used to disappear quietly because someone else had always absorbed the shock. That someone was gone. I listened when I heard these things. I nodded when people talked around the truth. I felt the old instinct flare. You could fix this. You could end this spiral with one call. And then I did nothing. Letting go was not passive. It was active restraint. Every part of me had been trained to intervene at the first sign of trouble. I was conditioned to read distress like a language to translate discomfort into action. Silence had always been my cue to step in, not step back. Now I stayed still. I learned how loud absence could be. The guilt came in waves. Not dramatic, not overwhelming, but persistent. A low hum beneath everything else. I questioned myself in quiet moments. Is this cruelty? Is this punishment? Is this really necessary? But every time doubt surfaced, something else answered it. Memory. Years of smoothing things over. Years of being the backup plan no one acknowledged. Years of solving problems before they were even labeled as problems. I hadn't created their dependence, but I had sustained it. Stopping didn't make me cruel, it made me honest. By the end of March, the situation had become impossible to ignore. Marcus and his wife were arguing openly about money, not whispers anymore. Full conversations that ended abruptly when other people entered the room. The shine of newlywed optimism was wearing thin, replaced by the stress of numbers that didn't add up. My parents tried to help him. They couldn't. For the first time, they were confronting a reality they'd never examined closely. Their finances only worked because I had been quietly reinforcing them. Without that reinforcement, everything felt fragile. They still believed I would return, that this was temporary. Early April brought the request I'd been expecting. Marcus asked to meet. No anger this time. No entitlement. Just a short message asking if we could talk somewhere neutral. I agreed, more curious than cautious. I wanted to see who he was without the safety net beneath him. We met at a small cafe downtown. It was quiet, the kind of place where conversations stay low and private by default. Marcus looked different. Older. Not just tired, worn. The confidence he usually carried like armor was thinner, now cracked in places he hadn't bothered to repair. He didn't start with accusations. "They're saying the venue is being aggressive," he said after we sat down. His voice was careful, controlled, unreasonable. "They won't budge." I stirred my coffee once, watching the surface ripple. "They're not being aggressive." He frowned. "Then what are they doing?" I looked up. "They're following instructions." Mine. The words didn't land all at once. At first he just stared at me, confused, processing. Then his expression shifted subtly, but unmistakably, as the implication found its way through his assumptions. "What do you mean? Yours?" he asked. I didn't rush to explain. I didn't clarify. Didn't soften the edges or fill the silence. I let the meaning sit between us, heavy and unresolved. Color drained from his face slowly, as if understanding was something his body resisted before his mind caught up. He leaned back, gripping his cup too tightly, knuckles pale. "You're saying," he started, then stopped. "I'm saying you signed the contract," I replied. Calm, even, and the terms are being enforced. The space between us felt suddenly enormous. He glanced around the cafe as if expecting someone to interrupt, to laugh, to correct me. No one did. The world kept moving. Cups clinked. A barista called out an order. "You knew," he said finally. Not angry, not accusing, just stunned. Yes, that was it. No speeches, no explanations, no victory lap. The truth didn't need embellishment. He sat there for a long moment, staring at the table, at the place where his certainty used to be. I could almost see the mental recalibration happening, the past being reinterpreted through a new lens. Old interactions suddenly weighted differently. When I stood to leave, he didn't stop me. He didn't argue, didn't demand anything. He just watched me go, eyes fixed on the gap I left behind. Outside, the air had warmed. Spring was finally asserting itself, sunlight cutting through clouds, the city shaking off winter in small, deliberate ways. I walked to my car feeling lighter than I had in months, not triumphant, not vindicated, relieved, because for the first time I wasn't carrying something that never belonged to me in the first place. The support had stopped, and everything was finally being seen for what it was. April arrived without ceremony. No storms, no sharp turns, just longer days and gentler light, the city easing into spring, while my family remained suspended over unstable ground. The chaos hadn't exploded, it had settled. Quiet, persistent, unavoidable. They couldn't fix this without me. That realization was what finally brought my mother to my office. She arrived unannounced on a Tuesday afternoon. I saw her through the glass walls of the lobby, standing near the water feature we'd installed the year before. She looked smaller there, uncertain in a space built for confidence. Her hands gripped her purse too tightly. She glanced between the reception desk and the elevators, unsure which direction belonged to her. I didn't move at first. I watched her the way you watch someone hesitate at the edge of unfamiliar ground. At home, she was decisive, especially where Marcus was concerned. Here, stripped of context and authority, she looked lost. The lobby moved around her with quiet precision. Staff passed by. Phones rang softly. Elevators chimed. The scent of fresh lilies drifted through the air. Every detail had been chosen deliberately. It was a world I had built without her noticing. When I stepped into view, relief crossed her face so quickly it almost hurt to see. I didn't hug her. I didn't ask why she hadn't called. I nodded and led her down the corridor to my office. The door closed behind us. She didn't sit right away. Instead, she walked to the windows, staring out at the skyline as if trying to place herself inside it. Her gaze drifted to the shelves, awards-framed photos, architectural models aligned with care. "This is yours?" she asked. "Yes." "All of it." Her voice wavered. "The Grand Belmont." "The others I own the parent company," I said. "This is where we manage everything." She sat down slowly, like her legs had reached a limit before her mind had. Her eyes kept moving, cataloging, comparing. "I didn't know," she said, not as an accusation, as a confession. "You didn't ask," I replied. The words weren't sharp. They didn't need to be. She flinched anyway. For a moment, she looked like she might defend herself, reach for the familiar explanations. "We were busy. We trusted you. You never needed anything." The shape of those excuses hovered between us. Then she didn't say anything. She started to cry, not loudly, not dramatically, just the steady release of something held together for too long. "We failed you," she said. The words landed heavily. I had imagined this moment before her apology, my vindication. In those versions, I stood taller, harder, untouched. Sitting across from her now, watching her shoulders shake, I felt none of that. I felt grief. "Yes," I said, "you did." She nodded, breathing uneven. "I don't know how to fix it. I don't know if a lifetime of being overlooked can be undone. But I need you to know. I see it now. I see what we did." She wiped her eyes. "We treated Marcus like he was made of gold, and you like you were made of iron. We assumed iron wouldn't break. I was told I had to be the strong one," I said. "You were," she replied, "but you shouldn't have had to be. We should have protected you too." The honesty unsettled me. It dismantled the defenses I had built against excuses, against denial. I let the silence stretch. She looked older than I remembered. Regret had settled into her face, deep and unflattering. For the first time, I understood something clearly. She hadn't been cruel. She had been comfortable. And I had made that comfort possible by never asking for space. I'm not ready to forgive everything I said. I may never be. But I'm willing to try something different. A relationship where I'm not invisible. She nodded immediately. "That's fair. There's one more thing," I said. "The money stops. All of it. I'm not supporting the family financially anymore. I'm not fixing Marcus's debt." She didn't argue. She didn't plead. "I know," she said. "Marcus told me." I watched her carefully. This was the moment I used to step in, reassure, soften. "Does knowing change anything?" I asked. She thought for a long time. "It makes me proud," she said finally, "and ashamed." We talked for over an hour after that, about her health, about my work, about memories we had never said out loud. Nothing was repaired, nothing was erased, but it was real. When she stood to leave, she hugged me, really hugged me. Something tight and long-held loosened in my chest. That night driving home, I understood it clearly. This hadn't been a favor. It was a boundary, and for the first time, it held. The industry conference in May was supposed to be forgettable. It was the kind of event I had attended for years, regional, predictable, useful, mostly for maintaining relationships rather than creating new ones. Venue owners compared notes on staffing challenges. Event planners exchanged vendor recommendations. Everyone wore the same polite smiles and said the same careful things. I had always kept a low profile at these gatherings. I showed up, listened more than I spoke, and left early. Visibility had never been my goal. Stability was. This year, that strategy failed. A month before the conference, my operations director forwarded me an email from the organizing committee. I had been nominated for an award recognizing excellence in venue management, something about innovation, growth, and sustained quality across multiple properties. I declined. At least I tried to. I told them I was unavailable, that I didn't like public recognition, that someone else on my team would be a better representative. All true, none accepted. My team pushed back harder than the organizers did. They reminded me that this wasn't about my comfort. It was about credibility, about signaling to clients, partners, and staff that the work we'd done quietly for years mattered. Eventually, I agreed. I chose a simple black dress and arrived late, intending to sit near the back and leave as soon as my obligation was fulfilled. I had no intention of making a night of it. The ballroom was larger than I expected. 300 people, maybe more, round tables filled with industry professionals, soft lighting a stage dressed for ceremony rather than networking. The MC gave a long speech about creating spaces where life milestones happened, about responsibility, about trust. Then he said my name. Walking to the stage felt unreal. Applause rose, not polite, not obligatory, but warm. I saw faces I recognized only vaguely. People I had worked with indirectly for years now, looking at me with something like acknowledgement. I accepted the award and spoke briefly. I thanked my team. I thanked our staff. I thanked the clients who trusted us with moments they could never redo. I did not mention family. I did not mention sacrifice. I did not explain myself. Afterward, I couldn't leave. People stopped me constantly. Venue owners I had quietly outperformed wanted advice. Planners I'd worked with once asked about availability months in advance. A reporter from an industry publication requested an interview. By the end of the evening, my name had been photographed, tagged, shared. Industry newsletters picked it up. Social media did what it always does, connected dots. I had spent years keeping separate. It didn't take long for that information to reach my family. My aunt called first, breathless. "You were on the news." "Something hospitality related. I had no idea you were such a big deal." I minimized it instinctively. Old habits. But there was no undoing it. Within days, everyone knew. The reactions were uneven. Some relatives were offended, deeply unsettled by the idea that I had been capable of enforcing a contract against my own brother. They framed it as coldness, as ambition unchecked by loyalty. Others were impressed, quietly so. These were the ones who had always sensed the imbalance, but never challenged it. A few reached out privately to say they understood, that they had noticed how differently Marcus was treated, that they had wondered occasionally why I was always present but never centered. Family gatherings shifted. I attended a couple cautiously. Conversations paused when I entered the rooms. People asked questions they had never bothered to ask before about my work, my travel, my plans. The attention was awkward, unpracticed, like a language learned too late. I remained polite, cordial, distant. This new visibility did not feel like victory. It felt like exposure. Marcus and I did not speak for most of the summer. Our only communication was transactional payment schedules, deadlines, confirmations. Nothing personal, nothing reflective. Then Jessica reached out. She asked to meet for coffee, her message careful and direct. When we sat down, she didn't waste time. "I owe you an apology," she said, "for the wedding, for not asking questions, for believing what I was told instead of wondering why something didn't feel right." "You didn't know," I replied. "I should have wanted to know," she said. "I'm learning things now, about Marcus, about how much of our life was curated." She looked tired, not dramatic, just worn down by the slow erosion of certainty. "I don't know what that means yet," she continued, "whether it changes anything. But I need you to hear that I see it now." I believed her. We talked for a while, not about money, not about blame, about disorientation, about realizing you married a story instead of a person. Before we left, she said something that stayed with me. "He talks about you differently now, like he's recalibrating." "Respect that arrives late isn't the same thing," I said. "No," she agreed. "But it's still a shift." That summer, my business continued to grow. New partnerships formed. Expansion plans solidified. Opportunities arrived without fanfare, without confrontation. The work spoke for itself. At the same time, my family was adjusting to a new reality, one where my presence was no longer assumed and my absence had weight. I didn't celebrate that. I simply noticed it. Power doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it expands quietly, reshaping the room while you're still standing in the same place. And for the first time, the world was finally adjusting to me, not the other way around. What surprised me most was how little effort it required. For years, I had believed visibility demanded performance assertion, explanation, correction. Standing in that ballroom, watching people approach me with interest that had nothing to do with obligation, I realized how wrong I had been. Authority didn't need to announce itself. It simply needed to be recognized. Emails followed in the weeks after the conference. Not urgent, not pleading, just direct. Invitations to collaborate, requests for consultation, quiet inquiries about acquisitions that hadn't yet been listed publicly. People spoke to me differently now, less tentative, more precise. They assumed competence instead of asking for proof. I answered selectively, not because I was withholding, but because I could. That distinction mattered. At work, the shift was subtle but unmistakable. Staff deferred without flinching. Decisions moved faster. When I spoke in meetings, the room stayed with me. I hadn't changed how I led, but the space around me had recalibrated. What used to require reinforcement is now held on its own. At home, the contrast was sharper. Family interactions felt staged, at first overcorrected politeness, sudden curiosity that arrived without rhythm. People asked questions they didn't yet know how to sustain. Compliments landed awkwardly, as if they were testing unfamiliar language. I didn't fill the gaps. I let silence do what it does best, reveal intent. Marcus stayed distant, not hostile, contained. Updates came through formal channels only. Payment confirmations, timeline adjustments, neutral language that avoided eye contact even on paper. It was easier for him to engage with the system than with the person who had designed it. I understood that. Jessica's call changed something, though. After we met, she texted once more, not to continue the conversation, but to thank me for not weaponizing clarity. I didn't reply right away. When I did, I kept it brief. Some understanding doesn't need elaboration to hold. Late one evening, weeks later, I stood in my apartment watching the city settle into night. Lights blinked on one by one, movement slowed, patterns emerged. For the first time, I wasn't managing proximity. I wasn't adjusting myself to remain palatable, useful, available. The world wasn't leaning on me, and I wasn't bracing for impact. Expansion, I realized, didn't always look like growth. Sometimes it looked like space, and I finally had enough of it to breathe. The envelope arrived on a Thursday. It came with the rest of the mail tucked between grocery flyers and a reminder from the electric company. There was no courier or signature to suggest it mattered. Just a clean white rectangle, heavier than it looked, stamped with a return address he recognized only vaguely. My company's name. Marcus didn't open it right away. It sat on the kitchen counter while he kicked off his shoes, loosened his tie, and poured a glass of water. He had trained himself not to react too quickly to anything financial. Panic, he believed, was for people who didn't know how to manage optics. When he finally slid a finger under the flap, the paper inside didn't fight him. The invoice was neatly formatted. There were no dramatics or explanations, only numbers arranged with ruthless clarity. Principal, late fees, interest, dates, terms. His eyes skimmed once, then stopped. The total landed like a physical blow. Not because it was unfamiliar, he had seen large numbers before, but because this one had nowhere to go. No sponsor, no fallback. No quiet transfer waiting in the background to make it disappear. A smaller card slipped free and landed on the counter. Plain stock, handwritten, 5 words. Thank you for your business. He sat down slowly, the way people do when they realize their legs won't support them. The house was quiet. Jessica wasn't home yet. The refrigerator hummed. Somewhere outside, a dog barked. Marcus read the invoice again, this time more carefully, as if a different interpretation might reveal itself if he stared long enough. It didn't. He grabbed his phone. The call went through on the second ring. "This is from you." His voice was tight, already fraying. "From my company," I said. "Yes." Silence crackled on the line, the sound of something internal collapsing. "You own the venue," he said slowly. "Not a question. Not yet." "I told you. You said something." "I thought you meant—" "I don't know what I thought." His breath hitched. "You own it." "Yes." The word landed cleanly. No emphasis, no apology. "This bill," he continued louder now, urgency bleeding through. "Is this real? As real as the contract you signed?" He swore under his breath. I heard movement papers shuffling, a chair scraping back. "I can't pay this," he said. "Not like this. That's between you and accounts receivable." A beat. "Collections." His voice cracked on the word. "You're actually letting it go to collections. I'm not stopping the process." "This is insane," he snapped. "You could fix this in one call." I didn't answer right away, not to make a point, simply because there was nothing to add. "So this is revenge," he said. "You're punishing me." "No." The word wasn't sharp. It didn't need to be. "This is business," I continued. "The staff were paid. The vendors were paid. The space was used. The bill exists whether we're related or not." "You're my sister," he shot back. "And I wasn't invited to your wedding." That stopped him. I could hear his breathing again, faster now, uneven. "This is unbelievable," he muttered. "Mom's going to lose it." She did. The call came an hour later. Her voice was high-strained, already wrapped in accusation before she reached the point. "Marcus just called us," she said. "He's beside himself. There must be some mistake." "There isn't. You didn't have to do it this way." "I didn't do anything," I replied. "The invoice was issued." "You could have handled it quietly," she insisted. "Families don't blindside each other like this." I said nothing. "You're really going to let this ruin him," she pressed. "His marriage is already under strain. The in-laws are asking questions. This is going to follow him. That's how debt works." She inhaled sharply, offended by the neutrality of my tone. "This isn't you," she said. "You're being cruel. I'm being consistent." The word hung between us, unfamiliar and unwelcome. My father called next. He tried to reason first, then disappointment, then authority. "This has gone far enough," he said. "You've made your point." "I didn't make a point." "You embarrassed your brother," he snapped. "You embarrassed this family." I didn't send the bill to anyone but the address on the contract. He exhaled, frustrated. What do you want? The question had weight. Expectation. Nothing I said. That was what finally rattled him. The house phone went quiet for 2 days after that. News filtered in through other channels. Jessica's parents were furious. Not loud controlled. They asked for documentation, for timelines, for explanations Marcus couldn't provide. The version of his life he had sold them no longer matched the paperwork. A meeting happened without me. Another argument followed. My parents discussed taking out a loan. The bank declined. Their numbers didn't stretch the way they thought they did. They were seeing the shape of their finances clearly for the first time in years. At work, none of this registered. Spring bookings filled the calendar. The Grand Belmont hosted another wedding that weekend. Different couple, different music, same flawless execution. I walked the floor during teardown, checking details, approving next steps. The system worked. The invoice remained unpaid. Formal notices went out. Dates were logged. The process continued unchanged. Then the phone rang again. It was Marcus. This time he didn't bother trying to sound controlled. They're saying my credit's already flagged, he said, words tumbling over each other. Jessica's parents want a meeting. They think I lied. They're talking about conditions. Oversight. He stopped. Breath hitching. I need you to stop this, he said. Not angry now. Afraid. Please. Just tell them to pause. I leaned back in my chair and looked out at the city. Traffic moved the way it always did. People solved their own problems, unaware of mine. I can't, I said. His voice rose, panic finally breaking through completely. You don't understand. This is everything. This is my life. I let the silence stretch. Then calmly, evenly, I understand exactly what it is. He made a sound, then not a word. Something raw, uncontained. The call dropped a second later. Whether he hung up or his hand slipped, I didn't know. I didn't call back. The envelope had done its job, and the system was already in motion. The fallout didn't arrive in flames. There was no shouting match, no dramatic family rupture, no single moment where everything exploded. Instead, it cooled. Slowly, quietly, uncomfortably. By the time the family gathered for Sunday brunch at my aunt's house in July, the temperature had dropped just enough for everyone to feel it. Conversations were softer. Movements are more careful, smiles slower to form. Something fundamental had shifted, even if no one wanted to name it. For as long as I could remember, these gatherings followed an unspoken hierarchy. Marcus was the center of gravity. He took the head of the table by default, leaning back comfortably, narrating his life like a highlight reel. Careers, wins, complaints, plans. Everyone else orbited him, responding, laughing, nodding on cue. I had always existed on the perimeter, refilling coffee, passing napkins, listening more than speaking. My role was functional, not central, useful, not celebrated. That day, the pattern broke. The moment I stepped onto the patio, the conversation didn't just pause, it collapsed. Forks hovered midair, someone cleared their throat, a laugh died unfinished. My aunt stood up immediately. "Sarah," she said, her voice carrying a nervous brightness I'd never heard before. "You're here. Come sit. I saved you a chair in the shade." She didn't gesture toward the folding chair at the far end of the table, the one I usually occupied. Instead, she led me to a padded armchair positioned beside my father. Prime seating. I felt the shift ripple outward as I sat down. Marcus was already there. He didn't look up. His attention was fixed on a bowl of fruit in front of him, jaw clenched so tightly I could see the muscle jumping near his temple. Across from him, Jessica sat unnaturally still, her posture perfect, her eyes flicking between us like she was watching a match she hadn't agreed to attend. The meal unfolded in fragments. Polite questions, over-careful laughter, long pauses that no one rushed to fill. My cousin's people, who usually treated me like background noise, unless they needed tech help or career advice, kept glancing in my direction, curiosity written openly across their faces. Finally, Sarah, my younger cousin, broke the tension. So she said cautiously, "The Grand Belmont." My friend tried to book it for her engagement party. They said it's full through next year. You really manage all that. I met her eyes. I own the parent company. We operate 12 properties across the state. The silence that followed was dense enough to press against my ears. My mother stared down at her plate, pushing lettuce around without eating. My father cleared his throat, the sound unusually loud in the stillness. "That's good work," he said, his voice rougher than usual. He didn't look at Marcus. "Hard work. You should have told us you were doing so well." I didn't hesitate. "I would have," I said evenly. If anyone had ever asked what I did when I wasn't bailing this family out, Marcus's fork clattered sharply against his plate. "So that's what this is. Now," he snapped. "We're just going to sit here and talk about how Sarah's the savior while I'm being squeezed for every cent I don't have." I met his gaze calmly. "Nobody called me a savior," I said. "I'm a businesswoman who stopped giving away her product for free." Jessica spoke before he could respond. Her voice was quiet, but it cut cleanly through the space. "She's right, Marcus. We wouldn't be here if you hadn't tried to buy a lifestyle your sister was actually living." Marcus flushed red. His mouth opened, then closed. For the first time in his life, he had no audience. No one rushed to defend him. No one softened the moment. No one laughed it off. The golden child's shine hadn't faded, it had peeled. The rest of brunch passed in small, telling moments. My aunt asked for my opinion on an investment property she was considering. My father listened, really listened when I talked about expansion plans. My mother asked about my work schedule instead of my availability. The hierarchy had quietly inverted. I wasn't the invisible sister anymore. I wasn't the backup plan. I wasn't the family's unspoken safety net. I was the axis. When it was time to leave, I noticed Marcus standing alone by his car. A modest sedan, now the luxury vehicle long gone sold to cover part of the debt. He looked smaller than I remembered, not diminished, just exposed. I didn't approach him. I didn't need to. The truth had already done what confrontation never could. As I drove away, I realized something important. Power doesn't announce itself when it arrives. It's felt when the room rearranges itself around you, when chairs move voices lower, and the people who once overlooked you start choosing their words carefully. That was the moment I knew. The shift wasn't temporary. It was permanent. The drive home felt longer than usual, not because traffic was heavy, but because there was nothing left to outrun. The adrenaline that had carried me through the afternoon drained away, leaving behind something steadier. Not relief, not satisfied. Recognition. I had always imagined power as something loud, asserted, defended, claimed in real time. What I felt now was quieter than that. It didn't need reinforcement. It didn't require witnesses. It simply existed. At a red light, I caught my reflection in the windshield. The same face, the same posture. Nothing about me looked different, and yet the rules governing that face had changed. I realized then that this was the first family gathering I would not replay, later searching for mistakes. The first time I would not rehearse conversations in my head, wondering what I should have said differently. There was nothing to correct, nothing to clarify. The shift had already taken hold without my participation. Whatever came next, awkward dinners, tentative calls, slow recalibrations would unfold without me managing the outcome. I would not need to prepare defenses or soften edges. They would learn gradually how to meet me where I stood. And if they didn't, that too would be information. When I pulled into my driveway, the house was dark and quiet. I didn't turn on the lights right away. I stood there for a moment longer than necessary, aware of something new settling into place. For the first time, my life felt aligned, not balanced aligned. And I knew with an unexpected calm that nothing in that room would ever return to its previous shape. Fall arrived without announcement. Leaves gathered along sidewalks. Mornings cooled. The year began to fold inward slower, now more deliberate. The wedding venue debt was nearly paid. My family had settled into new rhythms, not healed, not restored, but no longer bleeding. Functional, honest, less performative. One Saturday morning, I sat at my desk reviewing the year's numbers. Record revenue, record bookings, expansion ahead of schedule. My team moved with confidence, building without panic. 15 years of quiet work had compounded into something solid. something that didn't require my constant intervention to survive. But the numbers weren't what stayed with me. What stayed with me was the parking lot outside Marcus's wedding, the glow from the ballroom, music leaking into the cold. His text told me to wait for scraps. I remembered how small I had felt, how easily dismissed, how invisible. I don't feel small anymore. The distance between that parking lot and this office hadn't been crossed by success alone. It had been crossed through discomfort, through boundaries that looked like betrayal, through restraint mistaken for cruelty by people used to my sacrifice. I had watched my family struggle with consequences I once absorbed without comment. None of it had been easy. All of it had been necessary. I thought about my mother sitting across from me in this very room, her tears, her quiet admission that they had failed me, about my father's pride offered late, but honestly, about Marcus slowly shedding entitlement, learning that confidence and assumption were not currencies that always cleared. The hardest truth was this: none of them were villains. They were ordinary people repeating patterns they had never questioned because I made it possible not to. I had paid the emotional and financial costs so consistently that the system felt invisible until I stepped away. Change didn't come quickly, but it came. My parents called now without needing anything. They asked about my work because they were curious, not because it might be useful. They remembered my birthday. Invitations arrived with intention. Marcus and I remained cautious. We met once a month, awkward, careful conversations where we learned how to speak as people instead of roles. He never offered a dramatic apology for the wedding. He didn't need to. His behavior carried what words would have cheapened. The bill was paid in full by October. I signed off on the final payment and closed the file. A chapter ended not with satisfaction, but with clarity. Thanksgiving came quietly. For the first time in years, I sat at the family table without tension tightening my chest, not because I had endured enough, but because I had stopped negotiating my worth. My mother asked about expansion plans. My father asked about travel. Jessica mentioned booking one of my venues for a friend. The conversation was unremarkable, and that was the point. After dinner, I stepped onto the porch alone. The night was sharp and still. Stars stretched overhead, indifferent and steady. I thought about the woman I had been a year earlier, the one who gave without asking, smoothed every conflict, mistook silence for peace. She wasn't gone. She had changed. The door opened behind me. Marcus stepped out with 2 cups of coffee, handing one over without comment. We stood there quietly. "I'm sorry," he said at last. "About the wedding, about the text, about all of it." "I know. Does knowing help a little?" He nodded. "I don't expect us to be close the way people expect siblings to be, but I'd like to be someone you don't have to protect yourself from." I looked at him not as the golden child, not as the weight I had carried for years, but as someone learning to stand on his own. "I'd like that too," I said. We went back inside together. There was no perfect ending. Old habits still surfaced. Some wounds still ached when touched. Repair moved slower than damage, but I was no longer doing the work alone, and that was what I kept. I stopped being invisible.